Dark Fire. Dark Series, Book 6. By Christine Feehan. Part 2. Chapter 10. This is all we have. The photograph was tossed on the table. It was of a slender young redhead standing in a stream with her arms outstretched. She was laughing, her face turned up toward the sun, while hundreds of butterflies fluttered around her. Matthew Broderick is dead. The police say there's no question but that it was a suicide. But I say differently. Matt was one of us. He knew what he was up against. He wouldn't have taken pictures of just anybody. Brady Grand drummed his fingers alongside the photograph, then tapped it twice. This woman knows something. This stream is the same stream where Matt's body was found. Come on, Brady, Cullen Tucker protested. Look at that picture. It's full sun. Broad daylight. No way is that woman a vampire. Grant's cold eyes traveled around the circle of men. I didn't say she was, only that she knew something. For all I know, she was helping Matt. Find her, and we can get at the truth. The truth is, we haven't gotten anywhere, Cullen snarled. You say this band is a group of vampires. The only proof you've offered so far is some obscure quotation based on the Persian word. Dara. Referring to the troup's singer, Desari. A low murmur of approval went around the room. Then the others shifted nervously. No one wanted to cross Brady Grand outright. He was just too mean. But they had lost 6 men in the first attempt against the band, excellent marksmen, and now they'd lost Matt Broderick. Brady looked around at the others. Is that what you think? That I'm wrong about these creatures? What if the fact that we sent 6 military-trained assassins to kill supposedly defenseless civilians, and all our soldiers ended up dead, the creatures still alive and well? Tell me how that happened, Cullen. You tell me how some simple security guards single-handedly destroyed all 6 of our men and their remains. They had a foolproof escape plan but disappeared. They sprayed the stage with bullets, yet the band members were relatively unhurt. Explain that, Cullen, because I don't see how it's possible. The band got lucky. Maybe their bodyguard is better than you think, paramilitary himself. What do you know about the big guy? Not too much gets by him. Is it possible the team went in with poor information? That maybe it was you who screwed up. Brady's fist clenched tightly until his knuckles turned white. A muscle twitched in his jaw. I know for certain that the singer is a vampire. I know it, Cullen. The team knew, too, or they never would have gone in to make the hit. We wanted to bleed her as much as possible, weaken her, and take her alive. Our people have wanted a live specimen to study for years. But if the only thing we can get is a dead one, then so be it. All we've accomplished so far is to make the world think we're a bunch of crazy fanatics, Cullen objected. I say we target someone else, someone not so damned popular. The cops love Desari. The merchants in every city she goes to love her. The audiences love her. If we kill her, they'll hunt us down like dogs. That's your trouble, Cullen, no sense of commitment. This is war. It's us against them. Do you believe they exist? With all the proof I've given you, do you really not believe? Brady demanded. After what you saw with your own eyes. Or was that just a tale to get you inside our group? Hell, yes, I believe vampires exist, Cullen said. But not this singer. She's just some woman with a beautiful voice and a bodyguard as lethal as anything I've ever seen. So she sleeps during the day. What do you expect? She works all night. So we can't find their campsites even when we track them all the time. They're very careful, very private. But no one ever dies. No kids are killed. They never leave a trail of drained carcasses behind. If they're vampires feeding off people, where are the bodies? Every vampire I've heard about kills. The reason we can't find these people when they camp is because their bodyguard is good. That's why there are no pictures, not because we can't get anybody on film. This guy does his job and does it well. Thus, no unauthorized pictures. And the leopards? Brady demanded. Part of the show, the mystique. They're in show business, Brady. Everyone has some kind of gimmick. They like leopards. Big deal. Vampires like wolves and bats, isn't that what we've been told? Cullen drove his point home. The man nearest Cullen cleared his throat. He was little older than the others and generally very quiet. It is possible Cullen is right in this case, Brady, he said softly. There is no evidence that any in this group were ever in the Carpathian Mountains or even originate from that area. Wallace, Brady protested, I know I'm right about this singer. I know I am. The older man shook his head. It doesn't add up. Vampires seem to have some sort of thing about their women, possessing them completely. Yet this singer recently paired up with someone from the outside world. You prove my point, Brady said triumphantly. She hooked up with Julian Savage. He is from the region long suspected of producing vampires. And he's been under suspicion for a long time. Suddenly he shows up and he and the singer fall in love? It seems too big of a coincidence to me. Brady let that sink in, knowing he had made his point. Julian Savage was definitely high on the list of the society's suspects and had been for a very long time, though he had eluded their hunters at every turn. There was a short silence. Everyone was looking to the older, soft-spoken man, William Wallace. He had been a member of the Vampire Hunting Society for more years than any of the others. He had lost family members to vampires. He had hunted them in Europe, and when he spoke, everyone, including Brady, did what he said. It is true, Wallace mused softly, that wherever Julian Savage goes, death follows, yet he is never under suspicion by the police. He had a home in the French Quarter in New Orleans, and several members of our society vanished there, never to be found. We could not prove he was in residence at the time. It appeared he had sold his family home, but even vampires can falsely generate the proper paperwork and credentials. He travels often from country to country, a very wealthy man, Wallace continued. Now he travels around this country with a group of singers. It is indeed suspicious. He leaned over to look at the photograph. You're certain this was taken at the same place where Broderick died? Brady nodded. I personally inspected the site. It's the same, all right. Matt took a series of photos of this woman. Have you ever seen her before? Wallace asked. Everyone shook his head. Matt didn't have a girlfriend, either, a pimply-faced youngster volunteered. He was the most recent inductee to the society and wanted to be noticed, to prove himself. So if he did recently meet a woman and take all these pictures in the area where the Tributus were rumored to be camping, she would have to have some connection to the group. Do any of the other photos show her face up close? Wallace asked. This is the best. She was staring straight toward the camera. I say we find this girl and get a few answers, Brady replied. Perhaps, Wallace said, we should investigate a little further. If this girl knows something, it shouldn't be all that hard to get it out of her. Find her and bring her back here to our headquarters for interrogation. Cullen Tucker looked uneasy. Suppose she knows nothing at all? Maybe she's just some girl Matt found photogenic. If you bring her here and she sees all of us, finds out what we seek, we'll be exposed to the world. Wallace shrugged casually. Sometimes small sacrifices are necessary. Regretfully, the young lady will be disposed of in order to protect our identities. Cullen glanced around the room, studying the faces, looking for someone who would protest along with him. But the faces were blank, the faces of followers. Prudence dictated that he keep his mouth shut. Do you have a problem with that? Brady growled, his cold eyes suddenly alive with a fever for blood. Cullen shrugged. No more than anyone else, he temporized. I don't have to like it, Brady, just because it's necessary. I'll start looking for her at the band's next concert. It's in Northern California. I'm sure they're heading that way now. She shouldn't be hard to spot, but just in case I'm wrong, send someone back to the park. Maybe she was a local or a camper. The park rangers might have seen her. Brady Grand was silent a moment, quieting the urge to fight. He nodded. Take Murray with you. It's safer if there's two of you. He indicated the youngster, knowing the kid was eager to do something violent, prove himself to the group. I always work alone, you know that, Cullen protested. Two of us will only draw that bodyguard's attention. We can't count him out, you know. I'm willing to bet he's the one who took down our team. Maybe, Wallace mused, but more likely it was Savage. He showed up right around that time. I hardly think Dasari's bodyguard is a threat to us unless, of course, he's one of them himself. Cullen bit back his retort. What was the use? Brady Grand had become as fanatical as William Wallace in the last few years. They carried weapons constantly and trained a small army. They both seemed to think they were fighting a war. Cullen simply believed that if something as evil as a vampire existed, it should be exterminated. He believed it because he had been in San Francisco a few years back when a serial killer was on the loose. Except it was no serial killer. The creature had murdered Cullen's fiancée right in front of him, draining her blood and laughing while he did so. The police didn't believe him, no one did. Until Brady Grand found him. Now Cullen wasn't certain anymore whether the bloodthirsty Grand and Wallace were much different than the vampire. Cullen glanced once more at the picture of the laughing redhead. She was beautiful, with joy and warmth in her smile, compassion in her face, a sweet innocence in her stance. Beyond her slender body and wealth of red hair, he saw someone worth something. He saw a woman with the same natural goodness his fiancée had possessed. He sighed and pocketed the photograph. It was amazing to him the others couldn't see the innocence in her face. She had nothing to do with vampires. "I'll leave now," he said gruffly. "I'll be calling in to see if anyone picked up any leads, so have someone on the phones." Brady regarded him strangely. His nod was slow, and his cold snake eyes followed Cullen as he went out the door. Cullen inhaled the fresh, crisp night air deeply, wanting to rid himself of the stench of fanaticism. He had followed the society members out of a need to avenge his fiancée's hideous death. Now that need didn't seem so great. He wanted to be free of anger and hatred and start his life over again. The photograph seemed to be burning a hole in his pocket. The smart thing to do would be to disappear. Get out. Hide. But he knew Brady Grand. The man liked killing and thought that in the society, he had found a legitimate outlet for his psychotic tendencies. Even the U.S. Armed Forces had kicked him out, discharging him for his repeated vicious attacks on new recruits and civilians. There had been 2 incidents noted on his record, 2 suspicious deaths no one could quite prove were murders. Cullen knew all about those. He'd had a friend access the military reports. Brady Grand was not the kind of enemy he wanted hounding him for the rest of his life. Cullen's jeep started easily, but the photograph continued to burn through his clothing to skin. Suddenly he swore. He couldn't just leave the redhead hanging out there. He would have to find her and warn her. The singer, too. She might have the best bodyguard in the world, but if Brady Grand was persistent enough, sooner or later the society would get to her. Pounding the steering wheel in sheer frustration, Cullen turned the vehicle north. Far away, deep within the bowels of the earth, Darius held Tempest to him. Something was moving through his mind, a warning signal, one that had stood him in good stead these many centuries. It was strong enough to bring the beast roaring to life. In his mouth he felt the ominous lengthening of his fangs. He lifted his head, his ice-black gaze sweeping the interior of the chamber. Slowly he turned his head toward the south, toward danger. Something threatened Tempest, something coming from that direction. Nothing would harm this woman he held in his arms. Nothing, he vowed. He glanced down at her face, so young-looking and vulnerable in her sleep. The light from the candles caressed her skin lovingly, throwing tempting shadows across her, inviting his touch. Darius felt the surge of need rushing through his body and allowed it to happen. It would take centuries to sate his appetite for her. Centuries. But he had chosen otherwise. Had chosen to keep her human and die with her when her time came. So he would have to be more careful in his possession of her. He could not afford to keep taking her blood during mating. He was out of control when his body demanded hers, dangerous for both of them. But he wanted her. He would never stop wanting her. It felt savage and primitive, yet tender and gentle. But he was not a gentle man. The long centuries had seen to that, honing his ruthless side, his predatory nature. Yet he found that when he looked at her, he was different. Something inside him melted, went soft. He knew from centuries of existing the exact moment when the sun above ground sank low, the night enfolding the earth above them. His time. His world. Darius stretched lazily and turned to run a hand possessively over Tempest's satin skin. He had not slept in the welcoming soil, nor had he slept the rejuvenating sleep of his people, because had something gone wrong, he had not wanted Tempest to awaken alone beneath the mountain with what would appear to be his dead body beside her. In the Carpathian sleep they shut down their heart and lungs, a useful thing, a rejuvenating process, something their bodies required to keep them at full strength, but it was frightening to humans. Without fulfilling his customary process, Darius's sleep had been fitful and uneasy. But Tempest was young and used to going her own way, so he had sacrificed his restorative rest to ensure her cooperation and security. Now he rubbed strands of her red gold hair through his fingertips. Red hair, green eyes, hot temper. Strong while her skin was warm and alluring. In her trance-induced sleep her heart beat strong, and her breath caused the rise and fall of her full, creamy breasts. Darius bent his head to taste her skin even as he issued the command for her to awaken. His mind caught hers as she drowsily complied, feeding his own urgent hunger to her, building erotic images of his desires in her head. His mouth moved over her slowly, languidly, his teeth occasionally nipping, claiming every part of her. He could feel the rhythm of her heart change to match his. His body hardened, demanded. His blood rushed in heated need. He felt her body answer as hot blood surged through her veins, carrying flames, carrying need. Before she was fully awake, fully aware of her surroundings, he turned her world into an erotic fantasy. Darius tasted the warmth of her throat, his hand moving to cup her breast possessively. Though she was small of stature, her bones delicate, her breasts were full, fitting into his palms as if made for him. He took an almost savage joy in the way his body hardened in aggressive male response. His mouth moved over her shoulder, stopping to dwell in the small hollow there. His tongue lapped gently, insistently, tracing the valley between her breasts, paying close attention to each nipple, a task that sent fire racing through his blood. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, savoring the texture of her skin, the fire spreading through his own body. But it soon became necessary to trace each indentation along her ribs, to inspect his stomach with his tongue. His hands moved lower still, to the slender curve of her hips, caressing the satin skin there. Beneath his palms, she moved restlessly, still drowsy, only partially aware of what he was doing. But her body was alive with need for him. He shared that, connected in her mind as he was. Darius smiled to himself, enjoying the knowledge that at his every rising she would be with him, her body soft and welcoming. Her legs were shifting, and his hands began a slow caressing of her thighs. A soft little sound escaped her throat as she tried to decide if this was some erotic fantasy or if it was real. She had no sense of where she was, only of the mouth moving lazily but thoroughly over every inch of her body. Darius pushed his hand into the nest of tight curls, felt her pulsing heat. As she moved to press closer, he simply lowered his head to taste her. Tempest cried out, somewhere between alarm and pleasure, her fists tangling in his hair, drawing him closer. White heat, blue lightning rushed through her and into him. The sensation was astounding, Darius feeling the way her body rippled with pleasure. His own body was brutally relentless, so full and heavy that he was afraid he might break her if he moved too fiercely. As they shared her shattering release, Tempest's hands moved over the carved muscles of his back to rest on his hips. Darius lifted his head, his eyes burning down into her. Normally modest, Tempest should have felt shy. Instead, she caught the images in his mind, his hungry need, and she felt like a wanton temptress and liked it. She pushed him backward so that he lay down. Her hands inspected his chest. Smiling a little, she bent her head to lap gently at his hot skin. He even tasted masculine. With his mind firmly entrenched in hers, she could feel the fire sweeping through his blood, feel the relentless, aching need of his body. Deliberately, she allowed her silken hair to fall over his sensitive skin, heightening the sensation even more. Darius whispered her name, his white teeth coming together helplessly. She was taking her sweet time, driving him crazy with anticipation, her mouth traveling leisurely over his flat belly to find the indentations at his hips. Her hand brushed him, and his body tightened even more. He bit out her name again, a command this time, but Tempest refused to listen. Her tongue tasted him in a long, slow caress that brought his hands up to clench her hair, forcing her head to him. She had the audacity to laugh at him, her worn breath adding to the conflagration building in his body. Her hand moved up and over him, testing his weight, the thickness of him. Then he was shouting hoarsely. The silken feel of her mouth on him was incredible. Hot, tight, moist. She knew what he liked by the images in his mind, and Darius was lost to the world. Lost in the beauty of what they shared. She teased him, tortured him, reveled in her power over him. He stood it as long as he was physically able to, then he dragged her head up by a fistful of red gold hair. No matter if he was brutal, it was the only thing he was capable of doing at that moment. His hands found her waist and pulled her over him. With their gazes locked together, Tempest slowly lowered herself over him so that he speared her, inch by inch. Her waiting sheath was so hot and moist, so tight and velvet soft, that Darius's fingers bit deep into her hips to keep him from exploding. Where was his centuries-old self-control? Tempest found it amazing to know exactly what he wanted. She started to ride him slowly, but it fast turned into a frenzied motion, her muscles clenching around him, taking him deep within her. His hands moved over her body, inspecting her small waist, narrow ribcage, and full breasts. Then he was leaning up toward her, a slow, inexorable movement that nearly stopped her heart. She could feel the hunger in him, his need to take her blood, more a sexual urge than a physical hunger. He had done so many times, but she had never seen his teeth other than perfect. Now he made no attempt to hide his lengthening incisors from her as he bent his head to her throat. He thrust upward, burying himself deep within her as his teeth sank into her soft throat. He shared the ultimate sensation with her, their bodies and minds joined, sharing the very essence of life together. His body was on fire, the conflagration building and building until there was no controlling it. He swept her along with him until they were both exploding wildly, the very earth shaking beneath them. He forced himself to stop taking more of her blood simply to satisfy his insatiable craving for her. Already he had noted the differences in her, her ability to hear and see much more acutely. He was inadvertently enhancing her senses, altering the humanness he had vowed to preserve. Darius swept his arms protectively around her. Nothing was going to hurt her. Not ever. Not even he. Tempest was content to lie upon the hard strength of his body, feeling sheltered and thoroughly loved. He was a perfect lover, careful of her even at his roughest moments. She could hear their hearts beat in perfect rhythm, and she lay there for some time getting her breath back. As she inhaled to slow her breathing, she felt oppressive heat. Her teeth sank into her lower lip as she looked around her. They were still in the cave. Humiliation washed over her. She had been so distracted by his lovemaking, she hadn't even considered where they were. She doubted she would have noticed if they were in the middle of a street. Where was her pride? This man had practically kidnapped her, held her in the center of the earth without the slightest remorse, and then taken shameless advantage of her. Tempest lifted her head, her long lashes veiling her eyes before he could read her expression. But Darius became a shadow in her mind, feeling her guilt and anger at herself, her sense of humiliation that she had allowed this when she was so angry with him. Immediately, he rolled her under him, trapping her slender body with his much larger frame. He tangled a fist in her bright, silky hair and drew it to his mouth. "I must apologize for taking advantage of you while you slept. It was wrong of me when we had unresolved issues between us. But you are so beautiful, Tempest, that I lost control." Her long lashes swept up, revealing green eyes blazing fury at him. She actually shoved him, the palm of her hand hard against his chest. He was so startled by her reaction that he forgot to move, to pretend he felt the push. Heat curled in him, a wave of desire so strong that he nearly kissed her angry mouth. "You are so full of it, Darius. Don't even think you can snow me with a line like that. You didn't lose control. You knew exactly what you were doing. You wanted to have sex, so you did. And I'm such a ninny, I went along with it, like one of those idiot heroines in a steamy novel." She realized she hadn't budged him with her push, and that raised her temper another notch. "I wanted to make love to you," he corrected, his voice black velvet. Just the sound of his voice sent a rush of heat coursing through her bloodstream. It required tremendous effort to pull her gaze away from the burning intensity of his eyes. And God would have to save her himself if she looked at his perfect mouth. It all added fuel to the fire. "You think you can get your way by seducing me, Darius, but it won't work. I don't much like myself right now, and I know it wasn't all you, but let me tell you before you get too puffed up with your own ego, I don't respect you nearly as much right now as I did yesterday. She paused. If it was yesterday, you can bathe in the pool. He tried not to make it an order. His body seemed to respond to the merest touch of hers. He didn't dare start anything with her green eyes blazing fire and her red hair sparking flames. Are you giving me your permission? She asked sarcastically. He bent his head to hers because she had made that little moue with her lips he could never pass up. His mouth found hers and tasted the warm honey of her even in her anger, capturing it forever in his heart. No wonder you are always in trouble, he murmured, his kiss sliding over the corner of her mouth to her dimple, lower still to find her chin, then her throat. Her pulse beat beneath his mouth, igniting his hunger. It came out of nowhere, rushing at him with the same speed and intensity as his body hardened, urging him to take her again and again. Tempest pulled away, her emerald eyes all at once wary. He was so strong, his power overwhelming, when she had no control at all in the situation. She was his captive, hidden beneath the earth, his to keep for a time if he desired. The idea had not occurred to her until that moment, and it leached the color from her face instantly. Darius? His name came out strangled, a plea for reassurance. He touched her mind, found her fear easily. His arm encircled her, drew her close to his protection. As soon as you bathe, we will go to the surface. I need to hunt. You need food. The relief was tremendous, and she believed the purity of his voice. Despite her anger at him, she clung to him for just a moment, waiting for her heart to stop pounding so violently. Darius, she confided, I really am afraid down here. Darius tightened his hold on her, crushing her slender body against his. He had not known the real meaning of fear until she had come into his barren existence. She brought that definition to life for him. He feared he would lose her, feared someone or something would harm her. Fear made him edgy and dangerous, like one of the cats in their most unpredictable, moody states. All of these things are minor differences we can work out, Tempest, he assured her. No obstacle between us is insurmountable. She took a deep, steadying breath. Okay, Darius, I'm all for that. Just don't be so in control of me. I like my freedom. It's who I am. You are my other half, as I am yours, he said. She pulled out of his arms and rose, turning away from him so that she didn't give in to the urge to kick his shins. He was so arrogant, spouting his old-world nonsense, that she wanted to push him into the pool and watch him lose his magnificent and so irritating cool. Darius hid his smile. He couldn't help saying things just to get under her skin. He liked to watch her eyes glitter like gems, the flash of fire that inadvertently exposed her deeply passionate nature as well as her anger. Tempest stepped into the pool and found the clear water on her skin more erotic than she would have liked. She knew his black eyes were burning over her as she swam, and something feminine and wild in her seemed to take over. She rinsed her hair out slowly, turning so that her profile was to him, so that the water lapped at her waist and ran down her exposed breasts. Beckoned to him. Taunted him. With her increased hearing, she caught his muffled swearing. A smile curved her soft mouth, all anger disappearing as she caught sight of his body, making demand on him, his arousal impossible to hide from either of them. Deliberately she bent over, rinsing her hair a second time, giving him a good view of the curve of her hips and buttocks. He deserved a little suffering. And she was enjoying herself. Little red-haired witch. She was deliberately driving him crazy. He knew it. He also knew she was having fun, getting back her feeling of control and power. Darius let out a low, husky groan of frustration. Her answer was a stifled laugh, hastily drowned out by the splashing water. Little minx. A man could take only so much. In any case, hunger was clouding good judgment, and nothing tasted like the rush he got from their erotic encounters. Still, he could not afford to take too much of her blood. Replacing hers with his was a dangerous pastime, altering her in ways he was not completely certain of. The few times over the centuries when he had encountered human women converted, they had become vampire and deranged, feeding on children. He had been forced to destroy them. The thought terrified him. What if he was somehow bringing Tempest to that very edge? Their minds were already continually reaching for each other. Could he be placing her in danger? Would Julian have the answer to that? Distasteful as it was, he would have to ask Dasari's life-mate for his knowledge in this matter. Pride meant nothing if Tempest was in harm's way. He turned to look at her again. She was exquisite. Everything about her touched him, brought out intense feelings, whether protective, sexual, or emotional. He found himself fascinated by the line of her throat, the span of her waist, the curves of her breasts and rib cage and bottom. Tempest wrung out her hair carefully and waded out of the pool. She was within a couple of feet of Darius before she scented the husky call of his body, felt the heat rising from his skin. She grinned at him, teasing, challenging, a faint, derisive quirk of her lips at his obvious discomfort. Having a problem, she taunted aloud. He was magnificent. There was no other word for his body, and it amazed her that she could produce such a reaction in him, in a creature so powerful and controlled as Darius almost always was. That she could send him so out of control mystified yet excited her. It was exhilarating, like leaping onto the back of a tiger and hanging on for dear life. Darius waited until she sashayed past him before reaching out to claim what was his. He merely caught her arms from behind, then moved them forward to place her hands on the flat surface of an accommodating rock. At once his body trapped hers, pushing aggressively against her bottom while his seeking fingers assured him that she was creamy with her own need of him. He caught her hips firmly and surged into her tight, moist sheath. It was slick and hot, waiting for him. Darius allowed himself the natural instinctive domination of the males of his race. His teeth found her shoulder and pinned her in place while he buried himself again and again with hard, long strokes. Tempest felt the sweet rush of fire consuming her, the strength in his hands gripping her hips, the hard thickness of him plunging deep within her, only to withdraw and return. She felt his mouth on her skin, the white heat as his teeth pierced deep, and he held her in a submissive position. A part of her felt intensely vulnerable, but he was adjusting his position to accommodate the tightness of her feminine sheath, and all the time he was building the fire higher, ever higher. She could feel her body tightening, gripping his, beginning to spiral outward. She didn't want it over so soon, so fast. She wanted this time with him, afraid it might never happen again once they were back in her world, the world she knew she belonged in. This was too much. Too much of everything. Too much fire and too much feeling. Darius. She breathed his name in a whisper, somewhere between agony and ecstasy. Only Darius, he growled against her skin. You're mine. Somewhere deep in his heart he knew she still thought of them separately. That he wouldn't stay with her, that she could walk away. Would. Walk away at some point. She wanted him yet was terrified to need him, to be part of him. No Darius without Tempest, no Tempest without Darius. He, on the other hand, had accepted that almost from the first moment he laid eyes on her. His body swelled, hot and slick, velvet steel, and still he moved, wanting to prolong the moment, wanting to bring her to a fever pitch. He wanted to hear those soft little sounds she made in her throat, the ones that melted his heart and sent arrows piercing his soul. Those sounds drove him crazy. In his mouth was the delicious taste of her, and against his skin was the feel of hers, bare and soft and so vulnerable, all for him. He savored the moment, prolonged it, reaching higher and higher until her body was gripping and clenching around his, wringing his very essence from him, milking an explosion of heat and flame, a firestorm of ecstatic pleasure that consumed them both. Her breath was coming in little gasps, and he had to hold her up to prevent her shaky legs from giving way. She turned her head to look at him, her green eyes glittering jewels. I had no idea it could be like this, Darius. You're incredible. She meant it sincerely. She had read books, who hadn't? She'd lived on the streets, grown up around hookers. Naturally, she'd asked a few questions. No one had described anything like the feelings Darius produced in her. The graphic mechanics, perhaps, but not the beauty and passion of what they did together. It is us together, he explained patiently, wanting her to understand. Tempest was so programmed to be alone, to live her a solitary existence, that her mind refused to comprehend the true meaning of their joining. "You don't feel this way when you make love to other women?" she asked, struggling to believe that a man as virile, a man who made love as often and as vigorously as Darius did, had not needed hundreds of partners in the past. How could any one woman possibly keep up with his demands, possibly satisfy him? She had no real experience. How could she keep him happy? He found himself frowning as he read her thoughts. Darius swept her into his arms and waded back into the pool to rinse her off. "One more time. You keep up with my every demand," he pointed out. "And you satisfy me perfectly. There can be no other woman, Tempest. You can touch my mind with yours. I cannot lie to you. Read my thoughts. I speak the truth. There is only you in my heart. It is only you my body will accept. There will never be another. It is for all time. I will grow old and die, Darius," she pointed out. "In another 100 years you will find someone else." She laughed softly at her own ego. "Notice I gave you plenty of time to grieve for me. Put your arms around my neck. Look at me." He commanded it, wanting her complete attention. "I love you, Tempest, not any other woman. It is not the love of humans. It is more encompassing and violent than that, yet more pure and cherishing." She shook her head. "You haven't known me long enough to feel real love. You're attracted to me sexually, that's all." She sounded desperate, even to her own ears. "I have been inside your mind countless times, Tempest. I know everything about you. Every childhood memory, good and bad. I know your secret thoughts, thoughts humans never share with anyone else. I know the things you do not like about yourself. I know your strengths and the things you consider weaknesses. I know more about you in the time we have had together than any human male could know in a lifetime. I love you. The entire you." His hand moved to wash the evidence of their lovemaking from between her legs, his fingers soothing, gentle. "I know you think I am the sexiest man you have ever met. You think I am handsome. You love the sound of my voice. You particularly like my mouth and my eyes and the way I look at you." His black gaze moved over her face, the faint humor fleeting as he continued. "You fear my powers, yet you accept them and the differences in me with surprising ease. I make you feel safe and protected, and you fear that feeling because you do not trust such a concept. You do not want to tie yourself to me fully because you do not trust that you could ever hold a man as powerful as myself, and you cannot allow yourself the pain of losing me." She was attempting to pull out of his arms, but he held her tightly to him, so she glared at him instead. "While you were inspecting the inside of my head, did you find out just what I want to do to you half the time?" His mouth softened with mocking male amusement. "You mean when you are not wanting my body in yours?" Furious, she nodded. "Like now, for instance." His palm stroked back wet strands of hair from her forehead. His eyes burned into hers. "You have an astonishing penchant for feminine-style violence," he commented drolly. "I'm beginning to think violence might be the only way to handle you." Tempest inserted a hand between herself and the wall of his chest and steadily increased the pressure until she lost her own strength. If he didn't notice subtle hints to let her go soon, she would resort to violence, and then he'd be sorry. A serious dunking just might do his inflated male ego some good. She glared at him again, hoping to wither him on the spot. "I don't believe in love. It's a myth. People use it to get their way. There isn't any such thing. It's mere physical attraction." Darius practically tossed her out of the pool. "You actually believe the nonsense you spout? I am the darkness. You are the light. I am a predator. You hold compassion and goodness within you. Yet I must teach you about love." "Your ego is showing again," she declared, a faint haughtiness in her voice. "You know, Darius, it isn't necessary that we think or believe alike all the time. I don't have to see everything your way." Something deep and dark and terrifying flickered in the depths of his eyes, and she held her breath. He blinked, and the illusion was gone, leaving her wondering if she had seen only the flames of the candles reflected in his eyes. "You have clothes on the sheet. Get dressed, Tempest. I must feed." The moment he uttered the words, she became aware of her heart beating strongly. It sounded overly loud to her, like the beat of a drum. Worse, she could hear his heartbeat. The water pouring from the walls, too, was nearly deafening, whereas the night before she had hardly noticed it. And she heard something else, a high-pitched, far-off sound ominously like what she imagined a great number of bats might make. Tempest took a deep breath, her teeth biting nervously at her lower lip. She didn't like Darius's using the word feed. She didn't like the fact that her hearing had suddenly become so strangely acute. What did it all mean? He had bitten her several times. Could he infect her with whatever made him the creature that he was? Slowly she pulled on the clothes he had supplied, something else she didn't want to examine too closely. They weren't her clothes. Just where had they come from? "You're in way too deep this time, Rusty," she murmured aloud. Darius was beside her, immaculate, elegant, powerful. He ruffled her hair affectionately. "Stop talking to yourself." "I always talk to myself." "You are not alone anymore. You have me, so there is no further need to continue this habit. Are you ready?" His black eyes flicked over her pale face, settling for a moment on her trembling mouth. It amused him somewhat that periodically she scared herself with her own rousings and anxieties. It amazed him that she wasn't always terrified of him, that she accepted his difference, the same way she accepted differences of skin color or religion. The same way she accepted animals. Tempest unexpectedly reached out and took his hand. "Even if you are the most arrogant being I've ever encountered, thank you for last night." It was beautiful, Darius. It was the last thing he'd anticipated, and it moved him as nothing else could. He turned his head away from her so that she would not catch the shimmer of tear that suddenly touched his eyes. That in itself was a small miracle. He had not believed himself capable of tears, yet he wanted to weep because she had thanked him despite her anger at him, her fears of his powers in this place. Their night had meant enough to her that she had thought to thank him. As he took her toward the surface of the mountain, he realized it was the first time anyone had thanked him for anything. His role as his family's provider and protector had been established long ago and was thus now taken for granted. This small woman, so delicate yet so courageous, made him remember the reason he had chosen the role of provider and protector. Chapter 11. The night was the most incredibly beautiful thing Tempest had ever seen. It was clear and slightly cold, and overhead thousands of tiny stars were trying to outsparkle each other. She inhaled the scent of pine. A slight breeze carried the hint of wildflowers to her. Mist off the falls cleaned the air around them. She wanted to run barefoot through the forest and revel in the beauty of nature. For a moment she even forgot Darius as she raised her arms toward the moon, a silent offering of joy. Darius watched her face, felt the happiness consuming her. Tempest focused on whatever she was doing at the moment, taking it into her mind and body and enjoying it to the fullest. She seemed to know how to really live. Was it because she had had so little joy in her lifetime? Was it because she had fought so hard simply to survive? He touched her mind, a silent, watchful shadow hovering in the background, that he might share the intensity of the moment with her. And he did. He saw it all. Each separate, vivid detail of wonder. The exquisite beauty of the leaves bathed in silver light. The individual drops of mist sparkling like diamonds in the air around the waterfall. The prisms of color flowing from the frothy cascade. Bats wheeling and dipping at myriad insects. Darius could even see himself tall and powerful, intimidating, masculine. His long hair flowed to his broad shoulders, and his mouth was. He brought himself up short, a smile hovering close. She definitely liked his mouth. Tempest thumped him hard in the chest. "Get that smug smirk off your face. I know exactly what you're thinking." His hand came up beneath hers and trapped her small clenched fist against his chest. "I notice you do not attempt to deny it." Her green eyes sparkled a teasing challenge. "Why should I? I have good taste." "Most of the time," she added pointedly. He growled low in his throat, a sound meant to intimidate her, but instead she laughed. "Down, boy. Anyone with your arrogance can take a little bit of ribbing." As he brought her hand to his mouth and nipped her knuckles menacingly, her laughter changed to an abrupt squeal of alarm. "Do not count on it," he cautioned, his white teeth gleaming like a predator's. "I am like any man. I expect the woman I love to adore me and think me perfect." She gave an inelegant snort. You'll have a long way for that one. His black eyes, so compelling, burned over her face. I do not think it will be so long, honey. Go find yourself food. We have to meet the others, Tempest said a little desperately. He could not look at her that way. He just couldn't. And if I go, what will you do for me? He prompted, rubbing her knuckles along his shadowed jaw. The sensation sent dark fire racing through her blood. I'll be a good little girl and wait right here for you. She made a face at him. Don't worry so much, Darius. I'm not really the adventurous type. He groaned at the blatant lie. My heart could not take it if you were any more adventurous. His black eyes pinned her. Obey me in this, Tempest. I do not want to come back and find you hang gliding off another cliff. She rolled her eyes. What trouble can I possibly get into up here? No one's around for miles. Really, Darius, you're becoming totally paranoid. She strode to a boulder with a flat top. I'll just sit here and contemplate nature until you return. The other alternative is for me to tie you to a tree, he mused, straight-faced. Try it, she dared him, green eyes flashing fire. Do not tempt me, he shot back, meaning it. He examined the boulder for himself. With Tempest, anything was bound to happen. A snake under the rock, a stick of dynamite blowing it up. Tempest laughed at him. Go away. Do you have any idea how pale you are? I'm afraid in a minute you'll decide that I'm your midnight snack. Swinging one crossed leg back and forth, feigning indifference, she blinked up at him, wishing she could take back the words. She didn't want to give him any ideas. Do you have any idea how truly bizarre all this is? He loomed over her, tall and enormously strong. I only know you'd better be sitting right here when I get back. He made it an order. No velvet over iron this time. Just pure iron. He said it between his teeth to show her he meant business. Tempest smiled up at him, all innocence. I can't think what else I would possibly do. He kissed her then because she was so damn tempting that he thought he might incinerate if he didn't. Her mouth was incredibly soft and pliant, such a mixture of sweet fire and hot honey that he had trouble pulling away. Hunger was beating at him to the extent that he was finding it difficult not to nuzzle her throat and seek the taste of her, rich and hot, flowing into his body. He felt his fangs lengthening at the thought and quickly jerked away. His restless sleep and long night of sexual activities had drained his control. He needed to feed. One moment Darius was kissing her as if he would never let her go. The next he was gone, just disappeared. In his place was a trailing vapor of mist, streaking away from her toward deeper woods. She watched the comet-like phenomenon almost idly, not certain if it was really Darius or some strange effect created by the lofty atmosphere and the waterfall. It was beautiful, a prism of colors and lights flickering like countless fireflies through the trees. She wondered if he had scented prey, and she shivered at the choice of words that had come to her mind. She inhaled then, taking the scents of the night into her lungs. It was amazing what tales the various smells could provide. Darius was right, it was only a matter of holding oneself very still and listening with one's entire being. Focusing. It was almost overwhelming. The trees, the water, the bats, the animals. She patted the boulder, liking that it felt so solid. She felt as if Darius had awakened her and brought her up from the very bowels of the earth to rediscover the beauty of nature. Something slightly off-key inserted itself into her magical world, but it was so slow, so insidious, she barely noticed it. Everything around her was so exciting, seen through new eyes, a true awakening. The color of the water particularly captured her fascination, the way the wind played with the surface, tugging and teasing it into a frothy foam. But the nagging intrusion was persistent, a mournful note, a jangle, as if something was out of step with the rightness of all she was seeing. Tempest frowned and rubbed her forehead. It began aching, throbbing, getting worse as she sat still. She stood, shifting her weight from foot to foot, and very carefully took stock of her surroundings, trying to see without the vivid colors and details, to perceive the reality around her. Her foot began aching, and she slipped off her shoe and knelt to rub the sole. But the pain wasn't where she had hurt herself. It was deep within the tissues, and she knew it wasn't her pain. She was feeling the echo of something or someone hurting. A sudden stillness seemed to sink into the forest, quieting all wildlife. She heard the rush of wings and thought she understood the sudden silence. And all hunting would keep mice and small animals cowering in their snug homes. Yet the bats remained busy with the insects above her head. Thoughtfully, she replaced her shoe and straightened. A thin ribbon of a deer trail led into the straggly timberline. She wandered over to it, something pulling her in that direction. She wouldn't go far, she just wanted to find the jarring note intruding on the beauty of nature. The feeling persisted even as she followed the minimal trail. At times it led into thickets of bushes and brambles. She sensed the presence of rabbits crouched below the thorns. They remained unmoving, only their whiskers twitching. The new intensity of nature's colors and details began to overlap her need to hunt down the mournful sound seeping into her brain. She found herself sneaking glances at the starlit sky and occasionally turning in full circles to admire the forest. Ferns were becoming taller as she walked deeper into the interior. Moss covered the tree trunks rising skyward. She touched the bark of one and was in awe at the complex blend of textures. It occurred to her that her senses were so heightened that no mind-altering drug could ever compare. She wandered away from the trail for a moment so she could study an unusual rock formation. The boulders were covered on one side with lichen and tiny life forms, minute insects creating their own world. Tempest glanced up at the sky again, amazed that she could see so clearly even within the deep shadows of the trees. She was moving into thicker woods, where it was much darker, yet she could see quite well, her eyesight as acute as her hearing. She turned the focus of her newfound senses inward. Her stomach was slightly upset. She felt full. The thought of food made her slightly sick, yet she was thirsty. She became aware of the sound of the stream bubbling happily toward the waterfall. She angled toward the water, pushing her way through the brush. As she knelt at the edge of the stream, she became aware of the discordant note again. It was louder this time, jarring her, making her head hurt. Somewhere close by something wasn't right. Something was in pain. She dipped her hand in the running water and brought it to her parched mouth. Her mind was tuning itself to Darius's, automatically seeking him. She needed the contact. Tempest didn't know why, but if she didn't reach for him, find him, just for a moment, she knew she would be terrified. She needed him. The idea of needing him alarmed her, but unerringly, her mind had already found his. Giving it the lightest of touches, she was no more than a faint shadow sliding in, seeking the comfort of knowing he was alive and well, that he was sating his voracious hunger. Her heart pounded wildly for a moment. She withdrew immediately, annoyed with herself for needing him, annoyed that her first thought had been to wonder if he was seeking sustenance from a woman. She should have been concerned for his prey, not jealous of it, however momentarily. Tempest blinked and refocused. Where was she? How had she gotten here? Nothing looked familiar. Where was the deer trail? She would follow it back to the boulder where she had promised to wait. You did it again, Rusty, she chided herself under her breath, worried that Darius might touch her mind and feel her confusion. Slowly she straightened and took a good look around. There was no deer trail in sight. Why have you no sense of direction? She muttered to herself, not wanting Darius to pick up her unspoken thoughts. She wasn't going to live this one down unless she could find her way back before he returned. She decided to follow the stream. She knew it ended at the falls several feet above the little clearing overlooking the cliffs. If she came out above the falls, she could climb down to the clearing. It all made perfect sense. Breathing a sigh of relief, she began to walk briskly along the edge of the rapidly moving stream. The problem became apparent at once. The stream doubled back in several places, seeming to meander through the thickest parts of the forest. Brambles tore at her jeans, and the vegetation around her seemed to loom to jungle proportions. As she moved steadily forward, the mournful note that had set her off in the first place seemed to increase. She knew she was close to whatever it was. An animal in pain. She knew it with sudden clarity. A large animal, and it was suffering terribly. It was wounded, the laceration infected, and the paw hurt when pressed onto the ground as it attempted to walk. It was broadcasting loudly, the the vibrations in the night air finding her a ready recipient. It wasn't as if the animal was making actual noise. It was more that Tempest had always been able to communicate with animals, and she could hear, in her head, a silent scream of pain. She tried to ignore it, even took several more steps along the bank of the stream, but the animal's distress level was overwhelming. "I can't just leave the darn thing," she argued. "It could be caught in a trap. One of those awful steel things that crush an animal's leg and make it die a hideous death. I'd be as guilty as whoever put the stupid trap out in the first place." She was already turning back, resolutely following the vibrations in her head. She had no actual warning that she was practically on top of the animal until she parted some bushes and saw a large mountain lion crouched above her on a rocky ledge. Its yellow eyes stared down at her with malevolence. The cat was heavily muscled, a bit on the thin side, and broadcasting as much hunger as pain. Why hadn't she caught that before? Tempest sank her teeth into her lower lip in agitation. Okay, this was it. The last straw. She was going to be in so much trouble when Darius found out about this one. The cougar was staring at her, frozen in place, only the tip of its tail flicking back and forth. Tempest thought about running, but she knew the animal would definitely attack her if she was that stupid. She reached for the cat's mind. Hunger. Anger. The cougar was moody and in pain. There was something in its paw, something sticking in and hurting each time it tried to hunt. The cat had tried to bite and gnaw it out but had been unsuccessful. The cat had not eaten in several days, and hunger was riding it hard. And now it was staring at easy prey with obvious satisfaction. Tempest tried to soothe the cougar, tried to send the impression that she would help. She could remove the painful thorn. She could provide fresh meat. The yellow eyes continued to stare at her, an eerie portent of death. Tempest forced her mind away from the possibility of an attack and continued to send impressions of aid to the cat. She kept the fear from her mind so the animal would not leap at her. The cougar shook its head, puzzled. Tempest sensed confusion, a need to feed, yet the animal found her strange, unfamiliar, perplexing. The mountain lion needed the thorn out, and Tempest concentrated on that. Images of the thorn removed, the paw healed. If she didn't help the creature, it would remain unable to hunt, and it would perish. The cougar was young, a female. She could reproduce. Tempest knew the cat was extremely dangerous. Hunger and pain could force any animal to strike out. But it just wasn't in her to walk away without trying to help. She had managed to control large dogs. Once a tiger at a zoo had bonded with her. She stood quietly, watching the animal closely for signs of acceptance. She had infinite patience. Hers was a God-given gift, and she believed in it implicitly. Others might call her a freak, but she knew she could help animals, really help them at times like this. She spoke quietly, soothingly in her mind, sending images of the thorn out, the paw feeling so much better. She swamped the cat with the images, kept the animal off balance. Most cats were curious by nature, and this big one was no different. It snarled silently, but the resolve in its head to kill and feed instantly was fading. It wanted the terrible thorn out, the pain to be gone. Tempest pressed her advantage, sought to expand her mental images and vibrations of goodwill. The cat became more relaxed, the yellow eyes squinting, not so fixed and merciless. Tempest allowed herself to breathe more deeply and moved cautiously closer, her gaze flicking to the sore paw. It was quite swollen and pustulant. "Poor baby," she crooned softly. "We need to take that thing out of there for you." All the while she built the images of the cat accepting her extracting the thorn. "It might hurt, so I'm thinking we should decide up front that you won't lose your mind and eat me. In the long run, it would be far better for you if you just let me take the thing out." She was quite close now, close enough to touch the animal. The wound was worse than she first thought. Infection had really taken hold. It was possible she couldn't help the poor thing. Tempest sighed. She didn't want to give up. There was always a chance that if she could remove the foreign object embedded so deeply in the paw, the cat might survive. It was more accepting of her, curious that she could communicate, that she understood its pain and hunger, overcoming, for the moment, its desire and need to eat. Deliberately, Tempest shifted her focus, instinctively knowing that when the cougar felt the intense pain as she removed the object, it would want to lash out at whatever was closest. She amplified its feelings of curiosity. "Unfortunately, baby, that's me. Don't you think I'm rather interesting? You haven't seen too many like me around, have you?" Tempest crooned softly. Taking a deep breath, she bent her head to examine the vicious wound, for the first time trusting to luck as she took her eyes off the face of the cat. Terror. Sheer, unadulterated terror. There was no other word to describe his emotion. Darius could feel his heart pounding so hard that it was in danger of exploding out of his chest. He had left Tempest sitting peacefully on a boulder by the waterfall. Why had he expected her to be sitting there still? Into the terror crept the realization that he hadn't really expected it. He knew her too well. Trouble followed her around. No, it was more than that. She sought it out. Anger. Black and terrible. A ferocious wave of rage that threatened to consume him. He fought it down and remained very still, becoming a part of the night itself, as only he could do. His hot inner gaze never left the mountain lion, watching for the first sign of aggression. He knew how fast a cougar could move. Injured, this one was even more dangerous. He could kill it from where he stood. He could seize control of the animal, hold it helpless while she worked. He had options. He was even fast enough that he could remove Tempest from danger long before she or the lion knew he was even close. He did none of those things. Darius listened to her voice. Soft. Soothing. Its style reminiscent of the healer's chant. She was actually talking the cougar into allowing her to aid it. Pride. It welled up in him out of nowhere. Sheer pride. She was frightened by the situation, just as she was frightened by his power, by his wild, untamed nature. Yet she was determined to save the beast. Darius was in her mind, a dark shadow staying still and quiet so he didn't distract her, yet he was there, and her focus was absolute. She was determined to give the cat a chance at survival. Something in him he hadn't known existed, something long buried or forgotten, welled up, strong and overwhelming. The emotion was so intense that he shook with the revelation. Love. If he had not loved her for herself before, he knew he did now. He had walked through his barren existence, feeling no real meaning other than to protect and preserve his little family. She had given him deeper purpose and life, a joyful reason to move through the world, to exist. He admired her courage even as he silently swore she would never defy him again, never again place herself in danger this way. He admired her. The revelation was amazing to him. He admired the way she went through life, accepting people as they were without judgment, without expectations. He admired her tremendous courage, her sense of humor. What was the best way to help her? Darius studied the situation carefully. The cougar was definitely unpredictable, afraid, in pain, and hungry. Immediately Darius began to add his mental strength to Tempest's. It gave her additional control over the beast. When I remove the thorn, Darius, can you rid the poor thing of the infection? Despite the fact that she was holding rigid control of the animal, her voice was soft but firm in his mind. He should have known she would sense his presence immediately. The lightest of his touches brought her attention. She was tuned to him now, her mind and body, her heart and soul. He had bound them together. She could find him much more easily than before. And she was sensitive, far more so than most humans he had come into contact with. Still, she held her focus on the injured animal. She was amazing. Heal an animal? He would do it because she asked it of him, because he knew that if he did not, she would attempt to find another way to heal the cougar. You do not need me for this, he whispered softly, realizing it was true. She was capable of holding the pain-racked creature in check while she worked on it. He could feel the strength in her, the determination, and it was her own. Tempest didn't look around to see Darius. She knew instinctively he was there. A small smile touched her mouth, revealing the intriguing little dimple that always drove him wild. She could feel his strength of will pouring into hers, doubling her control. It should have made her feel less confident in herself, but Tempest always knew when she had an animal in the palm of her hand. This cougar was receptive, and she laid a hand on its leg to allow it to get used to the feel of her. She poured her reassurance into the mountain lion as she examined the vicious wound. The cat trembled beneath her ministrations, its fur darkening to a muddy brown. She breathed for it, for both of them, as she dug for the offending thorn. It was buried deep, the entire area swollen and angry-looking. It was more difficult to assert her domination over the cougar as she caught the end of the thick silver and began to extract it. Darius watched the cat closely, its facial expression and the images in its mind. It wanted to strike out, and the terrible pain, but Tempest was in command. She pulled the thick thorn, a good inch in length and tapering to a nasty point, out of the paw. The cougar shook, howled, but remained still. Darius couldn't help himself. Even though he knew Tempest was in complete control, he stilled the beast, capturing its mind and holding it helpless with his merciless control. Tempest glanced at him once, but she didn't protest. She could feel Darius's driving need to protect her. It would have been the same as asking him to put a gun to her head to ask him to back off and leave her to her task alone. She was grateful when he focused on the cougar's paw and used his energy to draw out the poison until it boiled up and exploded out of the ugly wound. Tempest watched it run down the cat's fur into the earth. "Back off now, Tempest," Darius commanded firmly. This was as much as his heart could take. "She's very hungry. Can you find her some game? Back off, Tempest." He bit the words out, a crisp, imperious order. Tempest rolled her eyes in exasperation. The man was going to drive her crazy. She reluctantly backed away from the animal, very slowly, careful not to trigger the instinct to pounce in the cat. Try not to sound so much like the king of the castle. It's very annoying. She slipped into the brush and began to amble along the trail toward the top of the falls. Darius was summoning an old doe for the cougar. The animal was injured, its mouth filled with sores, rendering it unable to eat. She was glad he had managed to find something that was suffering rather than a young, healthy animal. "Where are you going?" Darius materialized beside her, his stride slowing to match her shorter one. His body barely brushed hers, yet she was immediately, acutely aware of him. "Back to the falls. Where do you think?" Darius shook his head. "I think I am going to get you a compass." Tempest stopped abruptly, her smile mischievous. "I never quite got the hang of reading one. I mean, I know the needle points north and all, but where does that get you? I never know what's to the north." His eyebrows shot up. "A map." She was already shaking her head, her smile widening to a heart-stopping grin. "You cannot read a map?" He groaned. "Of course you cannot read a map. What was I thinking?" His hand found her elbow. "You are heading away from the falls, Tempest." "I can't be. I'm following the stream," she pointed out with her faintly haughty air. Again one eyebrow shot up. He glanced around them. "The stream." She shrugged. "It's around here somewhere." Darius burst out laughing, his arms circling her shoulders. "It is a very good thing you have me as your keeper." Her green eyes glinted at him. The night stars seemed to get caught there, sparkled and glowed. "So you say." His mouth found hers, a little roughly, a little tenderly, somewhere between laughter and a blatant brand. She melted into him, accepting his warring emotions. Her arms crept around his neck, her body, soft and pliant, pressed against his. Darius simply lifted her, his mouth fastened to hers. "I must get you to the others this night. You need food." The words were whispered into her mouth, the sensation warm and sensual, though Tempest wasn't the least hungry. But already she could feel the change overcoming him. It started first in his mind. She saw the vivid image. It was breathtaking, real, each individual feather perfect. Darius lifted his head, breaking the kiss reluctantly as his body began to shapeshift. She watched in awe, still amazed that he could actually do such a thing. Through it all her mind stayed, merged with his so that she could examine his emotions. The sense of freedom was overwhelming. The powerful wings stretched a good 6 feet. "Climb. Onto my back." Tempest shook her head, suddenly afraid of hurting him. "Darius, you're a bird. I'm too heavy for you to carry." "I refuse to argue with you." She caught the unspoken threat. It was in his mind. He would force her compliance. Despite the fact that he was a bird, Darius was as powerful as ever. "You remind me of a spoiled little boy, always having to have your own way," she sniped indignantly. But she was obeying him, not daring to take the chance that he might impose his will on her. Certain things she could not accept. Forced compliance was definitely one of them. The owl was tremendously strong. She could feel its strength beneath her legs. The flap of the wings was graceful yet powerful, the rush of wind nearly somersaulting her off backward. The ground fell away fast as the owl accelerated. Tempest gasped, her breath catching in her lungs, her heart nearly stopping. The feathers were soft, the silence complete. She was in a whole other world. Tempest glanced down, saw the tops of trees, and quickly squeezed her eyes shut tight as the owl climbed higher and higher. It took her a few minutes to remember she needed to breathe. Several deep breaths calmed her enough that she was able to look around. "It's really okay, Rusty," she murmured aloud to herself. "It isn't real. You know it isn't. This is some weird fantasy thing the king of the castle stuck in your head. Just go with it. No big deal. Everyone always wants to fly. Enjoy the hallucination." She couldn't hear her own words. The wind whipped them away so that they fell into the silence behind them. "You still find it necessary to talk to yourself. I am right here. You can talk to me. You aren't real. I made you up." His mocking laughter brushed at the walls of her mind, sent heat curling like molten lava through her abdomen. "Why do you think that?" he asked. "Because no real man would have your eyes. Or your mouth. And no one can possibly be as arrogant and confident as you." "I have every reason to be confident, baby," he taunted, his male mockery setting her teeth on edge. "Have you ever been plucked?" It was the best threat she could come up with on short notice. "I bet it's extraordinarily painful." His laughter made her smile. She knew he didn't often laugh. He was the most serious man she had ever encountered, yet he seemed to be discovering a sense of fun. At least with her. She found, as time passed, that she was enjoying the sensation of soaring. The night enfolded her, the stars crowding the sky overhead. The moon threw the landscape below into sharp relief. The sense of freedom was incredible. She relaxed even more, finding herself becoming light, part of the owl, part of Darius. They covered hundreds of miles, the strength of the owl enormous. The air was cool against her skin, the night jewel-studded, a perfect foil for the ride of her life. She felt as if she had been given a great gift. "Darius." She breathed his name into the night, took it into her heart. He was magic. For just a moment she allowed herself to want their union to be forever. The real thing. The fairy tale. He made her believe it might be possible. Darius never quite left her mind. It seemed so much safer that way. Tempest, out of his sight, was at her most dangerous. He knew she could talk herself out of their relationship at any moment. Inside the owl's body, he smiled, a small, secret, male smile. She had no idea of his power. That was his Tempest. She was accepting of his nature, of his special talents, but it wasn't in her to question closely things she didn't understand. That he really meant he wouldn't let her go never crossed her mind. She just couldn't conceive of him wanting her the way he said. Needing her. Below them, the vineyards in the Napa Valley began to take shape. Tempest could make out the mountains rising majestically above the rich green valley. A lake shimmered in the distance, reflecting the silvery sheen of the moon. The owl seemed to be making its way toward that body of water, circling lower, dropping into the shelter of a thick stand of pine trees. It seemed much darker beneath the trees, yet Tempest was able to see more clearly than she ever had at night before. She spotted the troops' campsite tucked neatly into the trees. Parked there were the huge motorhome, the truck, and the red sports car. Her heart took an unexpected plunge. She thought it rather silly to be dismayed when she'd just soared through the sky on the back of an owl. A few people shouldn't daunt her in the least. "No, honey, they should not bother you. I have told you repeatedly that you are under my protection. Do you not understand that I would protect you with my life?" Darius's voice was soft and soothing in her mind. The owl glided to the ground, wings spread wide, gave a short hop, and waited for her to slide off. Tempest touched the feathers lightly, regretfully, one last time as they began to disappear. At once muscle and sinew rippled beneath skin. She felt the familiar wave of heat as Darius's arm curved around her shoulders and his thick mane of black hair caressed her face. "These people are my family, Tempest." His voice was soft, mesmerizing, compelling. "That makes them your family." She turned her face away from him, closing her mind to that possibility. Her large eyes searched for trails almost automatically, as if seeking escape. Darius tightened his arm, guiding her toward the camp. Dasari's soft laughter floated toward them. It did nothing to calm Tempest's wildly pounding heart. As they walked into the circle, Dasari smiled at her in welcome. Tempest noted that Julian was close by, his posture protective of his mate. "Rusty, I'm so glad you're here. You won't believe what happened. Somebody sabotaged the truck. I think the idea was to slow us down. It was most likely one of those obnoxious reporters always snooping around or making up wild stories about us." Tempest's relief was overwhelming. Rusty could meet the group much more easily as their mechanic than as Darius's girlfriend. "Girlfriend?" His eyebrows shot up. "Is that what you think you are?" That taunting male laughter mocked her. She glared at him. "No, that's what you think I am. I know better." Her voice was deliberately haughty. Darius burst out laughing. His family turned toward him, startled by the rare sound. He ignored them to lean down, his warm breath against Tempest's ear, speaking softly, though he was well aware the others, with their enhanced senses, could hear him perfectly. "I want you to eat before you do anything else. You can look at the truck later." Tempest's eyes flashed fire at him. "You can stick your little owl's head in the nearest tree, too," she hissed, furious at him. "Why do you think you can get away with always ordering me around?" He grinned at her, totally unrepentant. "Because I am so good at it." His eyes flickered over Sindel. "Help me out here. She must eat." Diane seemed to be having a coughing fit. Dasari and Julian were openly laughing. Sindel pushed Barak out of her way, glaring at him so that he groaned out loud. She stalked over to Tempest and took her hand. "Come on, Rusty. Do not pay any further attention to these men. They think they can rule us, but in truth, it is the other way around." As she spoke, she looked down her nose pointedly at Barak. "Come on, Sindel," he pleaded. "You cannot hold one mistake against me for all time. You are supposed to be compassionate." "Yes, I can," she said sweetly as she guided Tempest to the bus. Barak swore, leaned down, picked up rock, and hurled it in sheer frustration. It embedded itself halfway into the trunk of a pine tree. "That woman is the most stubborn creature in the world," he said to no one in particular. Darius walked over to Julian. "I ask for your help," he said formally, pushing down his dislike of such a thing. All that mattered to him was that he safeguard Tempest. Julian nodded and fell into step beside his brother-in-law. "Of course, Darius," he replied, equally formal. "We are family. I have encountered human women turned by vampires. They were deranged, preying on the children of humans. I was forced to destroy these abominations. Now I fear I am placing Tempest in such peril. How are these women changed? I know that she is already different. Her hearing and vision are far more acute, and she is having trouble eating human food. It takes 3 blood exchanges to convert a human woman. Obviously, you have not completed the ritual. It is a very painful process. If such a thing were to occur, you would have to send her to sleep once it was safe to do so in order for her body to convert without enduring too much pain to manage. Would she become deranged?" Darius was worried. He had already put her in danger, exchanging blood twice with her. Has there ever been an instance when a human woman survived the ordeal intact? Not that he intended to take the chance, but he needed the information in case of an unfortunate accident. Prince Mikhail, the leader of our people, successfully converted his life mate. Their child is the life mate of your elder brother, Grigory. My own brother, my twin, accidentally completed a conversion started by a vampire. Alexandria is his life mate. If a human woman has psychic ability, it appears she can handle conversion by her Carpathian life mate. And Tempest is undeniably your life mate. When you use a phrase like, "it appears," Darius said, "it worries me. I would never want to take the chance of harming Tempest." "What is the alternative, Darius?" Julian asked gently. "She has brought you into the light. If you lost her, you would be destroyed. You know you would never survive. You would turn vampire, the undead. You would lose your soul. I have chosen to grow old and die when she does, Darius announced. Julian caught the echo of his own life-mate's gasp. Desari was stunned and saddened at the notion. It took a moment for Julian to fight back his own protest of such a decision. You know the danger our race is in. There are far too few of us to ensure the continuation of our people. We cannot afford to lose even one pair. And certainly not one involving a young, healthy woman capable of bearing children. Darius shook his head. I know so little of our race, Julian. It is necessary for every Carpathian male to find his life mate. If he fails to do so, he must choose to face the dawn and end his life before it becomes too late and he loses his soul, becomes the undead. We are predators, Darius. Without a life mate to bring meaning and light into our darkness, to make us complete, we will become vampire. But so few Carpathian females survive childhood that most of our males are turning and must be destroyed. Before I found Desari, I had made up my mind to end my life. Prince Mikhail, through Grigori, sent me to warn her that she was in danger from the human society of vampire hunters. Of course, we had no idea any of you were still alive after the massacres in our homeland. We thought Desari human and mistakenly in the society's sights. But when I saw colors in her presence, I knew she was my life mate, that she was meant to be with me. So Diane and Barak must find their life mates soon, or they are in danger of turning, as was I, Darius noted thoughtfully, worried. Julian nodded soberly. There is no doubt, Darius. That is why those of us who can must try to have female children. It is the only way our race has a chance of surviving. Even so, we may be too late. Most Carpathian women give birth to males. If a female is born, she must struggle to survive that first difficult, dangerous year. Darius remembered just how hard it had been to keep the two fragile little girls who were Desari and Sindel alive so many centuries ago. It is necessary to try to provide life mates for our kind, our brothers and friends, Julian went on quietly, persuasively. However, you must also consider that if you bind Tempest to you without converting her, like all life mates, neither of you will be able to bear any physical or mental separation. You, a Carpathian, must sleep in deep ground. She will need air. When you sleep the true sleep of our people, she will be unable to reach you. No life mate can take that for a prolonged length of time. It will not work. Tempest is already bound to me, and I cannot bear any separation from her. This she does not understand, though. She thinks in human terms, Darius admitted with a sigh. It cannot continue for long, Julian said. We are hunted. Through the centuries we have been hunted. We are not invulnerable, despite our many gifts. She must be protected as one of ours. Darius shook his head. I have asked much of her these last days. I would not ask this conversion of her also. Before you close the door on the notion, Darius, give it thought. The other women I spoke of are happy in their lives. It took some adjustment, and I will not say they did not suffer, but in the end they accepted the inevitable. Because they had no choice, Darius pointed out softly. The last thing I want is to cause Tempest any more suffering. She has had enough in her young life. Chapter 12. Tempest sighed and put down the wrench she had been using while double-checking her findings. She didn't want to make any mistakes and miss buying a part she might need later on. It seemed unusually hot. She wiped the sweat from her face, and she thought about the night before. Sindel had been so sweet. While they talked, she had fixed a vegetable broth for Tempest. Tempest's stomach seemed to rebel against the broth, but she didn't want to hurt Sindel's feelings, so she tried to eat it. Even so, without Darius's aid, she probably wouldn't have kept it down. Darius had been so quiet when he joined her. He watched her work on the truck, clearly unhappy when she made a list of things she would need that they didn't already have. That meant she would have to make a trip to the nearest town during daylight hours. He hadn't argued, but he told her he would sleep the sleep of humans, not Carpathians, so that he would be available should she need him. Tempest cleaned up carefully as she contemplated what Darius might have meant. What was the difference? Would it somehow harm him? She knew none of his family members agreed with his decision, none of them liked it, yet no one argued with him or even went so far as to register a simple protest. Their uneasiness caught at her. She could tell none of them blamed her for Darius's resolution, yet she knew they were concerned about Darius and what he was doing. The money they had handed her so casually was quite substantial. She folded it, shoved it into her pocket, and resolutely climbed into the little sports car. She had a bad feeling about Darius coming to harm, so she wasn't going to take any chances on getting lost. Twice last night, she had driven the route to town with Darius beside her, just to reassure him she would be able to make her way there and back without a problem. Still, her sense of dread persisted. She just seemed to attract trouble everywhere she went. Tempest enjoyed the solitude of the drive, the highway winding down a mountain, the tight turns, the speed and smoothness of the vehicle, but there was a heaviness in her heart, growing much more difficult to ignore. She found herself needing the touch of Darius's mind. She actually felt grief seeping in, troubling thoughts. That something had happened to Darius. That he was lying hurt somewhere. That he was in danger. It was nonsense, her brain told her, but nevertheless, she found herself wanting to weep uncontrollably. Calistoga was a pretty town, rather famous for its mud and mineral baths. She found the auto parts store without incident, purchased the supplies she needed, and made her exit. Thinking about Darius instead of watching where she was going, she nearly tripped over the man lounging against the little red car at the curb. The man steadied her easily even as he smoothly removed the packages from her arms and stowed them in her car. Tempest blinked up at him. He was looking at her as if he knew her. He wasn't particularly tall, but he was handsome in a blonde, surfer kind of way. "Do I know you?" she asked, unable to place him. "My name is Cullen Tucker, ma'am," he drawled with the slightest of southern accents. He held out a photograph. Biting her lip, realizing this was the trouble she had been expecting, Tempest glanced at the picture of herself. "Where in the world did you get that?" It was a great likeness of her, with butterflies thick in the air, alighting on her head and shoulders. Her arms were stretched out, and she was laughing. The sun was behind her, and her feet were in the stream. Cullen examined her expression. "Did you know the man who took this photograph?" "No. I certainly didn't pose for it." Tempest edged around him, preparing to bolt into the driver's seat. She was an excellent driver, and more than once in her rather misspent youth she had even outrun the police. She had confidence in the car, too. If she could get behind the wheel, she would be gone. "Don't be frightened," he said softly. "I'm actually trying to help you. Can we go somewhere to talk?" "I'm in the middle of a big job," she hedged. "Please, it's important. A few minutes. We'll go somewhere public, so you won't be afraid of me. I don't want to sound dramatic or like a nutcase, but it's a matter of life and death," he insisted. Tempest closed her eyes for a moment, sighing in resignation. Of course it was a matter of life and death. What else would it be, when she was involved? She finally introduced herself, offering her hand. "I'm Tempest Trine." There was something about Cullen Tucker that she couldn't define, but she believed him to be inherently sincere. Simultaneously, she wanted to groan aloud at her own introduction. Darius had her thinking of herself as Tempest instead of Rusty. It was pitiful that she couldn't get out from under his spell for even a moment. Cullen shook her hand gently. "Do you mind if we get something to eat? I've been traveling for a couple of days and didn't take much time out." Tempest walked beside him, relieved that so many people were on the street. Cullen didn't give her a bad feeling the way Matt Broderick had, but she still preferred not to be alone with him. Cullen waited until he had ordered his meal in a cafe they found before he started his explanation. "I'm going to tell you some pretty bizarre things. I want you to hear me out before you decide I'm crazy." He tapped the photograph of her with one fingertip. "Some time ago, I joined a secret society that believes that vampires really exist." Tempest felt the color drain from her face, and she sat back in her chair, needing the support. Before she could reply, Cullen held up a hand to stop her. "Just listen. Whether or not you believe there are vampires among us doesn't really matter. What matters is that the people I was affiliated with believe it, and they are out to capture, dissect, and destroy any they might find. Some of them have gone completely off their rockers, I'm afraid. The singer that you're traveling with, and don't deny that you're with her, I've done my homework, is being targeted by the society. They've already made attempts on her life, and believe me, they'll do it again. Tempest drummed her fingers nervously on the tabletop. Why aren't you going to the police? Why tell me? The police won't believe me, you know that. But I can try to help you and maybe even your friend the singer. This picture was taken at the same place where they found Matt Broderick's body. He was part of the society, and unfortunately for you, this picture condemns you in its eyes. They sent me to track you down and bring you back to them to see what they can learn about your group before disposing of you. And I'm sure I'm not the only one they'll be sending. I want to get you out of here, get you somewhere safe, where you can lay low until they lose interest in you. Tempest shook her head. Just like that? I'm supposed to believe you and take off with you? If all this was true, the only thing I could do would be to warn Desari and the band, go to the police, and hope they catch these nuts. Don't be so damn stubborn, Cullen hissed, leaning across the table, his face inches from hers. I'm trying to save your life. These people are dangerous. They believe Desari is a vampire, and likely her new boyfriend, too. They are going to capture her or destroy her. Killing her would be doing her a favor, given what they have in mind as the alternative. But you're first on their list, because they see you as a way to get information about her and her troupe. You have to go into hiding, get the hell away from the band. It's your only choice, Tempest. Do they think I'm a vampire? For God's sake, they have a photo of me outdoors in broad daylight. I'm having lunch with you in a diner in the middle of the day, she replied, exasperated but a little afraid. Darius was going to kill her when he realized she was having lunch alone with a man involved with human vampire hunters and Matt Broderick. Maybe she didn't dare go back to the band. Maybe she would be leading the enemy straight to them. You're no vampire, Cullen said grimly. I've seen a vampire, a real, honest-to-God vampire. Those idiots in the society have no idea what one of the undead is truly capable of doing. Desari is no vampire either. But they're already suspicious of me, so I'm going to have to go into hiding too. Likely they'll send their military after me because I know them all, their identities. I've seen their faces and been to their secret meetings. You have to come with me, Tempest. Tempest tilted her head to one side. She wasn't a vampire, but there was something definitely different about her. She could hear Cullen Tucker's heartbeat. A loud, strong, healthy pounding that echoed through her own bloodstream. She could hear the swish of water from the kitchen, the clink of individual dishes, the low murmur of conversation between the cook and a waitress. A couple across the room were have a whispered quarrel. She smelled food cooking, various perfumes and colognes, all mingling, overpowering each other until her stomach lurched from the onslaught. Colors were vivid and bright, almost like when she was with Darius. She noticed the thin veins in the leaves of the daisy in the glass vase on the table, the extraordinary petals, and each round pollen center. Her gaze hung there, entranced by the flower's unusual beauty, the precise creation of nature. Tempest. Cullen hissed across the table at her. Are you even listening to me? For God's sake, you have to believe what I'm telling you. I'm no crackpot. These people won't stop. They're hunting you. Let me at least get you to a safe place. I'll try to protect you, although you'll probably be safer without me. They might give up hunting you, but once they know I've betrayed them, they'll never stop hunting me. You just have to hide out for a few months. And it's imperative that you distance yourself from this group. What about Desari? She's done nothing wrong. If I go with you, these crazy, dangerous people will still be after her. Maybe this time they'll kill her. Tempest shook her head. I can't run away and leave her to them. Cullen wanted to reach across the table and shake her, grab her, and haul her little but out of there. He had seen another woman die, one he loved, one with that same innocence in her eyes. Damn it, you're so stubborn, so unreasonable. They'll get you, Tempest. If I was still with them, you'd already be on your way to their hideout. Frustrated, he stared out the window, trying to think of anything that might convince her to leave with him. If she didn't go, he would have to stay and try to protect her. And that meant he was going to die. He would have no chance at all. Tempest remained silent while the waiter placed their plates in front of them. Immediately her stomach lurched at the overwhelming odor of food. She was no longer able to eat anything without Darius's aid. Her insides had changed somehow. She didn't know how she knew it, but she knew. It was the same as her enhanced hearing and eyesight. I can't help but notice that you aren't shocked and horrified at the idea that vampire hunters are after you. Why is that? Cullen's blue eyes were serious, almost accusing. Why is that you aren't scoffing at the very idea of vampires? He demanded. Tempest indicated the picture. Broderick was always intimating that he thought Desari was a vampire. I thought he was an isolated nutcase, but now I can see he was part of a bigger organization. Why in the world did they settle on Desari? She's so sweet to everyone. Why would they believe such a weird thing about her? Her nocturnal habits. Her mesmerizing voice. And when they sent an organized paramilitary hit squad after her, she somehow managed to escape, while the soldiers died or disappeared. These people were professional killers. They sprayed the stage with automatic gunfire, yet she escaped death. That's it? That's why she's a vampire. She wanted to believe he was making up the entire thing, but she knew, deep in her heart, that he wasn't. She stays up all night. No one has ever seen her during the day. I've seen her during the day, Tempest lied valiantly. She was becoming agitated. She couldn't afford to get upset. Darius was so attuned to her, she knew it would disturb his sleep, and she was worried about his health since she had observed his family's concern. Cullen shifted position in the straight-backed chair and regarded her steadily. He shook his head and sighed as he picked up his fork. You're going to die, Tempest. And it won't be an easy death. Damn it, why won't you listen to me? I swear to you, I'm telling the truth. I believe you. I don't know why I believe you, it's so absurd, but I do. I'm even fairly certain you aren't trying to lure me into going with you to put me in their hands. Tempest fiddled with her glass of water. She was beginning to sweat. Her head pounded. She needed to touch Darius. Just for a moment, just to assure herself he was really alive and well. Why don't you let me hide you then? We can warn Desari if you think it will help, but don't go back there. Stay away from them, Cullen begged her. Why are you doing this? Tempest asked. If you're telling me the truth, your people will never forgive you for this. Why would you risk your life for me? Cullen stared sightlessly at the food on his place. A long time ago, I was engaged to the most wonderful woman on this earth. She was loving and gentle. There was no one quite like her. We were in San Francisco, doing the tourist thing together. She was murdered. Tempest felt his sorrow like a knife. I'm so sorry, Mr. Tucker. Tears swam in her eyes, tangling in her long lashes. How horrible for you. The police thought the murderer was a serial killer who had been terrorizing the city, but I saw it happen. The creature sank his teeth into her neck and drained her of blood. Then he threw her body down like it was so much garbage. Her blood stained his teeth and chin. He looked right at me and laughed. I knew he was going to kill me next. But he didn't. She touched his hand, wanting to comfort him. Cullen shook his head. When he looked at her, his eyes reflected a deep, piercing pain. For so long I wished he had. But something or someone scared him off before he could. A light, like a comet, came streaking through the sky toward us. The vampire hissed and turned his head toward it. It was like watching a repulsive reptile move, that slow, undulating way snakes have. Then he literally dissolved in front of my eyes and streamed away from the light coming at us. I watched it chase him across the sky toward the ocean. He was the coldest, crudest thing I'd ever seen. I wanted revenge. I wanted to hunt him down, hunt down anything that even resembled him. I can understand that, Tempest murmured gently. Cullen shook his head. No, you can't, and that's the point. You remind me of her. She had great compassion, the way you seem to have. She'd never seek revenge. She'd try to find a way to forgive him. I think that's what you would do. He sighed and moved the food around on his plate. They're going to torture you for information. Even when you give it to them, they'll kill you. God, Tempest, don't you see? I can't live with that. Tempest shook her head. Darius won't let them take me. Cullen's eyebrows shot up. Darius? He must be the bodyguard. I'll admit the man is good, but it won't matter how good he is. They'll get you. They'll find you and kidnap you. You don't understand, these people are dead serious. She leaned forward to stare directly into his eyes so that he would know she spoke the absolute truth. No, Cullen, you're the one who doesn't understand. They don't understand. Darius would come for me. No one could stop him. Nothing on this earth could stop him. He is utterly relentless. He's merciless. He's as silent as the leopard and moves like the wind. They wouldn't see him, wouldn't smell him, as he sped through time or space. And he would never stop, not until he had me back and had removed any threat to me for all time. That is who they'd be dealing with. Cullen sat back as if she had struck him. His face paled visibly. He's not human? You're saying this bodyguard is a vampire? Mr. Tucker, you have vampires on the brain. Of course Darius isn't a vampire. Do I look like the kind of woman who'd go out with a vampire? The bodyguard is your boyfriend? Cullen asked, incredulous. He forced himself to stop abruptly. Are you sure you know what you're doing? He sounds dangerous, Tempest. Very dangerous. I thought maybe he was involved with the singer. He is. Darius is Desari's older brother. Tempest pushed at her hair, suddenly wondering what she must look like. She had been working all morning and hadn't thought to clean up before coming into town. She was tired, too. She had stayed up all night with the band and Darius, and now the sun was getting to her. She even felt as if it were burning her eyes and skin. Sunburn wasn't unusual for a fair-skinned redhead, but this burning was different. Deeper. She tried not to be alarmed. The bodyguard is not invincible, Tempest, Cullen said, even if he does seem pretty amazing to both you and the Vampire Hunting Society. I want to thank you for risking so much to warn us, Tempest said softly, and she laid her hand gently on Cullen's. I'm terribly sorry for your loss, but please don't worry about me. Darius will take care of all of us. Take your hand off that man now, Tempest. Raw fury, black rage made the velvet voice menacing. If you value his life, do as I say. Tempest snatched her hand away from Cullen and ducked her head to hide the fire in her eyes. You have no right to order me around. You have no idea what's going on. Here, Darius. I know you are with a male. Well, gee, what a crime. Sarcasm dripped from her voice. Tempest? Cullen brought her attention back to him. What's wrong? He couldn't help but notice she had stiffened, her mouth tightening as if she were annoyed. She shrugged. Not much. I just have some weird organization of vampire hunters wanting to kidnap, torture, and murder me. Not too big of a deal. I can handle it. Mostly I'm worried about Desari. She doesn't deserve any more trauma. I wish you'd listen to me. What if I come with you and talk to the bodyguard myself? If he's as good as you say he is, he might be able to use the information I can give him, Cullen ventured, not certain why he offered. He knew he would follow Tempest, try to protect her as best he could. Even if he didn't actually go to the camp, he would try to guard her against others coming after her. Tempest was already shaking her head. Bring him back with you, came Darius's order. I won't do it, Darius. I have no idea what you'll do to him. This man has suffered enough. You should trust your life mate. I would if I had one. She sniped back. All I have is some bossy male who thinks he can order me around. Go back to sleep. You are very brave when you think I cannot touch you, honey. All anger was gone from his voice, replaced by amusement. She felt the brush of his fingers around her throat. His touch sent the familiar wave of heat curling through her bloodstream and butterflies fluttering in her stomach. No one else could do that, touch her physically without being present. She knew Darius was far away. She felt the distance between them. Tempest? Cullen was afraid he was losing her. She kept turning inward, focusing on something other than the danger she was in. Tempest tilted her chin. Why would you want to put yourself in more danger, Mr. Tucker? Aren't you taking an even greater risk by joining us? Your people might not find out that you warned me today, but if you actually came to the camp, they'll think you've changed sides. I know, Cullen admitted, suddenly weary. I feel I owe the singer something. I didn't know they'd ordered a hit on her until it was too late, but I was a part of that wacko group for a time, and I feel guilty. His eyes jumped to the window, the door, continually checking in case Brady Grand had sent someone after him. Guilt isn't a very good reason to put your life on the line, Tempest pointed out. Quit arguing with the man and bring him back. I don't want him hurt. If he is telling the truth, no one will harm him. Darius assured her. I can't let these people kill you, Tempest, Cullen argued. Matt Broderick had your picture in his camera when he died tracking your band. They know what you look like, and they'll come for you. Cullen Tucker paused. How did he die anyway? It appeared he shot himself, but weren't you there? Cullen tapped the picture one more time. This is the exact same spot where his body was found. I have no idea. I had no idea he was even taking my picture. He must have been hiding in the bushes close by. It's a heavily wooded area. Tempest tried to throw Cullen off track with the improvised explanation. It doesn't stand to reason, Tempest, Cullen said quietly, that Matt would take your picture and then blow himself away. The police bought it because there was absolutely no evidence of anyone else being around, but I knew Matt. He was a sadistic son of a bitch. He never would have killed himself. For a moment she couldn't breathe, remembering the way the reporter had looked at her with his cold, calculating eyes. I am here, baby. Darius reassured her. This man asks many questions, but I do not sense a trap. She took a deep breath and began telling Cullen Tucker the truth. I didn't see him kill himself. He was going to shoot me, but I fell backward off a cliff and down a ravine. I heard a gunshot, but I have no idea what actually happened. No one else was there? Cullen prompted. I didn't see anyone, Tempest reiterated truthfully. Cullen sighed softly. Let's get out of here. The longer we stick around, the more likely it is we'll be spotted. Why did you have to drive such a distinctive car? You're right, she agreed. No one would have noticed the touring bus with the huge block lettering on the sides. He grinned at her, and Tempest realized it was the first time she had seen the man smile. I bet you give the bodyguard more trouble than the entire band put together, don't you? He teased. She tilted her chin, ignoring Darius's silent laughter. Why in the world would you say that? Because I know the bodyguard type. And this one is clearly powerful, maybe even deadly. I'd say he'd be dominant, aggressive, and the extremely jealous, possessive type if he ever fell for a woman. What an interesting assessment. Take that, Darius. She added happily. He hasn't even met you yet, and he knows exactly what you're like. Rather interesting description, don't you think? What I think is, you had better bring your lovely little but home fast, honey, or I might be tempted to spank it. You're welcome to try, she said haughtily, knowing she was perfectly safe. Cullen Tucker stood up, tossed some money onto the table, then held her chair. She sighed. Her nice, solitary existence used to be so simple, so quiet. She heard Darius's low growl of aggression when Cullen guided her toward the door with his palm at her back, and she sighed again. The words echoing in her mind were in another language, one she was unfamiliar with, but the blistering tone told her Darius was swearing. Step away from him. He has no business putting his hands on you. He's simply being polite. Cullen yelped, removing his hand from her to bring it to his mouth. Something stung me. Really? I didn't see a bee. Tempest looked as sympathetic as she could under the circumstances, but she felt an unexpected urge to laugh. Spoiled little king of the castle. Learn same respect, honey, Darius ordered. Cullen opened the car door for her, then yelped a second time when he held her elbow to help her in. He frowned at her. What the hell's going on? Tempest was fumbling for dark glasses. The sun seemed to be sending shards of glass into her eyes. Almost at once they were swollen and red, streaming in response to the burning light. I can't think what you mean, she told Cullen. She drove back to the campsite at a much more sedate pace than she had used heading for the town. Aware that Cullen was following her, she took care to keep to the speed limit, annoying though it was. The road was made for the sports car winding, narrow, climbing upward, sheer drop-offs on one side, the mountain rising on the other. She had to fight the inclination to let loose and enjoy what the car could really do. Once in the forest itself, she moved through the network of dirt roads like a professional. Cullen needn't know she had practiced driving the route so she wouldn't get lost. She maneuvered through the maze of narrow tracks, selecting one bearing to the right. At once she felt a curious, mood-wrenching sensation, the dark oppression of entering a time warp of evil the perimeters Darius had set around the camp to keep others out. She was more sensitive to them than she had been before. It wasn't so bad that she couldn't drive through the barricade, but she feared Cullen might have a problem. He pulled up behind her, not quite to the barricade. What's the holdup? He called. She pulled her car forward, waiting for him to see what would happen. Cullen drove toward her a few feet, then stopped abruptly, slamming on the brakes. Tempest glanced in her rearview mirror and noted that he was trembling, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. Can he make it through the safeguards? Does it get worse? For a mile or so. He can take it. Can you get rid of it? Let him through it. Darius was implacable. He would not lower the barrier when he knew they were hunted, when he was aware Tempest could be in imminent danger. Muttering about stubborn men, Tempest got out of the sports car and walked back to Cullen. His breathing was labored, his hand clutching at his chest. I think I'm having a heart attack. He managed to get out. Move over, she said. I'll drive. It's just a kind of security measure Darius dreamed up. He's a genius, you know, she said briskly. It drives people away from the area. It feels evil, like something is waiting to drag us into hell, Cullen said, but he obediently moved over. Yeah, well, after you meet Darius, you might think that's just what happened, she replied grimly. God help you, Cullen, if you're not on the up and up. Darius is no one you want to try to lie to. If he designed this particular security system, Cullen said with a certain degree of admiration and awe, I believe you. Is it letting up? She asked hopefully. She didn't want to leave the sports car where someone might find it and give away their location, and it was too hot to drive him to camp and walk back to retrieve the car. Enough that I know I'm not having a heart attack. I can follow you. Just get us out of this as fast as you can, he pleaded. Tempest patted his shoulder and slid out of his vehicle and back into hers. They made good time weaving in and out of the trails, Cullen practically tailgating her. The camp appeared deserted when they arrived. Tempest knew the band and Darius were sleeping somewhere in safety. The cats, scenting a stranger, immediately started roaring their opposition to such an invasion. Cullen refused to get out of his car, hearing what sounded like a den of leopards, hungry and determined to have him for lunch. Tempest spent a few minutes silencing the cats, exasperated that Darius had chosen that moment to bow out and leave her on her own. Where is everyone? Cullen demanded, finally emerging from his car and gingerly looking around the deserted camp. He followed Tempest to the truck. Darius is somewhere in the woods. He likes to string a hammock between two trees far away from all of us and have what he affectionately refers to as his quiet time. Very funny, honey. You are the worst liar I have ever met. And stop touching that man. If I get any more jealous, I will be the one to have the heart attack. Go back to sleep. You're annoying me, Tempest said severely. She smiled sweetly at Cullen. He's so moody, you know. And Desari? Where is she? He glanced uneasily at the motor home. Tempest caught his look and burst out laughing. She's in a coffin in the bus. Would you like to see? I can let the cats out while you take a look around. Cullen looked sheepish. I guess I am being pretty silly. But those cats are another reason Desari was marked by the society. He absently handed Tempest a tool she pointed at. Vampires supposedly have some animal from hell looking after them in the daytime. Those cats fit the description. Tempest laughed with him. Actually, the bus is empty except for the cats. I use it more than the others. They're up a great deal at night, either rehearsing or performing or driving to their next destination. I take care of the vehicles, so I go to town and do the shopping and take care of business. Desari and Julian are probably up already, she improvised. They like to hike. Personally, I think that's their excuse to make eyes at each other with no one around. Julian Savage? He's high on the society's hit list. He has quite a reputation. Some of them think he's the reason Desari escaped the hit, Cullen confessed. Tempest banged her knuckles, muttered a few choice words, and bent back to her task. The way I heard it, he did save her life. Did he kill the entire squad? Cullen asked, curious. I don't know. I never even knew they were dead. I rarely read the newspapers. She said it almost absently, as if she were barely listening. I don't think it was Julian, Cullen said carefully, watching her closely. I think the bodyguard killed them. She not only banged her knuckles this time, but her forehead as well. She turned to glare at him. I have work to do. Get out of my hair for a while, will you? Go check the woods for the band. Diane has one of those little tent things. Don't wake him up if he's sleeping, though. He's a grouch if you disturb him before he gets his 8 hours. Sindel could be in the bus with the cats if you want to look, she offered, knowing full well he wouldn't take her up on it. Cullen shook his head. That won't be necessary. I don't want to get anyone riled up. I'll just look things over to see if I can figure a way to tighten security around here. Oh yeah, that's all we need. One more bossy male telling us what to do, Tempest muttered under her breath. I am impressed with your ability to give the illusion we are all out roaming in the sun. See? I'm an accomplished liar when I need to be, she said. Guess it comes with living the kind of life I had when I was a kid. It might come in handy if these maniacs get their hands on me. Darius could hear the faint echo of fear in her voice. She was trying valiantly to pretend the things Cullen had revealed to her didn't frighten her, but he was dwelling in her mind, and he knew she was afraid. Torture and kill. Those were the words Cullen Tucker had used, and Tempest had a vivid imagination. You are under my protection, he reassured her gently. Tempest smiled at his arrogance. She knew that his comment was supposed to make her feel instantly better, but she was used to relying on herself, not on the protection of some man. Some man? Darius echoed. She could hear his soft laughter, the gentle teasing that always managed to melt her heart. I'm trying to work here, Darius. Go away. You really do have trouble with authority figures. And you have trouble with anyone saying no to you, don't you? She countered and promptly banged her knuckles again. Damn it, Darius, you're distracting me. See what you made me do? Pay attention to your work and stop looking at that male. I'm not looking at him, she denied hotly, glancing up to see just where Cullen was. She didn't want him snooping around the bus and being eaten by the two leopards, maybe even at Darius's command. Soft, mocking laughter echoed in her head. There you go, looking again. Pay attention to what you are doing or we might have to fire you. Dasari wouldn't let you. Go back to sleep while the sun is still up. Chapter 13. Sindel emerged from the trailer, confirming Rusty's belief that Darius was able to communicate privately with each member of his family as he did with her. He must have filled them in on what had transpired while they slept and the cover stories Tempest had provided for each of them. Cullen nearly fell over backward watching Sindel approach. His mouth actually fell open, his gaze on her swaying hips and her wealth of raven hair. Sindel smiled in her sweet, shy way at Cullen as Rusty introduced them. She looked unusually beautiful, an exotic beauty who could steal a man's breath. Indeed, Cullen looked as though someone had struck him in the head with a 2x4 as he stammered out a greeting to the black-haired musician. How nice of you to join us, Mr. Tucker, Sindel said softly, her voice as soft and gentle as the breeze surrounding them. I hope Rusty is seeing to all your needs. We have plenty of refreshments in the bus. Cullen shoved a hand through his blonde hair, messing it up even more than the long ride had done. Oh yeah, sure. She's been great. And the truck is fixed, Rusty? Sindel asked politely, trying not to smile at Cullen's reaction to her. It had been a while since anyone had made her feel beautiful and desirable. She knew that was her own fault, hiding from the world, but now, with Cullen Tucker making her feel alive again, she was suddenly happy. No problem, Tempest replied. Sindel reached out and caught Tempest's right hand, turning it over to examine the scraped knuckles. You are bleeding. You have hurt yourself. There was tremendous concern in her voice, on her expressive face. She glanced up at Cullen, a mischievous and sexy smile on her mouth even while her palms settled over Tempest's, soothing the scrapes. Does Darius know you have a friend visiting? Tempest felt color sweeping into her face. Sindel knew very well why Cullen Tucker was there. She was just subtly teasing her. Sindel smiled at Cullen. Darius is crazy about Rusty, and he is a very jealous man. Perhaps you should stick close to me, so I might offer my protection. Cullen looked happy with that idea. Do you think I need protection? Oh, absolutely, Sindel assured him, flirting outrageously. Darius never allows anyone near Rusty. That isn't true, Cullen. At least Tempest hoped she was telling the truth. Darius allowed the women around her. It seemed to be only men he objected to. Is this a party? Diane came striding out of the woods, a backpack on his shoulders and a small tent folded neatly into a cube in his hands. Why wasn't I invited? Because you're such a grouch when we try to wake you up, Sindel greeted him, winking at Tempest. She went up on her toes and brushed a kiss on Diane's chin. It's okay. We forgive you. You can join us now if you like. Rusty has invited a friend to visit. Diane instantly offered his free hand to Cullen, a welcoming grin on his face. My name is Diane. Any friend of Rusty's is a friend of ours. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his eyes shifting from Cullen to Tempest and back again. Does Darius know you're here? Have you met him? Cullen glanced uneasily at Tempest. I'm beginning to think coming here wasn't such a great idea. Just how jealous is this bodyguard? Diane laughed softly. Darius has this thing about his little darling. I am not his little darling. Tempest denied hotly. I'm not his anything. I know you can hear every word being said. You're deliberately making Cullen squirm. Come out here right now. She groused to Darius. It is not only Cullen Tucker who appears to be nervous. Darius responded complacently. And you're mine, my everything. You really need to get out of Fantasyland, Darius. Diane had the audacity to ruffle Tempest's hair as if they were old family friends. You are definitely Darius's only love, and he does not share well. Sindel nodded solemnly. He really does not. I don't think he learned how to as a child. Her dark eyes were lit with mischief, something those around her were grateful to see. Really, Mr. Tucker, or may I call you Cullen, I will protect you. Cullen again ran a hand through his hair. No man is willing to share the woman he loves, Sindel. But Tempest and I met only a few hours ago in town. I brought some news she thought all of you should hear. But the bodyguard doesn't have anything to worry about. I wasn't hitting on her. Diane's eyes were suddenly hard and cold. I hope we did not give you a false impression of Darius. He would never worry. That is not his way. The voice, even more than the words, supplied the threat. Tempest groaned out loud, wishing she knew Diane well enough to hit him over the head. She reached out to reassure Cullen, who was looking as if he'd stumbled into a nest of vipers. Diane moved subtly, deliberately inserting his solid frame between Tempest and the human. Sindel took Cullen's arm and walked him towards some lounge chairs set up beneath a shade tree. Darkness was falling fast. Bats began their nightly ritual, assaulting the insects, performing their acrobatics in the sky. A cool breeze had come up, gently rustling the leaves in the trees. Desari and Julian, complete with hiking boots and backpacks, walked hand in hand into the circle. Both looked surprised to see a visitor, but Tempest knew by their appearance that the surprise was feigned. Julian moved his body protectively in front of Desari even as he offered his hand to Cullen as they were introduced. Cullen looked uneasy as he murmured a greeting. This was the man the society absolutely believed was a vampire. Cullen studied him closely, receiving an immediate impression of sheer power. Julian Savage was enormously strong, although careful not to crush Cullen's bones when they shook hands. It was impossible to tell his age, his face looked timeless. Physically, he was almost beautiful, in a purely masculine way, like the Greek statues of their gods. You are a fan of my wife singing? Julian ventured. He came here with Rusty, Diane offered with a grin. Julian's eyebrows shot up. With Rusty? Then you have not met Darius as of yet, Mr. Tucker. Don't start, Tempest said. I mean it, Julian. We've gone through this already. Darius is hardly the ogre you're all making him out to be. He could care less if I had a dozen men here to visit. Do not ever risk that one, my love. Darius said softly in her mind, the snap of his white teeth audible. Do you want a mass murder taking place? Diane teased. Tempest tilted her chin in a challenge. Darius isn't like that at all. Darius came striding out of the woods, tall, elegant, power personified. Cullen actually came to his feet. The bodyguard was the most impressive man he had ever seen. His body rippled with leashed strength. Power oozed from his every pore. His midnight black hair was pulled back and held with a tie at the nape of his neck. The harsh planes and angles of his face seemed carved of granite. His mouth held latent sensuality and a hint of cruelty. His black eyes took in everything, the smallest detail, yet never left Tempest's face. Darius moved silently, like a stalking panther, straight to Tempest's side, his arm curving around her possessively, drawing her beneath his shoulder. He bent his head to find her soft, trembling mouth with his hard one. You look tired, baby. Perhaps you should lie down and rest before we move out tonight. You have been working all day. The moment his perfect mouth touched hers, Tempest forgot his teasing and gave herself up to the sizzling chemistry between them. Her arm slipped halfway around his waist, her fingers bunching in his shirt. I'm fine, Darius. The truck is running, so we can leave as soon as we need to go. I brought this man here to speak with you. The black eyes at once rested on Cullen Tucker's face. Involuntarily, Cullen shivered beneath the icy gaze. It was like looking into a graveyard, the eyes of death itself. Cullen felt as if the bodyguard could read his every thought and was judging him worthy or unworthy, and that his very life might be hanging in the balance. He watched as the bodyguard carefully, deliberately raised Tempest's right hand to his mouth, his tongue moving slowly, almost erotically over her scraped knuckles, those black, burning eyes never leaving Cullen's face. Cullen could feel Sindel at his right side, close yet not touching him. He was aware that she was holding her breath. I'm Cullen Tucker, he introduced himself, grateful that he still had his voice. Tempest had been telling the truth about this man. He would go after anyone who attempted to take her from him, and he would never stop. The bodyguard, as he'd guessed earlier, was the type of man who was utterly relentless, who had no mercy in him. Darius, the bodyguard replied briefly. His hands went to Tempest's shoulders, and he pushed her toward his brother-in-law. Julian, perhaps you would take the 3 women to shelter while I speak with this gentleman. Desari, please see to the needs of the cats and make certain Tempest eats before she goes to bed. Sindel moved closer to Cullen, for the first time in her life defying Darius. I will stay here and listen. Her chin was up belligerently. Without warning, Barack was there, his handsome face a twisted mask of fury. He literally shoved past the other men and caught Sindel's arm, yanking her away from the human. His eyes were burning with rage. What are you thinking, Darius, that you allow this man to come into our camp while our women are unprotected? He demanded, forcing Sindel backward despite her struggles. His body was a solid wall of muscle, pressing her softer one away from the group. How dare you treat me this way? Sindel hissed, outraged. Barack turned his head, his black eyes blazing at her. You will do as I say in this matter. You know better than to put yourself in a vulnerable position. Barack, have you lost your mind? Sindel demanded. He growled, a low warning that rumbled in the air, his white teeth snapping like a predator's. I refuse to argue with you. If you do not wish to suffer embarrassment, Sindel, you will do as I say right now. Do you think that I did not know you actively? Ought this man's company? Sindel moved backward into the shelter of the trees, partly because Barack was giving her no choice and partly because she was so astonished. Barack was the most easygoing of all the males. He tended to be amused by everything, and he flirted outrageously with human women, enjoying his image of the playboy of the band. You have no right to tell me what to do, Barack. If I wish to seek out 1,000 men, it is my right. Like hell it is. Barack literally lifted her by the waist and carried her deeper into the woods. Who is this man, that you suddenly wish to be with him? You have never displayed interest in human men before. Sindel's chin went up. Well, perhaps that has changed. What has changed? What did this man do bewitch you? I warn you, Sindel, I am in no mood for this foolishness. You touched him. You put your hand on his arm, flirted with him. His eyes were blazing at her. And this is considered a crime? Should I remind you of all the times I have known you were with human women? Do not dare to judge my behavior. This man makes me feel beautiful, desirable, like a woman, not some shadow to be ignored. He looks at me, and I feel alive again, Sindel defended herself. That is the reason? He makes you feel alive? Any man can do that, Sindel, Barack snapped. Well, he is the one I want, she said defiantly. His hand closed around her neck, his dark eyes furious. I have waited patiently for you to recover, been as gentle as I know how to be. But this I will not give you. If you dare to go near that man, I will tear him apart with my bare hands. Now get in the trailer, where I know you will be safe, and stay away from him. Sindel blinked up at him, shocked and wide-eyed at his uncharacteristic outburst. I am going, but not because you order me. I do not want a scene in front of an outsider. Barak pushed her toward the bus. I do not care what foolish reason you come up with to do as I order. You. Just do it. Go now. I mean it. Where did you get the idea that you were my lord and master? She indignantly threw back at him over her shoulder as she went toward the motor home. You just remember that I am, Sindel. He snapped and watched to assure himself that she did as he commanded before he returned to join the men, who were questioning Cullen. Rusty and Desari met Sindel at the door to the bus. Desari wrapped an arm around Sindel's shoulder. Was Barak very angry? I do not know about him, Sindel said, but I am. What is he thinking, treating me that way? As if I am his daughter, his baby sister. Do you have any idea how many women he has been with? It's disgusting, that's what it is. It makes me sick, the way the men have such a double standard, one for their own behavior and another for ours. The only reason I even listened to him was because this is a matter of your security, Desari. Otherwise I would have told him to go straight to hell. I may yet. In fact, I may just leave altogether after this next concert of yours. I need a vacation from that idiot. Maybe I should go with you, Tempest ventured. Darius is even worse than Barak. What is it with these men? Desari laughed softly. They're overbearing and domineering and often royal pains. Julian is forever trying to lay down the law with me. The thing is, you have to stand up to them. Sindel pushed a hand through her hair in agitation. You and Rusty maybe, but I do not belong to anyone. I should be able to do as I wish. Tempest sank into a deep, cushioned chair. Both leopards immediately wrapped themselves around her legs. I don't belong to Darius. Where does everyone get the idea I'm his girlfriend? And, even if I were, I wouldn't have to do a damn thing he says. Rusty, Desari said gently, you cannot defy Darius. No one can, not even one of us, and we are very powerful. Finding a life mate is not like a human marriage. More powerful instincts are at work. Each of us has only one true life mate, you as well as Darius. You must be the other half of his soul. The light to his darkness. You cannot change what is simply because you fear it. Sindel nodded in agreement. Taking up a brush, she removed the clip from Tempest's hair so she could tame the thick red gold mess. Darius is always so gentle with you, but there is great darkness in him. You must understand what he is. You cannot think of him as human. He is not human. He is quite capable of forcing your compliance in matters of your health or your safety. The men always protect the women. Why? Why are they so dominating? It sets my teeth on edge. Desari sighed softly. Darius has saved our lives over and over again. The first time he was only 6 years old. He has done miraculous things, but to do them, he had to believe implicitly in his own judgment, and with that comes a certain arrogance. Tempest gave an inelegant snort, but a part of her was awed at what Desari was telling her. She had seen glimpses of Darius's life in his memories, had heard some of his stories, and they astonished her, his implacable resolve to keep his family alive. Julian told me that the Carpathian race is dying out, Desari continued. There are few women, fewer than 20, counting Sindel and myself. We are the future of our race. Without us, the men have no chance of survival. It used to be that a woman waited a century before she settled with her mate, and even longer to bear children. But now the males have no choice but to claim their life mates when they are mere fledglings. You must see why it is of vital importance to all of them that we are protected, Desari said. Tempest felt her heart skip a beat. It was easier not to think too much about what she had gotten herself into. When Desari said the words aloud, she knew terror was waiting a heartbeat away to claim her. She bit down hard on her lower lip. Both women heard her suddenly pounding heart. She was human, not Carpathian, and she didn't feel safe in their world. Desari sank to her knees in front of Tempest. Please do not fear us, she said softly, persuasively. You are our sister, one of us. No one in our family would harm you. Indeed, Darius would give his life for you. He is giving his life for you. Her dark eyes filled with tears. Tempest's green eyes widened at Desari's obvious distress, her choice of words. What do you mean, he's giving his life for me? We Carpathians have great longevity, Rusty. That is both our blessing and our curse. Because you are his life mate, yet mortal, Darius will choose the human way of things. He will grow old and die with you rather than remain an immortal, Desari explained gently. Already he shows signs of stress, Sindel added. He is refusing to go to ground to sleep properly. What does that mean? Tempest asked, curious. Darius often used that phrase, but she still wasn't certain exactly what it meant. The soil is healing to our people, Desari said. Our bodies require sleep in a different way than yours. We must shut down our heart and lungs to rejuvenate ourselves. Without doing that, we cannot sustain our full strength. Darius is our protector. He is the one who must face the human assassins and hunt the undead who threaten us. Unless he goes to ground as he must, he will lose his great power. Tempest felt her breath catch in her lungs. The thought of Darius in trouble was frightening. Why doesn't he just go to sleep the way he's supposed to? He spends the entire time driving me crazy, always talking to me, giving me orders, and mixing in a threat or two just to keep things interesting. Darius would never leave you unprotected. He could not. You are his life mate. He cannot be apart from you. Tempest sighed, enjoying the way the two women made her feel, as if she belonged in their family circle. Well, he'll just have to get over it already. I'll insist he go to sleep the way he's supposed to. If he won't, I'll have no choice but to leave. Desari shook her head. You still do not understand. Darius can never be apart from you. It would destroy him. Do not think that anything will change if you attempt to leave him. He will only put a tighter leash on you, Rusty. He has never once, in all the centuries of his existence, wanted anything for himself. But he wants you. Needs you. Perhaps I don't want him, Tempest said. Don't I have rights? Sindel and Desari both laughed, the notes like silvery bells, like water tripping over rocks. Darius can do no other than make you happy. He dwells in your mind. If you did not want him, he would know. Can you not understand, Rusty? Desari asked her. You cannot be without him any more than he can be away from you. Do you not feel it when you are apart? When he is sleeping the sleep of mortals? Tempest ducked her head, the memory of that precise discomfort firmly in her mind. For a moment she felt close to tears. At once he was there in her mind. Tempest? I am here. He flooded her with warmth, with reassurance. I'm okay, just being silly. I will come to you if you have need. Your touch is enough. And it was. The two women were right. She needed him whether or not she was willing to admit it to anyone other than herself. She felt the brush of fingers, a tender caress that trailed over her cheekbone, down to her mouth. She could feel the instant response of her body, the warmth, the heat, the distress when the contact slipped reluctantly away. Rusty? Desari asked softly. Are you okay? She turned Tempest's hand over to examine the scraped knuckles. How did you do this? Has Darius seen this? She closed her palm over the scrape in the same way Sindel had. At once Tempest could feel a soothing warmth. Of course, Tempest admitted, blushing slightly as she remembered the feel of his mouth on her skin. He doesn't miss anything. What exactly are the undead? You said Darius hunted the undead. Are you talking about vampires? If our males do not find a life mate, in time they eventually lose their souls to the darkness within them. They become vampire, preying on our people as well as humans. They must be destroyed, Desari answered. Sindel touched Tempest's shoulder to draw her attention. The one who attacked me, the one who was raised as my brother, my family, my protector, he had turned vampire. He nearly killed Darius. Had Darius not been so powerful, he might have succeeded. As it was, Darius was severely wounded. I, too, would be dead, and perhaps Desari as well. Who knows? Cullen told me he had seen a vampire in San Francisco. That the woman he had intended to marry was murdered by one, Tempest said. She reached up to take Sindel's hand with her free one so that they were all connected. Could Darius still turn? There was a note of fear in her voice. Not unless something happened to you. Desari was examining Tempest's knuckles again. We need to clean this scrape. Is there a possibility of a child? Could we have children together? Now there was a distinct quaver in Tempest's voice. Desari exchanged a long look with Sindel. I do not know for certain, Rusty, Desari answered honestly. Julian told me of one woman who was born to a human mother and a Carpathian father. She was not raised in our ways and had a difficult time surviving. There was no one to teach her, to love her, to help her grow properly because the mother committed suicide and the father turned vampire. The child did survive, however, and eventually was discovered by her true life mate. Tempest closed her eyes tiredly, rubbing her suddenly pounding forehead. So I guess if I stay with Darius, and I don't seem to have too many other choices, I might or might never have children. I never really considered I'd have the whole fairy tale. Darius is giving up his life for you, Sindel pointed out gently. When the sun is high, members of our race are vulnerable. Even Darius. In the ground, few could harm us, but while he sleeps the sleep of mortals, he cannot go to ground. Anyone who found his resting place could easily kill him. As time goes on, and he loses more and more rejuvenating sleep, his great strength will weaken substantially. What can I do to remedy the situation? I don't want this. I never asked him for this. I couldn't bear it if something happened to him because he was trying to take care of me. It's insane for him to neglect his own needs because he's watching over me. Tempest couldn't think beyond that. Everything else was far too overwhelming. Has an ordinary human woman ever before become a life mate to one of your kind? Surely I can't be the only one. There must be someone who knows what to do. I can't have Darius endangering himself. The idea of some assassin or vampire stumbling upon Darius while he was vulnerable was frightening. Desari tightened her hold on Tempest's hand. Julian told me his brother's life mate was human. Tempest jerked her hand away, unwilling for Desari to feel her elevated pulse. Desari had used the past tense. She's dead. No. Oh no, she is one of us now. She is like we are. Desari glanced at Sindel, well aware Darius would not thank them for imparting this information and worrying Tempest. Sindel hugged Tempest gently. I am going to fix you more vegetable broth. You are quite pale. Tempest shook her head, answering almost absently, her mind clearly somewhere else. I'm not hungry. Thanks though, Sindel. What do you mean, she is like you now? How's that possible? Darius can convert you, Desari admitted carefully. He has said he will not, that he would never take the chance of something going wrong. He has made up his mind to live as a human until your death. Then he will go with you. Tempest stood up, scattering the leopards, pacing restlessly. How is it done? How would he convert me? He must make 3 complete blood exchanges with you. It is obvious he has made at least 1, perhaps even 2. Desari watched her pacing, nervous that she had told her things Darius had purposely kept to himself. But Darius will not even consider the idea. He feels it is far too risky, as only a couple of women have survived such conversions. Intact. Tempest stiffened. Exchanged blood. He has taken my blood. What is an exchange? There was a small, telling silence. And suddenly she didn't want anyone to say anything. The knowledge was already seeping slowly into her pores, her brain. Tempest pressed her hand to her mouth. The idea was so frightening, she pushed it out of her head in an attempt to understand what the women were telling her. That's why I see things and hear things so differently, she mused aloud, looking to them for confirmation. And why you are having trouble eating human food. There was another silence while Tempest digested what they were saying. Her mind worked at it from all angles. So if he converted me, I would have to have blood. Sindel stroked a light, soothing hand down the length of her hair. Yes, Rusty, you would be like us in every way. You would have to sleep our sleep, stay out of the sun. You would be as vulnerable and as powerful as we are. But Darius refuses to take the chance. He has made up his mind to keep the risk all his own. She said this softly, gently, her voice a beautiful blend of soothing, comforting notes, yet it didn't help. The sides of the trailer were suddenly closing in on Tempest, suffocating her, crushing her as the mountain had done. Tempest pushed herself away from the 2 women and stumbled toward the door. She had to breathe, she needed air. She flung herself out of the bus, wanting to run into the night, run to freedom. Darius caught her small, flying figure as she leapt down the steps, and he pulled her into the safety of his arms. What is it, baby? He whispered softly against her neck. What has frightened you? He didn't invade her mind, because he wanted her to trust him enough to tell him herself. If she refused to tell him, he could always merge with her. Tempest buried her face in his neck. "Take me away from here, Darius, please. Just get me out into the open." He raised his eyes, black and furious, to meet his sister's guilty gaze before he turned and moved away from the camp. Once out of sight of prying eyes, he poured on the speed, so fast that the trees around them blurred. When he stopped, they were in a secluded clearing tucked into the rolling hillside by a grove of trees. "Now tell me, honey." He was still permitting her to speak the words rather than reading her mind. He wanted her trust. He wanted her to volunteer what was causing her fear. "We are under the open sky. Only the stars are looking down upon us." His hand caressed her cheek, her throat, slid down the length of her arm to find her palm. Very gently, he brought her knuckles to the warmth of his mouth, to the soothing, healing moisture his velvet tongue provided. She closed her eyes tightly, savoring the feel of him. She had missed him these last few hours. Missed him so much that she didn't even feel alive unless he was bugging her. "I don't know how to be a part of something, Darius, a part of you." She pressed her forehead against his shoulder, afraid to look at him. "I've been alone all my life. I don't know any other way." Darius held her closer, warming her. "We have all the time in the world, honey. You will learn to be comfortable with a family, and if it is too much all at once, I will take you away from the others until you learn to be a part of me. You do not have to contend with the entire group of us all at once if you find it overwhelming." "What if I can't do it, Darius? What if I just can't?" His hand found the nape of her neck, his fingers moving in a slow massage, easing the tension out of her. "Baby," he said softly in his black velvet voice, the one that could command the wind and the very forces of nature. The one that sent her pulse racing and set every nerve ending in her body on fire. "There is nothing to fear. I can do no other than ensure your happiness. Trust me to do that. I could lose you, Darius. You know I could. It's so much easier to be alone than to lose someone." Her voice was low and trembling, turning his heart over. "Already you are neglecting to take care of yourself. You're taking advantage of my ignorance of your needs, your ways. Something could happen to you because of me. Don't you see that? I couldn't bear it." Silently, Darius cursed his sister. He felt Tempest's fears and fatigue beating at him. Her body needed nourishment, yet she couldn't eat. His fault. He had done that to her. "What nonsense has my sister been spouting? You cannot be responsible for choices I make. I want to be with you. Live with you, love you, be a family with you." Tempest shook her head, then pulled back to look into his eyes. "You know that can never be. I won't let you do this, Darius. Throw away your life, make yourself vulnerable, perhaps sick. I know sleeping above ground the same way I sleep will eventually weaken you. I won't have it. Why are you doing that? I don't need constant protection. I've taken care of myself for a long time." He answered her the only way he knew how, by fastening his mouth to hers. The rush was there, instantly arcing between them, sizzling and snapping as hunger rose sharply and flames began to lick at their skin. Darius poured everything he felt for her into that kiss, the fire, the hunger and need, his absolute commitment to her. Then he caught her face between his palms to hold her still beneath his searching gaze. "Look at me, honey. I want you to believe me. Merge your mind with mine so that you will know that what I say is true. I want this. I have no reservations, none at all. I want to spend my life with you, grow old and die with you. It would be a wonderful miracle to have centuries together, but I accept that it cannot be, and I do not wish it otherwise." He leaned down to kiss the corners of her mouth. "Do not fear our union. It is what I want with every cell of my body. It is the only thing I want. I will be happy with our life together." Tempest reached up to circle his neck with her arms, pulling his head down desperately to kiss him, moving against his body restlessly, needing him with almost Carpathian hunger. He could feel the tears on her face and knew she was crying for him, knew she was afraid of bringing him harm, knew that any moment she could be so overwhelmed by this sharing of her life that she might bolt. "Why didn't you tell me what you were doing to yourself, Darius?" she whispered against his throat. His fingers were moving beneath her shirt, pushing the edges up until he found her silken skin, his palm hot and inviting, caressing her breast. She could hardly think with the fire racing through her and the hunger for him raging in her soul. "You have to promise me you'll never do it again. I can look after myself while you're in the ground. I'll stay wherever you ask me to stay. I promise I will, Darius. His mouth was now at her breast, and she cradled his head to her, her fingers spearing through his thick hair while waves of heat raced through her body. She was silk and satin, warm honey, and the clean, fresh scent of the night he loved so much. She was everything good and beautiful in the world, everything he could ever want. His hands slipped reverently over her body, sliding over every inch of skin he could reach. He pushed at her jeans to get at more of her. Darius was consumed with hunger for her, with a fierce need to bury himself in the perfection of her body. He needed her hot, tight sheath gripping him to take away the terrible fear for her safety he couldn't quite shake. He pushed her jeans away from her slender hips, caressing her, shaping her body with his hands, cupping her bottom in his palms so that he could crush her against him, press her into his hard, thick arousal. He groaned at the feel of her, moist and hot, beckoning him, her body's wild scent calling to his. She seemed so fragile that he had a fear of crushing her, of becoming so out of control that he would forget his own enormous strength and hurt her. He tried to be gentle with her, to see to her fulfillment before his own, but the scent and feel of her was so exciting to him that his animal instincts threatened to take over. "What am I going to do with you, Darius?" she whispered softly against his bared chest. Her mouth was moving over him, tasting his skin as hungrily as he was tasting hers. There was an ache in her voice. His mouth immediately fastened on hers again in long, drugging kisses that fanned the flames more. "Love me back, Tempest. Need me the way I have need of you." He was everywhere, his broad shoulders blocking out the night sky, his breath taking hers, his body molding around hers, sweeping her into their own world where nothing else intruded. "You do not know what you put me through with your blatant disobedience." His mouth was on her throat, her breasts a frenzied hunger that seemed to know no boundaries. "You must learn to obey me." His hand moved between her thighs, found her hot, moist acceptance. He heard his own groan as his body hardened even more, a sweet agony only she could relieve. "God, baby, I am going to explode if I do not take you right now." His fingers found her feminine sheath, explored, teased, made her crazy for him. Tempest was kissing his shoulder, soft little nips she couldn't stop, her body moving restlessly in enticement, demand. "Darius, please, stop giving orders for once and just make love to me." He pressed her back against a fallen tree, turning her in his arms so that she could brace her hands on the huge trunk. He caressed her bottom, traced the indentations, the cleft, the two small dimples at her lower back. Impatient, Tempest pushed against him, and he grew instantly heavier with need. His hands went to her hips to hold her still, and as he pressed his velvet tip into her hot entrance, the breath was stolen from his lungs. "Darius," she wailed, trying to push backward, to take the length of him deep inside her. "Promise me," he growled softly, his hands caressing her hips, sliding over her buttocks to deliberately enflame her more. The sight of her, so petite and perfect, sent streaks of lightning whipping through him. "I promise," she bit out rashly, unable to think clearly. Darius reached around her to cup her breasts in his palms possessively. He thrust into her mind even as his hips surged forward to bury himself deep within her. She was even hotter, softer, tighter than he remembered. He nuzzled her neck, his teeth scraping erotically. He felt her body grip him harder in anticipation, and, despite his every good intention, the wildness in him took over, his fangs lengthened and sank into her neck. He took her hard and fast, thrusting deeply, his body surrounding hers as hers did his. He was in her mind, feeding her erotic images, his savage, primitive, bestial nature rising, a wolf claiming its mate, a leopard holding its female in a submissive position. At the same time he was Darius, taking her higher and higher, pushing their shared pleasure beyond human to ecstasy. Her body rippled with her release, driving him over the edge so that his hot seed erupted again and again into her depths. He held her still, locked to her, not wanting to give up their physical connection, the taste of her. Reluctantly, he forced himself to close the pinpricks in her neck. He had fed well before he had approached the camp, knowing he would take her before the night was over, knowing he might still, regretfully, have to kill Cullen Tucker. He did not want to risk inadvertently converting Tempest, to chance that something might go wrong. He stroked her body, explored her every curve. His mouth followed the line of her spine, kissing the length of her back. "Do you have any idea how I feel about you, baby? Any idea at all?" he growled. Tempest's legs felt rubbery. She wanted to lie down somewhere. They had been up all night the night before, and she had not so much as grabbed a nap. Suddenly, with all the intrigue, the work, and their shared, wild lovemaking, she was exhausted. Darius knew it instantly. He slowly withdrew from her body, feeling slightly bereft. It shamed him that he could need her so much, hunger for her blood, the taste of her body, the feel of her surrounding him. He had to find a way to strike a balance between treating her gently enough to keep from scaring her off and forcing his will on her so that he could keep her always safe at his side. Darius tenderly pulled her up against his hard frame, where Tempest slumped, blushing wildly at how wanton she had been, begging him to take her. She shoved her hands through her hair, and at once his palms covered her upthrust breasts, sending fire sizzling to her sensitive nipples and back to him again. She buried her face against his chest, too tired to stand on her own, and Darius instantly swept her up into his arms. She closed her eyes as they moved in a blur through time and space. Whatever he said to the others, however he had made it happen, she was grateful that the campsite was empty, except for the bus when they returned, both of them stark naked. When she was making love to Darius, she felt totally free, totally uninhibited. But once they were back in the real world, her private nature reasserted itself, and she was painfully modest. Darius carried her into the trailer to the sofa bed, placing her among all its pillows. "You will rest now, Tempest." It was decree, an order delivered in a voice meant to be obeyed. She caught at him as he went to move away from her, drawing him back to the bed, down beside her. Her hand stroked the hard angles and planes of his face, a gentle caress that totally disarmed him. Darius was instantly lost in the contentment, the sheer pleasure of having her with him. He lay down beside her, just for a few minutes, and pulled her into his arms. Chapter 14. What are we going to do about these people stalking Desari? Tempest asked as she snuggled into the curve of Darius's arm. He looked down at her, his mouth brushing her forehead tenderly. "We? What is this we? As I understand it, the Society's first objective is to acquire you. You are going to do exactly what you promised and obey me to the letter." "Actually," Tempest said calmly, ignoring his ruthless tone, "I thought Cullen Tucker said that the Society considered Julian a vampire for certain. I would say he was their first target. Security is a matter for the men, Tempest, not for you. From now on, you will do as I say and stay out of trouble." Tempest was drowsy, content to lie in his arms and smile up at the black fury gathering in his eyes. Idly she touched his mouth, a feather-like caress tracing the perfection of his lips. "I do love your mouth," she admitted before she could censor the words. Darius found he was instantly distracted from his anger. One touch from her, and he couldn't remember his own name, let alone his lecture. He kissed her hard, possessively, taking his time to explore her sweetness, to show her exactly where she belonged. When he lifted his head, her emerald eyes were bemused, beautiful, and so sexy that he found himself groaning aloud. "Rest while I fix you something to eat," he ordered. Her long lashes swept down, her velvet soft lips just asking to kiss again. Darius had to look away from her, or he wouldn't have the strength to leave her. She caught at his hand. "I'm really not hungry, Darius. Don't bother fixing anything. It will only be a waste of time. In fact, I feel slightly sick." Guilt swept him. It was his fault she was having trouble eating. He touched her face, his heart melting. "You will eat what I fix, honey. I will ensure it stays down." But he was talking to himself. She was already asleep. Darius spent a few minutes staring down at her, absorbing the rhythm of her breathing into his body. His life. It came down to that. This delicate, fragile creature was his entire life, his entire world. He needed to take better care of her, pay greater attention to her health and safety. Tempest seemed to go from one crisis to the next. He would have to put his foot down, get her under some semblance of control. She would start by taking naps in the evening hours to build up her strength. Absently, Darius fashioned a pair of jeans and pulled them on, carelessly buttoning them as he padded on bare feet to the door of the bus. The leopards were off in the forest, and he prompted the animals to return to the safety of their camp. As he opened the door, the night breezes washed over him, carrying scents and sounds from miles around. At once his black eyes became flat and merciless. A low hiss escaped as he exhaled sharply. The enemy had found them. Not one or two, but, if his acute sense of smell had not failed him, a virtual army surrounded them. The men were moving slowly through the forest, ringing the campsite. He smelled their fear, their adrenaline, their sweat. He smelled their excitement. He read their intentions, their eagerness for the kill. A low growl rumbled in his throat in response to the threat. He was anchored to the trailer and Tempest, unable to act as he would had he been alone. A snarl lifted his lip, revealing lengthened canines. The truth was simple. He welcomed the fight. He had had enough of the threats to his family, and his way had always been one of action. He sent out the eerie call of the leopard, warned the others of the danger, and turned to wake Tempest. She surprised him, listening to his explanation and donning the clothes he provided almost without question. "Do you have any weapons in here?" she finally asked. His eyebrows shot up. "As in guns?" he prompted. She laughed. "I'm from the streets, Darius. Don't let the fact that I was attacked a couple of times fool you. I was blindsided. If you don't see it coming, it's a little hard to defend yourself. Our guns are in the case just inside the closet. But use them only if it is absolutely necessary to protect yourself. Let me handle these idiots," he cautioned warily. Tempest with a gun in her hand was a scary proposition. "Where are the others?" "They have gone ahead to our next stop, taking Cullen Tucker with them." "He had nothing to do with this that I can detect," Darius said calmly. He sent himself seeking out into the night while she hastily prepared the bus for a quick getaway. He found one man approaching from the north, a long rifle in his capable hands. A sniper in camouflage. Darius directed the male leopard to hunt. The female cat was sent after the man closest to the sniper, a few feet to his left. They were in thick brush, easy targets for the cats, and Darius knew their deaths would be swift and silent. He was torn between staying in his present form and protecting Tempest and going out into the forest, where he could do more good. "Go," she said softly, feeding shells into the guns she had laid out. "I know you won't be far if I need you." Darius leaned down to kiss her soft mouth. There were shadows in her eyes, and she was trembling slightly, but she looked him in the eye, and he could feel the resolve in her mind. "Do not allow anything to happen to you, Tempest. For the sake of all mortals, see to your safety first." He glanced at the arsenal she was preparing. "And do not shoot me when I return. I'll resist the temptation." Her hand stroked his neck. "See to it you come back to me." The ache in her heart was real and strong. Fear. She tasted it in her mouth. He disappeared. One moment he was real and solid, standing in front of her, the next he was gone. Tempest had no idea if he had dissolved into vapor or moved so quickly that she hadn't seen him. Outside in the darkness, the wind began to build, emitting a low, eerie moan. It spoke of death. Tempest shivered, wondering how she knew but knowing it anyway. The wind was death. Darius was the wind. She saw herself in the mirror. Pale, her hair wild, her eyes wide with fear. She looked absurd, a small woman in blue jeans and t-shirt loading a big gun, but there was grim determination to the set of her mouth. Her feet were bare, and she remedied that quickly, certain she would have to leave the illusion of safety the trailer provided. She sat on the step, a gun in her lap, two others behind her within easy reach, and she waited. Darius streaked through the sky, noting the position of each attacker. There were 17 men, all armed. The campsite was surrounded, heavy trucks positioned across each trail leading to the main highway to prevent the bus from leaving. Forrest was dragging the body of the 18th man through heavy brush. The male leopard was moving silently, his powerful body sleek and deadly, undetected by the hunters creeping forward within a few feet of him. Darius dropped behind a large man armed with everything from hand grenades to a machete. He simply snapped the man's neck as if it were a matchstick. There was no time for a sound to escape, only the rush of wind that carried Darius to the next assailant in line. This one was crouched low, peeking into the trees, trying to catch a glimpse of the silver bus. The wind caught him in a death grip, like a huge hand at his throat, and slowly strangled the life out of him while his body dangled helplessly a foot from the ground, then fell unceremoniously to the forest floor. "Murphy?" A voice hissed off to Darius's right. "I can't see anything. Where's Craig?" He was supposed to stay close. Darius loomed up, larger than life, his features harsh and relentless, his black eyes burning coals of fury. Long white canines revealed themselves as he smiled. Both of them lost. His words were soft and mesmerizing. The man froze in horror, unable to do so much as lift his gun as the apparition moved toward him with blinding speed. The hunter felt the impact in the vicinity of his chest and stared down in horror at the gaping hole there. He wanted to scream, but no sound emerged. He died standing up, facing Darius, his face a twisted mask of shock. As merciless as the wind itself, Darius moved on to the next attacker. This one was young, with pitted cheeks, scrubby mustache, and paint smeared on his face. He was breathing heavily, adrenaline pumping through his body. His finger continually stroked the trigger of his automatic weapon. Darius moved past him, a blur of muscle and sinew, razor-sharp talons ripping out his throat as he passed. Some distance away a gun erupted, spouting red flame into the darkness. A man's high-pitched scream mingled with the unearthly cry of the female leopard. Darius turned toward the sound. Several guns spewed bullets wildly, raking the area where the sounds had come from, until an authoritative voice several yards off to his left barked an order. Tempest came to her feet, her first thought for Darius. Automatically, she reached for him, wincing when she felt the red haze of killing fury in his mind. Breaking contact, she sought out the cause of the cry. Instantly, she knew the female leopard was in jeopardy. Swearing beneath her breath, she tried to calm herself enough to decide what to do. Sasha was hurt. She could feel the pain and anger in the cat as she dragged herself through the foliage back toward the bus and her human companions. Tempest hesitated only 1 second before she stuck a pistol into the waistband of her jeans, gripped the automatic, and ran toward the trees. She sent Sasha quick reassurance that she was on the way. She would help get the cat to safety and stop the pain. There was another shout, much closer than she would have liked, followed by a volley of shots. Again, Tempest reached out to touch Darius's mind, terrified that he was hurt. He was in the middle of shapeshifting, his body accommodating the muscular form of a panther even as he was leaping for a low tree branch. He crouched above a sniper who was slithering on his belly through the vegetation. The sniper's gun was trained on Forrest as the leopard made its approach toward another intruder, who was firing at Sasha as the female cat retreated. Tempest gasped aloud as she shared Darius's mind. He was utterly without mercy, emotionless, calm, and cool, relentless in his pursuit of those who threatened his family. He leapt upon the sniper, silent, merciless, deadly. As his wicked canines sank deep into the gunman's throat, she broke away, unwilling to witness Darius killing his adversary. Tempest ducked low beneath the canopy of low, sweeping branches, trying hard to be quiet and not rustle any bushes. Petite, she was able to move easily on the narrow trails established by small animals, but she nearly stumbled over the silent, wounded panther. Sasha was crouched motionless in the large ferns growing beneath the trees. Tempest laid a calming hand on the cat's back and sent it waves of reassurance as she knelt to inspect the injury. The leopard's back right leg was coated with blood. Tempest muttered unladylike, swear words beneath her breath. The cat was too large for her to lift by herself. She wrapped an arm around its belly and lifted just enough to allow Sasha to crawl forward. The ground was uneven, and the panther was in tremendous pain, leaning more and more of her weight onto Tempest as she limped toward the bus. Sasha suddenly turned her head to the left, curling her lips in a snarl of warning, then freezing into stillness. Tempest dropped flat, eyes searching the area to her left. A man loomed up, his head turned away from her, a gun cradled in his arms, another strapped to his shoulder. He was dressed in dark clothing, his face smeared with black stripes. He looked like a gorilla coming out of the gathering mist. While the night had been clear, fog was now rolling in fast, gathering into a white, eerie vapor on the forest floor. Tempest lay against the injured panther, shaking with fear, weak from lack of food, and already exhausted. Even the gun felt heavy in her hands. It seemed an impossible task to get the leopard back to the comparative safety of the bus. The man disappeared into the trees, the fog surrounding him. Tempest got to her feet, her knees rubbery, her mouth dry. Sasha crept forward with Tempest's help. They inched their way over the ground, a slow, painstaking process that seemed never-ending. The heavy fog was their only protection once they emerged from the forested area to the campsite itself. Tempest sent up a silent prayer that the thick vapor would prevent their presence from being detected. Darius felt the disturbance ahead. He had made his way through the line of intruders, the male leopard coming from the opposite side to meet him at the campsite. Twice Darius had used the heavy fog to wrap a sniper in its deadly grip, choking the life out of the intruder. He had left behind no living enemy, and New Forest had done the same. The numbers against them had been significantly reduced, Sasha accounting for 2 before she was shot. Darius was very much aware of where Tempest was at every moment and what she was doing. He had made no attempt to stop her from reaching the cat because he would have had to force her compliance. All the same, he was terrified for her, and the fear was nearly paralyzing him. He sensed the man rushing out of the fog at her, his gun pointed at her head. Sasha tried to throw herself over Tempest, protecting her at Darius's command, even as he took control of the weapon, using his mind and the eyes of the female leopard to force the barrel back around toward the killer. The man screamed horribly as the gun he was holding, seemingly of its own volition, turned slowly, inexorably, toward his own heart. Even as he tried to tell his brain to stop, he felt his own finger tighten on the trigger. Darius had been moving with preternatural speed and arrived on scene just as the man fell. He leapt toward Tempest, slamming her into the earth. A bullet caught him high in the back of his shoulder, burning and tearing through his body, stealing his breath. Darius wanted to lie there a moment and rest, but the man who had succeeded in shooting him was moving in for the kill. Putting aside pain, he focused his will on the enemy. Already, however, he was directing the male leopard, stirring up the wind and creating the dense fog, and he was weary now, his great strength draining, along with his life's blood, onto the ground. Still, he rose up like an apparition, his body contorting, his face lengthening into a long muzzle, fangs exploding into his mouth as the wolf surged forward and tore into the oncoming wall of a man's chest. The enemy was so frozen with terror at the sight of something half man and half wolf, he could only gape in horror. Tempest had hit the ground so hard, it knocked the wind out of her. For a moment she could only lie there, trying to collect her scattered wits. She wasn't even certain who had tackled her. It was Sasha who prodded her into action, with her mewling, painful cries, the harsh images of torn flesh. Tempest rolled over to see Darius drop a body onto the ground. She cried out a warning, and he instantly turned and met a huge attacker rushing him with a machete. He caught the man's raised arm with his casual strength and stared at him a moment, his eyes holding the other captive. Slowly, he bent his head and drank, needing to replace his own loss, needing the nourishment and power of adrenaline-laced blood. The rush hit him hard in his weakened state, and he drank voraciously. "Darius," Tempest whispered to him urgently. Something in her knew she had to stop him. She didn't understand why. She knew he had killed, but not this way, never this way. "Darius, I need you now." The soft, beautiful voice penetrated his mind, subduing the raging beast, appeasing the wild hunger for death and blood. He forced his teeth away from his prey and dropped the man into the dirt while he still lived. Without looking into the woods, he sent his message to the male leopard. The man must be destroyed, leaving no witnesses to what had happened here. It was necessary to the survival of his race. "I will carry Sasha," Darius said gruffly, the beast still strong in him, red flames flickering ferociously in his eyes. Tempest gasped when she saw the blood, inky black in the darkness, running down Darius's back. "Go. I'll cover you." "They are coming in from the left," he said, pushing her ahead of him, bending to lift the huge cat. She stepped behind him and laid down a covering spray of automatic fire, the bullets singing viciously, giving him time to get Sasha into the bus. Tempest was backing toward him when he caught her in his arms, taking the weapon out of her hands. Darius was well aware that she wasn't shooting at anyone, only keeping them away. Tempest did not have one killer instinct in her body. Courage, loyalty, yes, she would never leave him or the cats, and she would do her best to protect them, but she would have a difficult time actually killing another human being. Ruthlessly, he took the decision out of her hands. "See to Sasha. Use the herbs in the closet. She will allow it." He literally tossed her into the bus, turning away before she had time to protest. At once it began to rain. Not lightly, but sheets and sheets pouring from the sky, drenching the forest and campsite, as if the heavens had opened up and dumped an entire ocean on them. Tempest concentrated on her task. Sasha was flicking her tail back and forth in agitation, a low, menacing rumble coming from her throat. Darius protected the bus, shielding it from the hidden hunters who had now become his prey. His form, real and solid, shimmered in the driving rain briefly, then simply evaporated. In the silver sheen of the downpour, blood-red drops occasionally splashed to the ground. The wind rose to a frantic pitch, screaming through the trees, as sharp as any knife. The male leopard was a whirling blur of savage fangs and claws, an instrument of revenge. For a brief moment the forest was alive with moans and cries and the horror and stench of death. When at last it was over, only the sound of the wind and rain remained. Darius knelt for a moment in the rain, weary, wounded, revulsion for the necessity of this deed welling up in him. He bowed his head while the water began to flow in small streams around him. The bodies looked as though they had been attacked by wild animals, yet if they were studied, there would be a roar of interest heard halfway around the world. He could not allow that. He spent considerable time arranging the area in a way humans would accept without too many questions. A battle had broken out between fanatical factions of weekend warriors, and they had killed each other, their bodies then disturbed by a multitude of scavenging animals. He took great care to remove any traces of his family's presence from the area. They couldn't afford to leave even tire marks in the campsite. The accumulating water would take care of that for him. He could hide the bus, blurring it from prying eyes until they were on a main highway. Exhausted, he finally called in Forrest, and man and cat made their way back to the bus together. Sasha was lying quietly, and the big male leopard went to her side and touched her several times, examining the wound, stitches, and wrapping. Tempest turned to look at Darius, her heart in her eyes. He felt he had come home, the weariness dropping away, the stench of death replaced by her welcoming light. "You're bleeding," she said softly. "I will live," he answered. Ordinarily his kind shut down heart and lungs to preserve their blood, but Tempest and he were not safe yet. They still had to run the gauntlet of trucks blocking every road to the highway, and Darius knew others would be in those trucks waiting for them. "Tell me what you need," she said, aware that his body healed differently than hers. "The herbs and soil I need are in the cupboard above the couch." He sounded tired, and that frightened her. She looked away, careful to avoid allowing tears into her eyes. The sight of Darius, soaking wet, weary, streaked in blood and mud, his black hair plastered to his head, nearly broke her heart. She worked on him quickly. It was easier than she had envisioned, as the bullet had exited his body and he had started sealing off the wounds from the inside out. But it required tremendous energy on his part to heal his insides without benefit of the earth and rejuvenating sleep. Tempest packed his wound with the mixture of his healing saliva, soil, and herbs. It was strange to follow his directions to mix dirt with his saliva, but she accepted his explanation that Carpathians were of the earth and took advantage of its healing properties. Her hand caressed his neck, her fingertips conveying her growing love when she still could not voice it to him. Darius caught her hand and brought it to his mouth. I am sorry, Tempest. I never would have willingly exposed you to this side of our life. We are often hunted by mortals. Down through the centuries, many of us have been massacred. I wish I could have spared you this. I don't wilt in the sun, Darius, or melt in the rain. I'm tough, you know. Now let me drive us out of here. You go to sleep. Real sleep. I know you can't go into the ground, but you can sleep the way you're supposed to and trust me to take care of you. Her green eyes captured his black gaze and held it every bit as easily as he could do. You do trust me, don't you, Darius? He found himself smiling. In the midst of blood and death, pain and weariness, she made him smile. With my very life, baby, he responded, his voice velvet soft, brushing at her insides like the touch of his fingers. He cupped her chin in his palm. I promise you, I will rest when I know we are safe. Resignation crept into her eyes. There was no point in arguing with Darius when he had made up his mind. Tell me what to do. You will have to drive the bus. The storm is coming to its peak. We must take advantage of it. The water will pour into the streams because the ground cannot hold it, so there will be flooding. We want a time getting across the bridge before the wall of water hits it. We cannot use the roads, as they are blocked, he explained. She bit down hard on her lower lip, but that was her only sign of apprehension. She squared her shoulders and turned resolutely to walk to the driver's seat. Darius caught her around her small waist and fastened his mouth to hers. He tasted her fear, her sweetness, her compassion. He tasted her love for him, growing inevitably with every moment they shared. He took his time, his kiss fiercely possessive, savoring the closeness with her. Reluctantly, he lifted his head. We should get going, honey. His eyes darkened even more as he studied her slightly bemused expression. She was so beautiful to him. Color had swept into her face, and her lips were slightly parted, an invitation he couldn't find it in himself to resist. He kissed her again, this time hard but brief. Tempest seated herself behind the wheel of the bus. The rain was beating at the windshield, visibility at an all-time low. She glanced back at Darius, unsure of herself for a moment, but he was peering out the window, directing the violence of the storm. She read the certainty in him that she could do what he had asked of her. He believed in her absolutely. There's a faint trail, Darius, she called back to him. It's disappearing underwater, but I think I can stay on it. The bus moved sluggishly in the muddy track, rotted tree branches floating along in the water, bumping against the sides. Do not use the lights, Darius warned softly. I need them. I can't see that well in the dark, she objected. If the water's too high, we'll get stuck. You can see. I see through your eyes. It is the human mind in you that refuses to rely on your own senses, he corrected absently, as if his thoughts were elsewhere. Tempest exhaled slowly. The moment she felt calm and in control, she moved the large vehicle carefully through the swirling water. Her mind played tricks on her. She thought she saw eddies of deep red blood in the dark stream. But the rain was beating down so hard, she could barely see. The windshield wipers had no hope of keeping up with the deluge pouring from the sky. Tempest felt Darius standing behind her, the warmth of his body seeping into the cold of hers. He reached around her to frame her face with his palms, his fingertips brushing away her tears. You weep for the death of those killers. He made it a statement, neither good nor bad. He could feel the intensity of her sorrow beating at him. I'm sorry, Darius. Her voice was low, strangled, as if she was choking on her anguish. They had families, mothers, wives, brothers and sisters, children. They would have killed you, honey. I could read the intent in their minds. Some of them thought they would enjoy you before giving you your death. They would kill my sister and destroy her chosen life mate. I could not allow such an atrocity, he said quietly. I know, she agreed softly, and I'm not blaming you for what had to be. I realize the position they put you in, but I still feel sadness for their families and the waste of their lives. Perhaps some of them felt they were doing the right thing. It doesn't make it right, but they were living beings. Darius swept the thick mane of hair from the nape of her neck and bent to kiss her exposed skin. You do not have to explain what I already know, my love. I dwell in you as you may do in me at any time you choose. His hands rested briefly on her shoulders, the intensity of his love for her shaking him. It rose up, a flood of emotion that threatened to swamp him when there was still so much for him to do. He had to turn away from her before the need to crush her to him, to feel her skin against his, overcame him. He took a deep breath to steady himself and deliberately put distance between their bodies. Tempest drove through the murky water as it continued to rise. Twice she crossed a paved road and found another dirt truck. Once she came very close to a huge truck parked across the road, one of its occupants smoking a cigarette. She rubbled at her lower lip worriedly but got past the truck without incident. She glanced back at Darius, noting his coloring. He was gray and drawn, lines etched deeply in his face. The strain of masking with illusion an object as large as the bus was enormous. In his weakened state, he was actually trembling. Tempest hastily averted her eyes, her heart pounding as if it might explode in her chest at any moment. The idea of anything happening to Darius was terrifying. She drove as fast as she dared over the unfamiliar terrain, feeling her way carefully, focusing her mind on the dangers the volume of water presented. At times she chose a path so narrow that the tree branches scraped the sides of the trailer with a screeching metallic sound she thought might haunt her for all time. As the bridge loomed up in front of them, Tempest wiped at her face, hoping to wipe away the veil that was making it so difficult to see. Between the rain and the fog, she felt as if she were driving blind. She felt the bridge sway beneath the bus, and instinctively she let up on the gas pedal, nearly panicking. At once Darius was there, his bare foot covering hers, pressing the accelerator so that the bus fishtailed before the tires found traction. "Keep going, baby," he said softly. He didn't give her a choice, his foot firmly over hers. Tempest held on grimly to the steering wheel, her heart in her throat. Water was pouring over the structure, pushing at the bus hard enough that she had to fight to keep them on the bridge. The water wanted to lift the trailer and carry it into the swollen stream. She allowed herself to breathe only when the vehicle cleared the bridge. Then she pushed at Darius's leg, making him let up on the gas. She was shaking so violently, her teeth were chattering. "You are doing great, honey," Darius whispered, his hand stroking a caress down her bright hair. "We are almost out of this." "Almost?" She turned her head to stare up at him. "There's more?" "I'm getting so tired, Darius." She felt silly telling him that when he was wounded and in more need of rest than she. "I think I've had enough adventure for one night." He ruffled her hair, affection in his touch. For a man part beast and all predator, he found he had a side he had never expected. Tempest made him go soft inside. "Hang in there, honey. We face one more barrier, and then we will reach the open road." She heard a muffled roar and realized a wall of water was building upstream, pushing everything in its path in front of it. Immediately she started the vehicle moving forward, inching their way through the heavy vapor and rain. Without warning, a truck loomed up only scant feet from them, directly in her path. A man was leaning against the hood, night goggles pressed to his eyes. Lightning flashed, strike after strike, lighting the night as if it were day. The man dropped the goggles into the muck, his hands over his eyes as she swerved off the road, barely missing a huge tree. Clenching her teeth, she fought the heavy bus for control, bringing it back onto the road beyond the parked truck. Darius slumped into the seat beside her, his face so gray and drawn that she nearly slammed on the brakes. "Go lie down, Darius," she ordered, frightened by his lack of color. "I'll get us to the resort where Desari is supposed to be. Canocti Harbor Inn and Spa. It's somewhere near Clear Lake. I can find it." The route was well marked, an easy thing to follow, she hoped. She was bad at directions, but surely she could follow road signs. Darius staggered to the back of the bus without argument and lay down on the couch, the injured leopard on the floor close by. "You know you will get us lost without guidance, little love." Her heart turned over at the note of tenderness in his voice. She wanted him to sleep the rejuvenating sleep of his people, to heal himself in the earth so that he would be at full strength again. The pain from his wound was on him, hunger from blood loss beating at him, yet when she touched his mind, She found only thoughts for her safety. "You just think you're indispensable," she scolded him, deliberately sarcastic. "I'm perfectly capable of finding my way to the resort and the campsite where they plan to settle tonight. Now go to sleep, and I'll wake you if I need a wounded warrior. Do not ever attempt to leave me again, Tempest," he murmured so softly that she barely caught the words. There was an unguarded ache in his voice that brought a fresh flood of tears to her eyes. In her life, no one had ever wanted her. No one had ever needed her. Certainly no one had ever been so loving and caring toward her. For all his overbearing, dominating ways, she couldn't ever say he didn't put her first. She couldn't say her heart wasn't totally captivated. He had woven a spell around her so strong, she didn't think the tie could ever be broken. As she drove down the highway, the rain began to lessen to a drizzle. She made every attempt to keep her mind from what had happened. The idea of all those men throwing their lives away, attacking people they really knew nothing about, was devastating to her. She had no idea just how many adversaries there had been, but she knew the cats had managed to kill 2 humans apiece. She had caught the images in their minds. Darius had killed the others, but she had no idea how many, and she didn't want to know. It was better not to know, not to allow herself to think too much about insanity of what was happening in her life. Carpathians. Vampires. Vampire hunters. It was all too bizarre. Chapter 15. Tempest drove the bus onto the shoulder of the road, parked, and rested her head against the steering wheel. She felt as if she had been driving forever, but it was the road conditions and driving rain that finally defeated her waning strength, not the hour of night. Exhausted, she struggled to keep her eyes open. In any case, she had stayed on the main highway until there was a confusing fork in the road. She had gone right around the bend, hoping she wasn't supposed to take the road branching to the left. She nibbed her eyes, feeling faint. Her heart nearly stopped when a cloud of vapor streamed in through the window she had cracked open, hoping the cold air would revive her. Julian Savage shimmered into a solid state beside her, then went at once to Darius, concern etched on his handsome face. Tempest laid her head back against the seat, too tired to question him. "How long has he been like this?" Julian demanded. "He was shot," Tempest said without opening her eyes. "I told him to sleep, that I would find the rest of you." Julian bent close to Darius, tore at his own wrist with his teeth, and pressed the wound firmly over Darius's mouth. "Take what is freely offered that you might live both for your life mate and yourself." He was unexpectedly gentle, his voice a blend of concern and hypnotic compulsion. Darius moved then, for the first time in hours, his hand rising weakly to grip Julian's wrist and hold it to his mouth. Julian began the ritual healing chant, and from several miles away, the rest of the Carpathians, linked as they were with their unique telepathy, joined in. All of them felt Darius's weakness and pain. All of them knew he would not go to ground as he needed. Tempest pushed herself from the driver's seat and staggered down the trailer until she could drop to her knees beside Darius. "Is he going to be okay, Julian?" "He is weak. He went into battle already drained of his strength. He used mental energy to focus the storm and hide the bus." Julian looked worried, his eyes filled with concern. "He must go to ground and heal. He needs to sleep the sleep of our people." Darius roused himself, the blood of the ancients flowing strong in his veins. "She was lost again, was she not?" "I wasn't lost," Tempest protested, her voice drowsy. "I was simply looking for a good place to rest." Julian shrugged. "She took a wrong turn a few miles ago. I will drive both of you to the others." "You must sleep, Darius." "I must protect Tempest." It was an implacable statement, an order given by a being used to being obeyed. Tempest leaned her head against his leg. "You're about as much protection as a wet noodle right now, Darius." "I'm protecting you." She would have glared at him, but she didn't have the energy to lift her head. "Get it? I'm taking the responsibility for a change." Julian shook his head at them. "You're both a sorry sight. I have no choice but to offer my protection. I will drive. You two rest." "Good idea," Darius and Tempest said simultaneously. Darius reached down until he found Tempest's hand and laced his fingers through hers, connecting them together. They were content to be silent for a long while, the swaying of the bus curiously comforting. Then Darius's thumb began to move, a feather-light touch brushing gently back and forth across her knuckles. "I need to feel your body beside mine," he murmured beneath his breath. Tempest heard the urgency of his need in his voice. He never tried to hide it from her, never worried that he sounded vulnerable. She was exhausted, so much so that it was an effort to lift herself to the other side of the low couch. Sliding beside him, she fit her body to his. Darius instantly turned to wrap his arms around her. She felt as though she was home, safe and protected, where she belonged. She closed her eyes and slept, not realizing Darius had given her a slight mental push to help her drift off peacefully. Tempest jerked awake just under an hour later as Julian parked the trailer at the chosen site and opened the door for the others. Desari rushed in, a soft cry of alarm escaping as she saw her brother and Tempest. Her hand went to her throat. "Julian." Her ethereal voice wavered for a moment as she sought reassurance from her life mate. "He needs more blood and the earth to heal him," Julian supplied. Darius pushed himself into a sitting position, his black eyes moving over his family crowding around him. "Do not look so worried. It is not as if I have never been injured before. It is nothing." He turned to look down at Tempest. She simply didn't have the energy to move. She lay, her body like lead, just staring lovingly up at his face. His hand stroked her cheek, then settled around her neck. Darius was looking at her as if she were his entire world. Desari stroked back Tempest's hair. "You were wonderful, Rusty, so brave. I can feel your body's terrible weariness." Tempest managed a wan smile. "Don't tell me Darius was broadcasting a blow-by-blow report while it was all happening." "Of course. We needed to know in case something went wrong, and we had to return to give aid," Desari explained. "To help with the illusion, we created in the minds of those who saw us traveling on the highway the memory of the trailer traveling with us. If the authorities question anyone, they will state that all vehicles were traveling together last night, long before the horrible battle where we had camped." "A regular sports commentator, aren't you, Darius?" Tempest asked, annoyed that he had expended even more energy than she had first thought. No wonder he was looking gray and gaunt. "Take him wherever he's supposed to go and put him to sleep and leave me to rest." Darius's hand tightened around the nape of her neck. "We will not be separated. You must eat something before you sleep, Tempest. You have not taken any sustenance for 24 hours. Her eyebrows shot up. "Oh, I get it. You don't have to take proper care of yourself, but I do." "It isn't going to happen that way, Darius. You can growl at me all you want, but if you're insisting on forcing this relationship on me, you can darn well see to it that you take care of yourself so there's no possibility of your leaving me alone." Darius felt the curious melting in the region of his heart that she always caused. Tempest was trying hard to lecture him, to be tough, but her voice wavered, her fear for his well-being clearly evident to him. He leaned over to brush a soft kiss across her mouth. "You will do as I say, honey, as you are meant to do." Tempest's eyes flashed fire. "That's it. One of you go get me a club. A big one. He clearly needs to be hit over the head to bring him back to his senses. He must have lost them somewhere in the forest." "You idiot. I'm not your child to be dictated to. I'm a grown woman perfectly capable of making my own decisions. Now just this one time in your life, do what you're supposed to do and go to ground or whatever you call it." Julian made the mistake of allowing a laugh to escape, then hastily tried to cover it with a cough. Darius glared up at him, noticed the others grinning openly at him. "I am certain you all have things to do," he instructed pointedly. "Not really," Barack answered. Diane shook his head. "Much more entertaining here, Darius. You know, I'm still trying to get this relationship thing down, so it's necessary to observe one up close." Sindel took the more innocent approach. "Naturally, our concern is for you and Rusty, Darius. Nothing is more important than aiding you." Julian smirked at him. "This is enlightening. I am new to your particular ways, Darius, and do not mind learning how to handle the women properly when they refuse to be obedient." Desari's eyebrows rose. "I'll show you obedient," she threatened. Darius groaned. "All of you go away." "You go away, too," Tempest directed, fitting her body more closely into the pillows. "I need to sleep." He could hear the utter weariness in her voice. It is unsafe, baby. We cannot stay here. We are hunted, and none of us can remain above ground in our weakest hours. There are caves close by. You will be comfortable there, I promise. Her lashes fluttered for a moment, her heartbeat audible to them all. It's the bat thing again, isn't it? She forced humor into her voice. I think I'm going to have to go into therapy if we keep doing the bat thing. Closed-in places don't agree with me. I will make you sleep, Darius said gently. Let's do it then. She lifted her lashes long enough to catch Dasari's worried expression. When she glanced at the others, she could read the concern on their faces. What is it? What's wrong? Darius's black eyes suddenly came alive, burning with a kind of fierce protectiveness. His gaze swept over his family. Tempest sighed heavily and sat up, pushing at her wild mass of hair, which was tumbling everywhere. Darius, I'm too tired to figure this out. What is it everyone is worried about? It's unfair to keep me in the dark just because I'm unfamiliar with your needs. He must sleep our sleep in the ground, Sindel blurted out, not daring to look at Darius. Isn't that what we're doing? I'm going to the blasted cave. I'll sleep while he's in the ground, Tempest said. That's the plan. Sindel shook her head, ignoring Darius's warning growl. Tempest clamped her hand over Darius's mouth to shut him up. Tell me. He will not go to ground. He will sleep as a mortal with you above earth because he fears to leave you vulnerable to attack. There was a silence while Tempest digested the information. It was clear to Tempest that Darius was displeased with Sindel for interfering. Very gently Tempest stroked his neck with loving fingers, soothing him while she thought it all out. Eventually she shrugged. So put me to sleep, and then both of us can be in the ground. The idea of it turned her stomach. It sounded like a burial. But if she was completely unaware, it was a small thing to attempt if it helped Darius. Her calm statement brought a collective gasp of admiration. You would be willing to do such a thing for Darius? Dasari asked, gripping Tempest's wrists. You suffer greatly from confined spaces. Darius has told us this. Tempest shrugged. I wouldn't suffer if I was asleep, she pointed out. Let's get to it, Darius. I'm tired. And she was. Her body felt heavy and cumbersome. She didn't look at him, not wanting him to see the revulsion and horror at the idea of being buried alive reflected in her eyes. Darius's arms swept around her and brought her small body into the shelter of his heart swelling with pride in her. He didn't need to see her expression to read her true thoughts. A part of him was dwelling in her mind like a shadow. The terror burial and caves held for her was clear to him, yet she was willing to make the sacrifice if it meant his health. This is a great gift you offer me, Tempest, but it is impossible. My body is made to shut down my heart and lungs. Your body is not. You would suffocate in the ground. It may take a little longer, but my body will eventually heal, he assured her. Over her head, Darius's black eyes blazed at his family. No one dared defy that look, except Julian, who grinned at him. Dasari kept a death grip on Julian's hand to deter her life mate from riling her brother further. Please fix Tempest a vegetable broth, Darius instructed his sister. Tempest shook her head decisively. I really couldn't eat a thing, Dasari, but thank you. I just want to go sleep for a week or so. Darius glanced at his sister, a quick, steady look she could read all too easily. She nodded almost imperceptibly. Come on, we must allow them to clean up a bit. Barak growled low in his throat. Sindel, Sasha has need of our healing powers. I will carry her, and you bring the herbs. Sindel's eyebrows shot up. Have you forgotten we are entertaining a guest? I was going to fix him dinner and then take a walk with him. Barak caught her arm just above the elbow. Don't keep baiting me, Sindel. I have only so much patience. She gave him a haughty look. I do not have to answer to you, barbarian. Not now, not ever. Diane can walk with your precious guest into the woods. I will send Forrest hunting him, Barak snapped. You will stay with me. I think you have forgotten yourself. Sindel glared at him. I am leaving for a while, taking a small vacation. There was a moment's silence. Darius's head snapped up, his black eyes burning, but he refrained from the violent protest welling up within him. Diane paused in the act of heading out of the bus, his face all at once harsh. Even Julian stilled as if Sindel had dropped a bombshell. "With that human?" Barak hissed softly, menacingly, between clenched teeth. Sindel stuck her chin in the air belligerently. "It is not your business." Barak's hand slid up her arm to the nape of her neck. He caught her chin in his palm, holding her still while he bent his head to hers. His mouth fastened on hers right in front of them all. Hot. Burning. Sweeping away everything that had gone before and replacing it with heat, with a smoldering fire. Barak lifted his head reluctantly. "You are mine, Sindel. No one else will have you." "You cannot just decide that," she whispered, her hand pressed to her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. "No." He placed both hands on her shoulders. "In the presence of our family, I claim you for my own. I claim you as my life mate. I belong to you. I offer my life for you. I give to you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. I take into my keeping the same that is yours. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be cherished and placed above my own for all time. You are my life mate, bound to me for all eternity and always in my care." He spoke the words aloud, decisively, furious with her that she couldn't see it, that she refused to acknowledge his right to her. "What have you done?" Sindel wailed. She looked at Darius. "He cannot do that. He has bound us together without my consent. He cannot do it. Tell him, Darius. He must obey you." She sounded on the verge of hysteria. "Have you never wondered why Barak did not lose his feelings as Diane and I did?" Darius asked her gently. "He laughed where we could not. He felt desire where we could not. With every human groupie who gave him the eye." "I do not want such a life mate," Sindel said firmly. "Take it back, Barak, right now. Take it back." "Well, that is too damned bad," Barak snapped. "I am your life mate, and I have known it for some time. You merely refuse to see it." "I do not want a life mate," Sindel protested. "I will not have some pompous male directing my life." Barak's harsh features softened to sensual male beauty. "Fortunately for you, Sindel, I am not pompous. I have a need to discuss this with you while we are alone. Come with me." She was shaking her head even as he was drawing her out of the bus. When they were gone, Desari turned to her brother. "Did you know? All this time, did you know?" "I suspected," Darius answered. Barak saw colors. He retained so much of what Diane and I lost. When Feehan attacked Sindel, Barak was a monster unlike anything I had ever tried to control. He raged for weeks, so much so that Diane had to lend me his strength to keep him under control. "I did not realize," Desari said softly. "We kept it from you because he was so violent and angry. We worried for his sanity. After losing Feehan, we didn't want to worry you with the possibility of losing Barak also. I realized he was experiencing not only the male need to protect, but also the grief and rage, the violation and betrayal Sindel was feeling. He went aground for some time," Desari remembered. "I sent him to sleep to keep mortals and immortals alike safe. He was so distraught, in so much pain, I could do no other." Sindel needed the time to let the horrifying experience fade enough that Barak could cope with her pain. That's why he was so quiet, so unlike himself these last weeks. Desari nudged Julian. Why would he wait so long to claim her? Julian shrugged with his casual, elegant grace. "It is long since we have had women born close to their life mates. I know of no such case, so I cannot answer. Perhaps the proximity allows the male many more years of freedom." "Freedom?" Desari glared at him. "Do not talk to me of male freedom, life mate. You stole my freedom from me just as Barak has stolen Sindel's." Tempest stirred, caught by the conversation. "She can refuse him, can't she? I mean, these are modern times. Men can't just carry women off against their will, can they? Once a male Carpathian recites the ritual words to his true life mate, they are bound, soul to soul." "She cannot escape him," Julian said softly. "Why?" Tempest asked, turning her head to give Darius the full benefit of her censuring green eyes. Darius didn't so much as wince or even look repentant. Nor did he deign to answer her. He had the audacity to look amused. "A true life mate is the missing other half of our soul. The ritual words bind the soul back together again. One cannot exist without the other." It is very— Julian searched a moment for the right word. "Uncomfortable." to be apart from one's life mate. And the man can choose to bind the woman to him whether she wants it or not? Tempest was outraged. She wasn't entirely certain she believed him, but if it was so, it was barbaric. Totally barbaric. Darius circled her shoulders with his good arm. Practical only, honey. Women seldom know their own minds. But a woman cannot escape the need of her own life mate either. He is her other half as well, you see. Heedless of his injury, Tempest shoved him away from her. He didn't budge even an inch. She knew he was teasing her, laughing at her, although his face remained perfectly expressionless. Well, I don't believe it anyway. I'm not Carpathian, so it can't work on me. And I'm going to talk to Sindel about this nonsense. Darius kissed the side of her neck. Not a brief, elusive kiss, but one that lingered, that sent tiny shivers down her spine, sent fire dancing in her bloodstream. She glared at him. I thought we agreed, none of that. Didn't we have a lengthy discussion about this? His teeth scraped her collarbone, his chin nudging aside the neckline of her shirt to find bare skin. Did we? I cannot seem to recall. You recall everything else. Tempest did her best to sound severe, but it was difficult when electricity was arcing back and forth between them. Darius, you're hurt. Act like it, will you? We need paramedics and stretchers and maybe a dozen knockout pills. He moved then, with his easy, familiar grace, fluid and supple with the strength of an ancient's, blood flowing in his veins. His arm was rock hard around her waist, taking her with him toward the bathroom. I need to clean the stench of the kill from me, Tempest, before I can touch you properly. It came out unexpectedly, a confession. Tempest touched his mind, astonished at the ease with which she could accomplish the feat. He felt sorrow. Not for those he had dispatched in battle. He was pragmatic about that. He did what was necessary for his people and would do so again. He would protect Tempest without feeling remorse or sadness for those who were evil enough to threaten her. But he felt sorrow for his inability to come to her as an innocent man. He did not want her to look upon him as a beast, an undisciplined killer. He wanted her to understand that he was a dispenser of justice, very necessary to his people. He lifted her into the tub with him, and the water felt cool on her hot skin, breathing some life back into her depleted body. Very carefully she washed the blood from his shoulder and back, wincing at the sight of the angry wounds. She reached up to shampoo his thick mane of hair, massaging his scalp with gentle fingers. Darius bent his head forward to make it easier for her. Despite her exhaustion, finding herself pressed naked against him sent her pulse skyrocketing. His body stirred to life, pushing hard and thick against her. We can't possibly, she whispered. But her tongue flicked out and caught the water droplets running down his stomach. She traced the path lower still, feeling his body clench. Her hands, of their own volition, slid over his hips, massaging, kneading, tracing the firm muscles of his buttocks. She loved the feel of his hair-roughened skin against her softness. He made her feel beautiful and feminine, hot and restless, hungry and sexy. He made her feel safe, as if she would never be alone again. She clung to him, pressing herself close to the shelter of his body. Darius forced his mind away from her teasing mouth. She was drooping with exhaustion. He could have her, she would never refuse him, and he knew he could ensure her pleasure, but her body cried out for rest and nourishment. Before all eke, he needed to see to her health and protection. He pulled her head up so he could kiss her gently, tenderly. You are right, baby, he said softly. We cannot possibly until you have rested. I want you to sleep. He held her against him with his one good arm while the water cascaded over them, washing away the stench of blood and death. Make me be like you. Her words were so low, barely discernible even to his acute hearing, that he wasn't certain he had heard her correctly. Perhaps his mind was simply playing tricks on him. Tempest? He said her name against her neck, his heart pounding with temptation. He closed his eyes, praying for strength to resist the velvet seduction of her words. She raised her head so that her emerald eyes could search his face. You could do it. Make me like you. Then you could rest without worry. Sleep the way you're supposed to sleep. Just do it, Darius. Take my blood and give me yours. I want you to live. There was resolve in her voice, in her mind, yet her slender body was trembling at the enormity of what she was going to do. Her thoughts were centered only on him, on his well-being. Darius groaned, fighting the selfish beast, the one that wanted it all, his life mate, the fires of ecstasy burning between them for all eternity. She didn't realize what it would cost her. The sun, the blood, the hunters, humans abhorring what she would become. Even the danger of such an experiment. His fingers crushed her hair in his hands. We cannot, Tempest. We cannot even consider such an action. Do not bring this up again, as I do not know if I have the strength to refuse such a temptation. Her hand stroked his face, sending living flames piercing his body until he could think of nothing but possessing her. I've thought a lot about it, Darius, and it's the only way. If I was like you, there would be no need for you to worry about my safety. I could be with you in the ground. He felt the hard slam of her heart when she said it, saw the mental image of the earth closing over her head, of being buried alive. She pushed the thought away, but her pulse was racing. He caught her hand to still her caressing fingers before he lost all good sense. Her scent was beckoning him. His body was hard and full with need. His mouth could actually taste her, the hot, tempting spice of her blood. He had never wanted anything more. I will not even consider such a thing, Tempest. The danger to you is too great. I have made the decision to live as humanly as possible. I am willing to age as you age, to die when you die. Converting you is a risk I am not willing to take. Watching your health and strength slowly dwindle is not something I'm willing to do, Darius, she protested, wrapping her arms around his waist. Her fingers settled over his buttocks and began a slow, erotic motion that threatened to turn him inside out. I'm not making an impulsive decision without thought. I've really given this a good amount of consideration. It's the only answer for us. The only thing that makes sense. Her mouth skimmed over his chest, her tongue lapping at his nipples, lazily tracing a bead of water to his flat stomach, swirling around his belly button so that every muscle in his body cried out for her. You have not thought it through. His voice was a husky ache of need. Unable to stop himself, his hand skimmed over her satin skin, moved up to cup the soft weight of her breast, his thumb stroking her erect nipple so that she shivered and pressed into him. You cannot abide closed in places. The thought of being buried in the earth is repulsive to you. Your mind cannot deal with the idea of drinking blood. Darius had thought to make her wince with that deliberately graphic image, but she seemed preoccupied with catching a drop of water that was sliding over the tip of his throbbing erection. Her tongue sent a storm of fire surging through him, like a wild wind out of control. Her mouth was tight and hot and so exquisite, he bunched fistfuls of her hair in his hands, holding her there for a long moment, somewhere between agony and ecstasy. He felt his hunger rise, the need to dominate, to take what was his, to feed on her voraciously, to feel her mouth taking him into her body as a true life mate should. His fangs lengthened dangerously, and the beast fought for freedom. She had committed herself to him. It had been her idea. He could take her without guilt, bring her into his world and have her for all time. The temptation was so great, he forced her head up, his hands wrapped in her hair, her soft throat vulnerable and open for his assault. She went to him willingly, without the slightest fear of him, lifting her chin to give him better access. At once Darius spun her around so that her back was to him. Locking her to him with one strong arm, he buried his face in her shoulder, breathing hard, breathing away the temptation beating at him so fiercely. For the second time that he could remember, tears slid down his face and mingled with the water running down her shoulders. He ached to have her, to taste her, to teach her his ways. But more than that, he was humbled that she would make such an offering, that she could love him enough to come willingly into his life. It wasn't as if she accepted or acknowledged to herself that she loved him. She hadn't even shared his mind enough to know him as he knew her. That was what made her gift so incredible to him. Her complete acceptance, her willingness to put his life, his health, before her own. He knew every one of her fears. He dwelt in her mind. Yet she was willing to give up everything she knew so that he would live safely the way he was meant to. No one had ever thought to protect him or put his needs first, not in all the long centuries of his existence. He doubted if anyone had given a thought to his desires. It was his duty to provide for the others, to hunt, to protect, to guide, to control. It simply was. Tempest was offering him unconditional love. She didn't recognize it for what it was. She didn't think about it. He needed something, and she was willing to move heaven and earth to provide it for him. He read her determination easily, and she was quite capable of seducing him into it. He wanted it. He needed it. He hungered for it. "Baby," he whispered softly, his teeth scraping back and forth on the soft temptation of her pulse. "I will not put you in danger. I cannot risk your life. If I did this thing and something went wrong, we would both be lost. Thank you for your willingness to give me such a great gift, but I cannot accept. I cannot." He was humbled by her, humbled by his own overwhelming love for her. "It has been done before, Darius. If you fear my reaction, I have thought up solutions to some of the problems. You could put me to sleep before we go into the ground, at least until such time as my brain is accepting of your way of life." He resolutely turned off the water, needing a reprieve from the seduction of her offer. "That is true, Tempest, but wait before you protest. Twice now you have given me your blood. I didn't even know you did it. You can provide for me while I learn your ways. It shouldn't be that difficult." As he wrapped her in a towel, she caught his hand, held his palm against her breast. "I am already half in your world and half in mine, at home nowhere. You can't live without your strength, and I can't bear to see it drained away from you. It isn't what you were meant for. There is greatness in you, Darius." He smiled, his black eyes softening, the hard edges of his mouth tender. "And what of you? Do you think yourself less than me that you must sacrifice so for me?" She shook her head hastily to disabuse him of that notion. "Of course not. In fact, I think you need me around to keep you from being an arrogant, overbearing dictator, to keep you on the straight and narrow." "Overbearing dictator," he echoed, male amusement sliding into the velvet timbre of his voice. He nuzzled the nape of her neck. "Exactly." The smile faded from her face, leaving her solemn. "I'm not like other people, Darius. I've never fit in anywhere. I don't know if this will work out between us, but if you can manage not to try to rule every aspect of my life, I'm willing to try. I know I want to be with you. I know I'm not afraid of you or your people." His eyebrows shot up at her blatant lie. "Oh, shut up." She threw a towel at him. "Don't look at me like that. I know you would never hurt me. Never, Darius. I don't believe in too many things, but I believe in you." She looked around for clean clothes and was disappointed when she realized she hadn't thought to bring any with her. Fatigue was crowding in, pushing out her need to convince him. She wanted to lie down and sleep for a week. "Just promise me you'll think about this, Darius. It's really the only sensible solution. And if it doesn't work out between us, by the time we know, I should be able to take care of myself." She sank down onto the edge of the tub, too weary to stand any longer. Darius tamped down his hunger, his raging desire, and the emotions that were clouding his good judgment. He caught up the robe he had made a day or two earlier for her. It was hanging on the door, thick and warm. He enfolded her in its softness. "We will eat, honey, and then we will sleep. All of this can be sorted out on the next rising. Isn't that the first day of Dasari's performance? Whoever sent those men after her will try again. She'll be so vulnerable, Darius. We have to resolve this before she goes on stage." He could hear her weariness. It clung to her like a second skin. The Carpathian male could do no other than protect his life mate, see to every aspect of her care, so he simply took possession of her arm and, without further conversation, led her into the kitchen and sat her at the table. Dasari had prepared a bowl of steaming vegetable broth. The aroma filled the bus, but Tempest merely pressed a hand to her stomach and tried not to gag. "See, Darius? I can't eat anyway. I can't have one foot in my world and one foot in yours. I'm willing to risk the conversion to have a chance at a future with you." He ignored her soft, persuasive voice and thrust his mind deliberately into hers. Not gently, but firmly taking control, giving her no time to fight him. "You will eat this broth, and it will stay down and nourish you." It was a command. He forced her obedience, even when her stomach rebelled, attempting to rid itself of the food. Tempest blinked up at him, finding her soup bowl empty. She shoved her damp hair away from her face, her long lashes drooping tiredly. "I just want to sleep, Darius. Let's go to sleep." He wrapped her in his good arm, lifted her easily, and carried her out of the trailer and into the night. They were back to their warrior and captive roles, but Tempest didn't care. She closed her eyes and settled closer against his chest. The tunnel he chose leading into the earth was warm with geothermal activity. At once it robbed her of breath, inducing a feeling of suffocation in her. She tried to hide it from Darius, not wanting him to know she was uncomfortable. She burrowed closer to him, giving herself up to his protection. She knew he would not go into the soil because she could not go. He would make them a sleeping area in the safety of the earth where she could sleep the sleep of humans, and he could try his best to follow suit. But he needed the rejuvenating soil, especially now that he was wounded. He needed to shut down his heart and lungs and sleep the Carpathian way. Tempest smiled against his heavy muscles, suddenly confident of her ability to persuade him to her way of thinking. She just needed to rest first before she renewed her attack. Darius could not resist her forever. She had been in his mind, felt his vulnerability. He would give in if she persisted. He wanted her conversion with every cell in his body. She knew Darius felt he had to protect her, that she was fragile and delicate. But Tempest knew she wasn't. Perhaps physically she was weak in comparison to his race, but she had a tremendous strength of will. It was every bit a match for his. She would find a way to keep him safe, protect him in the same fierce way, with the same fierce love as Darius did her. Chapter 16. The Canocti Harbor Inn, famous for its food and concerts, was built on the edge of a large lake nestled in the mountains, cool and shaded by majestic pine trees. The resort drew large crowds to its outdoor concerts, its large amphitheater, and the more cozy indoor venue where guests could dine and watch their favorite performers. The Summerfest was legendary, bringing visitors from all over the country to the festivities. It was one of Dasari's favorite places to perform, and she scheduled concerts there each time she was in California. To Darius and Julian, the security was a logistical nightmare. The head of security appeared to be in his 40s and had the air of a man who knew his job and could handle any situation that should arise. He listened attentively to the group's special problems. Already aware of the attempt on Dasari's life a few months earlier, he had made additional preparations himself. Still, he was open to their ideas and more than cooperative. Darius found himself liking the man, going so far as to give him the grudging respect he generally reserved for his own kind. Darius expected cooperation and got it either through consent or compulsion, but it was easier when he had the full cooperation of the security team. Dasari was to perform indoors. All three men agreed on that. It was safer and the environment much easier to control. The head of security showed them around, going over the recent renovations with them, showing them floor plans and every possible entrance and exit. He was easy to work with and had a fairly competent staff for the small resort. Still, for the kind of problems they expected, all of them knew it wouldn't be enough. Locals, mostly young, were employed as event staff, and they were far too inexperienced to handle the kind of threat Dasari's enemies posed. Darius and Julian knew they would have to check the entrances themselves, testing each individual's thoughts as he or she moved through the doors. Diane and Barack would be able to help at least up until the actual performance. With the ability to mask their appearance at will, they could blend in with the security staff and not look like band members. While the men were occupied with pre-show security arrangements, Tempest enjoyed the shower in the suite of rooms provided by the resort. Darius had come up with a wardrobe of clothes for her, and she had never had such clothes in her life. The jeans didn't have holes in them, the dresses clung and swirled, and everything fit perfectly. For a moment she almost didn't wear them, feeling like a kept woman, but then she couldn't resist. She was part of the troupe, like it or not. Dasari and Sindel were both elegant, striking women. She couldn't very well run around in her oily bib overalls. She stepped out into the night air, remembering at the last moment to pin the little tag in place identifying her as a member of the band's crew. She wandered around outdoors, inhaling the scent of pine trees and flowers. The lake was a stone's throw away, boats docked in rows, waves lapping at the shore. The lake called to her, the breeze blowing gently in her face. Tempest felt free walking by herself, even though Darius would have a fit. He was becoming more and more protective of her, so much so that she was thinking of breaking out of prison for a few hours, maybe during the concert. Darius would be busy and unaware of what she was up to. Do not count on it, my love. You are not to wander around unescorted. Go back to the room while I am working. Later you may come and listen to the concert. His very voice held magic. A velvet caress that sent heat pooling low within her. How could he do that from such a distance? How could he massage the nape of her neck with his perfect mouth and span her throat with his palm, make her pulse race and her blood turn to molten lava? How kind of you to give your permission. She retorted. Concentrate on your work, Darius. I'm just looking at the lake. What possible trouble could I get into? His laughter, low with mocking male amusement, brushed in her mind like butterfly wings. I would not be surprised if you managed to sink the entire pier. If someone told me you were single-handedly trying to rescue 7 drowning victims, I would not raise an eyebrow. There will be no heroics, no hang gliding, no speedboat racing, and no flirting. I absolutely forbid your helping the security team deal with drunks, brawls, or any other situation. Go back to the room. I'm not that bad. She reprimanded indignantly. Pay attention to what you're doing and leave me in peace. I do not wish to force my will on you, honey. It was a clear threat. But you will if I don't obey. Her hot temper surged forth. If he was standing on the edge of the pier in his elegant suit, she would have shoved him right off the edge into the water. Yuliyev, no right to dictate. To me, Darius. In case you've forgotten, this is the modern era. Women have rights. You're irritating me. I do not have time for this silly argument. Now, go. There was the slightest hint of resignation in his voice, in his mind, and it made her smile. Darius was slowly but surely getting the message that dictating to her did not necessarily get him his way. And she was beginning to understand his driving need to protect her. More and more she was sharing his mind, including memories of his childhood and his life. Tempest. Cullen Tucker's voice nearly made her jump out of her skin. One have to admit it's a bit surprising to see you out without Darius. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. Is it catching or something? Come on, Cullen. Why would I need an escort at every moment? She knew she sounded belligerent, but after Darius's little lecture, she was annoyed with the entire male population of the earth. He instantly and prudently held up a hand in surrender. Hey, Tempest, you can pack that red-headed temper away. I don't think you need a bodyguard at every moment, but Darius seems to keep a close watch on his property. Her eyebrows shot up, fury gathering in her green eyes. For your information, Mr. Tucker, I am not anybody's property. Least of all Darius's. Don't encourage him. You are definitely my property. Darius said, laughter in his voice. Oh, shut up, she whispered sweetly. Okay, Cullen said to appease her, discretion being the better part of valor. He waved a hand toward the glistening lake. It's beautiful, isn't it? Tempest nodded, her eyes on the waves. There's always something soothing about water. Cullen gestured toward a riverboat that looked like something that should be on the Mississippi River. That's pretty cool. I hear you can rent it for private parties or take a 3-hour tour on it around the lake. There's a big bachelor party tonight. Darius had me go over the guest list to see if I recognized any of the names. Tempest raised an eyebrow and quirked a little grin at him. A bachelor party? Complete with a stripper jumping out of a cake. Cullen laughed. Who knows? He sighed softly. You know, you were right about this driving at night business. I'm usually a morning person, but after traveling all night, I swear I couldn't wake up today. When I finally managed to drag myself out of bed, it was 7 o'clock, and everyone was already up. Even Julian. He glanced around to assure himself no one was in hearing distance. To tell you the truth, I did kind of suspect him of being a you-know-what, but I saw him eating dinner with Desari. They were almost finished when I went into the dining room. I watched him eating myself. How can that be? Tempest demanded, fully aware that Darius was monitoring every word of the conversation. Eavesdropper. We can eat. We simply remove the offending substance from our systems as soon as possible. Yuck. Tempest pushed down the mental image and turned her attention back to Cullen. The whole idea was a little far-fetched. I saw a vampire, Cullen snapped defensively. I saw him kill my fiancé in San Francisco. It wasn't some delusion. She rubbed her hand up and down his arm soothingly. I know, Cullen. I believe you. I was speaking of Desari. She's so sweet and good to everyone. Why anyone would think she was a monster, I can't imagine. Out of nowhere, Diane and Barack suddenly appeared, casually positioning themselves on either side of Tempest, inserting their larger frames between Cullen and her. The move was subtle, but they definitely removed her hand from Cullen's arm. Tempest heaved an exaggerated sigh, fully aware the two Carpathians had been sent by Darius to retrieve her. You're a skunk, you know that? But it was hard to keep the laughter out of her voice. Of course, she should have anticipated his move. No, you do not need to be touching other men. I told you to go back to the room, where I know you are safe. I was going. Not fast enough to suit me. Barack took possession of Tempest's arm. Not tightly, but she knew she couldn't break his grip. It was all she could do not to burst out laughing. I take it Barack isn't a man? A soft growl was Darius's only answer to her teasing. Deliberately, she smiled at Cullen. I would think it might be dangerous for you to be out in the open like this. What if the society sends someone here and you're spotted? Cullen shrugged. I'm hoping I can spot them first. It's the least I can do under the circumstances. Barack was applying pressure, slowly drawing her away from the human, back toward their rooms. Darius wants you with Desari and Sindel, little sister. He is very insistent. He had heard the growling, too. Diane stepped smoothly to Cullen's side, grinning good-naturedly at him. Darius is the very devil with that woman. He keeps a close watch on her and has a protective streak a mile wide. It seems all of you do, Cullen responded. It is our way. So you're stuck with me, the bachelor. Diane walked him toward the concert hall. Darius had made it a point that they watch over Tucker. He might not be Carpathian, but he had warned them of danger at great risk to himself, and Darius was not about to let him die. Diane understood some of Cullen's feelings. The man grieved for his lost love, felt totally alone, and Diane knew that feeling well. More and more as the others could feel emotion, the darkness was spreading in him, a stain he couldn't seem to remove. He could touch the others and momentarily feel emotion through them, but it only increased his own barren existence when he slipped from their minds. Tempest paced alongside Barack, fuming that Darius was forcing his will on her. Barack didn't seem to notice her deliberately lagging steps, simply taking her with him to the room allotted to Desari. He reached around her and opened the door, all but pushing her inside. She glared at him. You know, Barack, you could use some lessons in manners. Probably true, he agreed softly, but then, you could use a few lessons in obedience. Sindel slammed the door in his face. That man is a total brute. I do not know where he got the idea that he can suddenly boss us all around, but I swear, he has been hanging around Darius too long. From the other side of the door, they heard Barack's mocking laughter. Sindel threw her shoe at the door. Jerk. She flung herself into a chair and glared up at Desari. How do you put up with Julian? Not easily, Desari admitted. When he gets out of hand, I just go around him. It is much easier than butting heads with him. I would very much like to butt Barack in the head, Sindel said. You should hear him. He thinks he can just start ordering me around because he was an idiot and tied us together. Desari laughed softly. He could not tie you together if you were not true life mates, Sindel. You know that very well. I know he has spent centuries betting women. Who would want him? Moodily, she flung her other shoe at the door, wishing the wooden panel was his head. And you should hear him go on about my flirting and about men wanting me. I tell you, Desari, he can fling himself into the lake. He has not made his ultimate claim, Desari observed. If Barack had made love to Sindel, all of them would have known immediately, as they had with Darius staking his claim on Tempest. I refused him. Sindel looked down at her hands, sudden tears welling up. He has been with so many. I have only had Savon, and that was rape. It was horrible, and it hurt. I could not take the chance. I almost wanted to, but I didn't dare. If I couldn't make myself accept him in that way. Dasari circled her shoulders, pulling her close. Oh, Sindel, it would not be like that. You should have shared your fears with Barak. Sindel shook her head in agitation. I cannot. I closed my mind to him. Tempest laced her fingers with Sindel's. Feehan committed a violent crime against you, Sindel. When you're with someone who loves you, he takes great care to ensure your pleasure above all else. If Barak does love you and wants to be with you always, he would treat you gently. What if I did not please him? What if I cannot do as he wishes? I think about it, wanting him, but then the memories come, and I don't think I could take his hands or his body on me, Sindel explained miserably. She sounded as if her heart was breaking. Dasari stroked her hair. A lifemate dwells in the mind as well as the heart and soul. He would see to your needs, help you overcome your fears. You must give yourself a chance at happiness, Sindel. What Feehan did should not be allowed to destroy your life as well as Barak's. Remember, what happens to you, happens to him. Why do they have to make it so damned hard on us? Tempest asked. They act as if we should be in a convent when we're not with them. They have the old values, Rusty, Dasari said. After all, they were born centuries ago. And there are so few Carpathian women. You cannot really blame them for wanting to protect us. I'll never fit in, Tempest said sadly. Even if I convince Darius to convert me, I know I'll never be able to take the way he tells me what to do. Her feelings for Darius were growing at an alarming rate, winding deep into her heart and soul so that she had to see him with all his dark memories, had to see him for the man he truly was. She needed to love him and protect him in the same way he needed to love and protect her. Sindel and Dasari exchanged a long look. You asked Darius to convert you? Dasari asked, shocked. Tempest shrugged. He won't do it. He says it's too dangerous. Is it? Does anyone know? I asked Julian, Dasari said eagerly. He said that you must have some psychic ability. Otherwise, as a human, you could not be Darius's life mate. And believe me, Rusty, it is rather obvious you are his true life mate. I have never seen my brother like this. I don't have any psychic ability, Tempest protested, looking confused. I really don't. Of course you do, Sindel said. You communicate with animals. Oh, that. Tempest shrugged. That's not anything special. It is what enables you to understand Darius's predatory nature, Dasari explained, excited. The conversion would work. I just know it would. And if it didn't? Tempest prompted. Dasari chewed her lower lip nervously, her gaze sliding away from Tempest's. You could become a deranged vampiress and would have to be destroyed. There was a small silence. A deranged vampiress, Tempest said sarcastically. No wonder Darius doesn't want to chance it. She leaned over to meet Dasari's eyes. What else are you keeping from me? Dasari glanced at Sindel, who nodded. Julian says the conversion process is very painful. Tempest shoved at the hair spilling around her face. Oh yeah, I'm into pain. Did you know all this when you first brought up the subject? You did mean for me to think about it, didn't you? Dasari looked guilty. I am sorry, Rusty. It is just that I love my brother, and I can see the strain in him already. He would never shirk his duties. Even though his strength is lessening, he will continue to fight those who threaten us. I was thinking of him, not of you. I ask your forgiveness. Darius was furious with both of us. Sindel admitted he did not raise his voice. He does not have to, but he fairly shook with rage. Tempest paced the length of the room. What kind of pain? A flood of remorse slid over Dasari. As much as she wanted her brother to live, he would be furious at this conversation, at Sindel and Dasari for using Tempest feelings for Darius to persuade her. You cannot be serious. Dasari jumped up and caught her shoulders. It was wrong of me to suggest such thing. It is against Darius's wishes. He has told me he has made the decision to age and die with you, that he has no regrets. I must accept his will, although it is difficult. Sindel nodded. Darius says the woman should not have to risk her very life for a man. She looked down at her fingers, remembering Darius's chastisement. He said it was bad enough that he'd taken away your choice, your old lifestyle, and he would never willingly risk you life. There was pain in her eyes when she raised them to Tempest's. We should not have continued to discuss this. But then, it really isn't his risk or his decision, is it? Tempest asked softly. I have as much right to worry over his health and well-being. It is the male's duty to see to his life-mate's health and happiness, Desari pointed out. He can do no other. My happiness, Tempest repeated softly, almost to herself. The sound of a knock on the door made her heart pound. Inside, she was turning over their revelations. Could she do it? Chance it? Did she have that kind of courage? The words, deranged vampiress, did not conjure up a pretty picture. She didn't like the sound of that at all. But the thought of Darius losing his great strength, growing old when he did not have to, was a heavy weight on her heart. Did she believe in the fairy tale? Darius might believe he would grow old with her, but perhaps he would soon tire of her as men often did of their women. No man could really devote himself to one woman for all time. Certainly not for an eternity. She was a loner. Solitary by nature. Yet the thought of an eternity of solitude wasn't all that appealing. Tempest didn't mind going around once in life, but over and over didn't sound all that great. And then there was the blood thing. Tempest made a face. Sucking the blood out of somebody's neck was a sickening thought. Baby, you think the most depressing thoughts. Just put the whole thing out of your head. I will be fine, I will not tire of you, and you will never be allowed to suck anyone's blood. I, however, will have the pleasure of sucking on your neck and other parts of your anatomy as often as possible. After I strangle my two little sisters, everything will be fine. You don't have to strangle them. I was the one who asked. I will not leave you, my love. His voice was a soft caress, but it carried total conviction. As their minds were merged, she could clearly see his thoughts, his beliefs, even his memories of the time before he met her. Hai had been a bleak, barren existence. She was his world, she would always be his world. He believed that implicitly. I need to find the courage, she whispered aloud to herself. Desari leaned into her. You are our sister, beloved for what you have given Darius. You already have shown great courage, just to brave being with him. Do not let us make you fret. Darius has chosen. So be it. And you think this will relieve you of the responsibility for making my life mate fear for me, little sister? Darius demanded. Desari shook her head as if he could see her. The knock came again, signaling that it was time for the band to make an appearance on stage. Come with us, Rusty, she invited. Tempest stepped back, suddenly shy. She had never liked crowds, and she definitely preferred to be anonymous. I'll listen from a distance. Good luck, you too. Sindel was appearing with the band for the first time since the trauma of her rape. Out in the hall, Barack and Diane were waiting, along with several security and event staff, to escort them on stage. Julian and Darius were at the entrances. Security would remain tight for the duration of the concert, and there would be little chance for patrons to wander about the auditorium unobserved. Tempest followed the band from a short distance, looking around for Darius. When she couldn't find him, she stayed just outside the door and listened. A roar went up, signaling that Desari was on stage. The band began a slow, moody ballad, one particularly suited to Desari's beautiful voice. It filled the hall and spilled out, dreamy, sexy, mystical. Tempest touched the door with reverent fingers. No one had a voice like Desari. Once heard, it was impossible to forget. It conjured up dreams, fantasies, evoked intense emotions in all who heard her. Tempest felt a surge of pride in her. Somehow she had become part of them all. Accepted. Respected. A member of their peculiar family. Cullen hurried up, obviously out of breath, his heart loud enough for Tempest to hear. Where is he? Where's Darius? At the entrance to the balcony, I think, she replied. The riverboat party. The bachelor thing. I saw Brady Grand among the passengers boarding the boat, but I don't think he got on. If he's the one who booked that boat, then it's a setup. He's got a crew here. Who's Brady Grand? Tempest was pacing alongside Cullen as he raced toward the stairs to find Darius. He's someone you don't want to meet. He heads up the society here on the West Coast. Damn it, where's Darius? Cullen started up the stairs, but was stopped by a uniformed security guard. He pointed impatiently to his tag and pushed past the man. Tempest turned and ran to the door, rushing outside, running around the building toward the marina. The riverboat was still tied to the dock. Men were laughing and shoving one another as they moved up the pier to board the boat. She had no idea exactly what she was looking for. They all looked like normal partygoers to her. She stood very still, trying to see one thing that jangled, that Jared. The revelers continued to board the boat, their jokes lewd, a lot of playful pushing and shoving going on. Most of the men looked as if they'd already indulged in a great deal of partying before they arrived. She shook her head and moved away from the bushes toward the marina store. Almost at once, she felt a sharp object poking into her back. Thinking it was a branch, she started to turn. She saw a blur coming at her head, nothing she could identify, but she had no chance of getting her arms up to protect herself. Whatever it was smashed against her head, hard, and she was falling. Inside the building, Darius froze in place. Not a muscle moved. It was as if he stopped breathing. Then he was moving, far too fast for the human eye to see. He burst from the building, the beast raging for release. He felt it growing stronger and more lethal within him. He let it consume him, reaching for it so that the thin veneer of civilization was gone. The savage predator was loose, and there was not one shred of mercy in its soul. Tempest. Her name was a whisper of sanity in his mind, the only thing keeping him from a berserker's rage. He could not kill everyone who crossed his path. He had to stay focused. She had been taken from him, but because she did not answer his call did not mean she was lost to him forever. He would know if she was dead. His soul would know. No, they had knocked her out in some way, made it impossible for his mind to reach hers. They had baited a trap, and in his arrogance, he had fallen into it. Thinking Desari the ultimate target, he had concentrated his protection there. Cullen had been right all along. They wanted Tempest. Julian, they have taken Tempest. Stay and protect Desari and Sindel. Alert Diane and Barak. I will go after her. It is a trap. Of course it is. Why else would they grab her when we were all here for the taking? They are using her for bait. I will go. Darius moved swiftly away from the crowds, needing the open spaces. He sent a call to the night, sent a wind seeking his answers. It brought the scent of his prey, sharp and pungent, to his nostrils. Darius took to the sky, shape-shifting as he did so, his body becoming that of a winged night hunter. Below him he saw the winding ribbon of highway, the car speeding over the mountain road. They would be taking her somewhere close, leading him into the trap. Darius plunged straight down, streaking through the sky toward the windshield of the car, his huge expanse of wings spread wide. The bird completely eclipsed the glass, and the driver screamed and instinctively ducked. At the last moment, Darius pulled up and disappeared as if he had never been. The car swerved wildly, fishtailing dangerously close to the cliff. The rear end swung around, smashed into dirt and rock, bounced off, then slid several feet before the driver could regain control of the vehicle. Brady Grant swore as he clutched at the seat in front of him. What the hell are you doing, Martin? We almost crashed. Slow down if you have to. Wallace says she has to be alive. We need information, and the only way to lure one of them to us is through a woman. You didn't see it? Martin wiped the sweat from his face. It was an owl. The biggest damned owl I ever saw. There wasn't anything there, Brady snarled. You're just chicken. All you have to do is drive. Brady swept back the red gold hair falling across Tempest's face so he could examine the ugly cut where Martin had hit her with the billy club. You hit her too damned hard. She's bleeding like a stuck pig back here. A gust of wind hit the side of the car, blowing it several inches into the other lane. Ahead of them, ominous black clouds gathered from out of nowhere. Veins of lightning zigzagged from cloud to cloud. Thunder crashed so loudly it shook the car. Martin ducked again and swore out loud. This is getting out of hand, Brady. I say it's a warning of some kind. If something's doing this, I don't want to challenge it. Let them have her. The car was slowing, pulling to the side of the road. Brady slapped the back of Martin's head hard. Drive. This is what we want. He'll follow us. We have poison that will render him helpless. We'll actually bag one of them. Just drive the damned car. A cloud, black and sinister, poured into the car through a back window that was cracked open an inch. It flowed in, spreading a dark vapor that obscured all vision. Brady grabbed at the woman, but felt something tugging her away from him. No way. I'll kill her. He jerked his gun into position and pulled the trigger as fast as he could. It was too late. The vapor had wound itself around his throat and was pulling tighter and tighter. He felt his captive slide to the floor and tried to aim the gun at her head, pulling the trigger again, cursing as he did so. The reverberations from the shots were loud in the close confines of the car. "You thought you could take my woman from me," Darius said softly. The venomous black vapor suddenly felt real, felt like a solid noose, a garrote cutting deep into Brady's throat, slicing through flesh so that his blood ran like a river down his neck to soak into his immaculate white shirt. He was still cursing as he died. Darius snarled silently as the stench of gunpowder drifted out the window and the black clouds slowly solidified. Blood was dripping from his left thigh, and another bullet had caught him near his hip when he had flung his body over Tempest to protect her. She wasn't moving, and it scared him to death. The driver was dead. Grant had shot him with his wild barrage of bullets. Tenderly, carefully, he drew Tempest's motionless body from the blood-stained car. He clamped down hard on his own pain, taking time to examine every inch of her before launching himself skyward. Droplets of blood splashed to earth as he flew, mingling with the soil. He took her to the cave. "One of you needs to take care of the car. It must be destroyed, and then we must find the head of this organization. That continues to hunt Darius. We cannot take any further chances with them, Julian. They must have a hideout nearby. You are injured. I will come to you and give you aid. Do not leave the women until it is safe to do so." Darius's voice held hard authority. He knew Julian was unlike the others. They were used to following his orders, while Julian had long been a loner, answering to no one except on the rare occasion when he had contact with his prince or the Dark One, the healer of their people. Julian chose his own way always. He would likely ignore Darius and accede to Darius's wishes that he aid her brother. Darius let his breath out slowly, acknowledging that Julian would make his own decisions. "I cannot protect them at this time, and I am relying on you. As soon as the concert is over, put them somewhere safe, and all of you meet with me to ferret out this predator." There was a small silence. "You are safe?" "I am." Darius was uncertain if he spoke the truth. He was not at full strength, and he had lost a great deal of blood. Ordinarily, he would have instantly shut down his heart and lungs to preserve the precious fluid until his kindred came to provide for him. But he didn't have the time or luxury to do so now. Tempest was hurt. Tempest stirred and moaned softly, raising a trembling hand to the gash on her head. "Ow!" Her long lashes fluttered, rose, and she smiled at him. "I knew you would come, Darius, but I've got a hell of a headache." He leaned over her and pressed a wet cloth to her head. "Close your eyes, honey, and lie still so I can see what I can do about this." "They wanted one of you to follow, didn't they?" she murmured, her lashes drooping. She felt sick. "You have a slight concussion, Tempest." Darius knew his voice reflected his weariness. It was impossible for him to keep the pain at bay with his strength waning by the moment. Fortunately, she had not recovered enough to notice his wounds. He scooped up handfuls of rich soil, mixed it with his healing saliva, and packed the gaping holes in his body. Darius sent himself seeking outside his own body and into hers. It was difficult to focus as completely as he must while his great strength and energy were draining away. He had tried to slow his heartbeat, to slow the loss of blood, hoping to give himself more time. He could feel her fear, the pounding and throbbing of the pain in her head. She had lost blood, but not the copious amounts head injuries often led to. She would not need a replacement. He tested the bruising, meticulously worked at healing it inside her skull and then outside until the wound was closed. He took her headache away and retreated, slumping wearily onto the floor of the cave. For a long while there was only the sound of their heartbeats. Tempest lay floating in a kind of a dream state. After some time she became aware of the differences in the rhythms of their hearts. They always beat the same when they were close to each other, yet now his heart seemed slow, almost stuttering. Tempest forcibly roused herself. She turned her head slowly toward Darius and, to her horror, found him slumped in an awkward position against a boulder, his skin drawn tight over his skull, his face gray and dotted with crimson beads of blood. Gasping in alarm, she came to her knees, reaching for him. His shirt and trousers were soaked in blood. "My God, Darius," she whispered, horrified. There was no response. She reached for his wrist to check his pulse, found it thready and weak. Tempest knew immediately that he had seen to her needs before his own. He was unconscious. He had lost too much blood. She was afraid he was going to die. They were stuck deep within the earth. There was no way she could drag his body out of the cave and to help in time. Tempest forced herself not to panic. He wasn't human. What could she do to revive him with what she had at hand? She had no way of contacting the others. The private mental path the family used only worked among them. She noticed the soil packed in his wounds. He had tried to stop the bleeding using the richness of the earth. Quickly she looked around, searching for the soil he'd said was filled with minerals and healing agents. She mixed a fresh pack and spread it over the wounds. "Darius, tell me what to do," she whispered, feeling more lonely than she ever had before. Smoothing the hair from his forehead with gentle fingers, she felt her heart turn over, then begin to pound. She had somehow fallen in love with him. He wasn't human. He was overbearing and dominant. They probably didn't have a chance in hell of making it work, but she wasn't about to fail him. Somehow in the short time they were together, Darius had become her other half, more important to her than her own life. He shared his life, his memories with her. He laughed with her, took care of her injuries before his own. He showed her in 1,000 ways that he loved her. Despite his arrogant ways, he cared for her, cooked for her, saw to her every need. She felt his love. More important, through his memories, when their minds were melded, she saw his greatness. And she knew absolutely that he was willing to grow old and die for her. Well, she was not about to lose him. Tempest eased him down so he would be more comfortable. No one else was around to give him the one thing he needed most. So she stretched out beside him, turning so that her head was pillowed on his shoulder. "Here's the deal, my darling," she whispered. "You are going to take my blood as much as you need to heal you. If it works, you'll wake up and save my life. Hopefully I won't be deranged." She made a face. "I really don't want to be deranged. So, let's just do this and not think too much about it." "Okay, this is my decision." She leaned into him and brushed her mouth against high neck. "You understand me, Darius? This is my decision, my free will. I want to do this for you. Take my blood. I'm offering my life for yours. I think you're a great man and well worth it." She dug the pocket knife out of her jeans and, biting her lip hard, slashed a hideous gash in her wrist, instantly pressing it to his mouth. "Drink, love. Drink for both of us. We live together or we die." She meant every word. Then were no doubts, no regrets, but it hurt like hell. At first, she felt her blood flow into his mouth on its own, but then he moved weakly, bringing his hand up to capture her wrist, to press it tightly against him. His lips moved, drawing the precious liquid into his faltering body, a mindless, blind instinct for survival. Tempest closed her eyes, allowed the gathering darkness to float her away. Chapter 17. Water dripped slowly from the ceiling of the cave and seeped from the walls, collecting into pools along the floor. It mixed with the rich red soil, making it look like blood lying in puddles on the steaming surface. Somewhere far off a rock fell, clattering against other boulders. Then there was silence again. Darius became aware that he was lying on the ground, his body heavy and cumbersome. Hunger was a raw, gaping wound in his gut. He was aware of pain. He seemed to be floating in a sea of it. Something held him pinned to the ground, but he had no idea what had happened or where he was. He turned his head slowly, shocked at how difficult it was to do so. His mind seemed to be clouded, to be moving slowly. It took a moment for his eyes to focus. As they did so, the hand covering his mouth fell limply onto his chest. The cry of pain and fear was torn from his very soul. It echoed in the cave again and again, tormented and deep, reverberating to the heavens. Darius caught Tempest's wrist and hastily sealed the terrible gaping wound that had saved his life. Baby, what have you done?" He dragged her close, his hand over her stuttering heart. She was laboring for breath, her heart working far too hard. The blood loss was mortal. Tempest was dying. Without a second thought, he tore a wound in his wrist and forced it over her mouth. A small amount of his blood would keep her alive until he had a chance to feed and supply her with a transfusion. His mind was a blink. There was only the litany of prayer. She could not die. He would never let her go. She could not die. He swore it to himself, to God. He sent her to sleep, commanding her to stay alive, forcing the edict into her brain, his will like iron. He made it clear that she dared not defy him in this. When he was able, he left her, taking to the sky to hunt. He wasn't particular in his prey. He fed fast and voraciously, ruthlessly dropping his victims one by one onto the ground before he could kill them, his mind filled only with his need to get back to Tempest. It no longer mattered to him whether anyone else lived or died. There was only room for her. His entire will was bent on holding her to the earth with him. This time, with his renewed strength, he pulled her into his arms, cradled her against his chest, and cut open a line over his heart. He fed her lovingly, ensuring that she took enough to live. When her body began to respond to the sustenance, she tried to move away from him. Darius merely forced her closer, held her tighter. She would obey him. That was all there was to it. He had given her far more freedom than he had ever thought possible, even when he could have compelled her obedience, but now he gave her no choice. This was for her life, for his soul. If she died, he was damned. He would never go quietly into the sun. He would wreak vengeance upon the world such as it had never seen. He would deliberately choose that course to get at those who had taken her from him. When Darius was certain she was completely renewed, he gently inserted his hand between her mouth and his chest, closed the laceration, and laid her down. He would have to clean the blood from both of them before she awakened. He closed his eyes, reaching inside his body to repair the damage from the inside out. His hip wound was nasty, the bullet shattering the bone and doing more injury than he would have liked. The thigh wound was easier to repair. He was able to align everything and close off all the veins and arteries without much effort. He even bathed in the steaming pool before replacing the packs on his wounds. This time he mixed herbs with the soil and saliva. Tempest began stirring restlessly. Darius went to her immediately, lying down beside her to encircle her shoulders in his arms, drawing her up so that she could rest her head against his chest. Her long lashes fluttered, but she didn't lift them. Darius traced the curve of her cheek and slipped his palm over her throat to feel her pulse beating into it. "Wake up, honey. I need you to open your eyes," he coaxed softly. "I'm thinking about it first," she answered tiredly. "Thinking," he echoed. "You took centuries off of my life, and you are thinking before you open your eyes? Tell me what I look like first." Her voice was a mere thread of sound. "You are not making sense." His voice was a black velvet caress. "Have my teeth grown? Do I look like a hag? I don't feel deranged, but you never know." Her lashes lifted, and she glanced up at him, laughter in the depths of her green eyes. "I could be, you know." "Could be what?" She was so beautiful, she took his breath away. "Deranged. Aren't you listening? After all, I decided on a lifetime of sucking blood from the necks of men." "From the necks of men?" He could breathe again, really breathe. It was safe to allow his heart to beat again. "You will never, at any time, be sucking on the necks of men, unless, of course, it happens to be mine. I am a jealous man, baby, a very jealous man. Why don't I feel like I want blood? Shouldn't I have cravings?" She turned her head to look up at him. His color was back, his clothes once more immaculate. How did he do that? She didn't really care. She was so tired, she just wanted to sleep. "I still don't like closed-in places. I thought I might wake up wanting to hang upside down like a bat or something," she teased. He caught the worried note, the one she was desperately trying to hide from him. His fingers tangled in her hair in a soothing massage. "We will get through this, Tempest. I cannot believe you took such a chance with your life. I will have much to say to you when you are feeling better. You were told the decision was made, and yet you deliberately chose to place your life in jeopardy. I will not get over this for many centuries." He would never get over her courage, the act of sheer love she had committed for him. For him. His heart was melting even as it was pounding in a kind of terror for what would follow. "Stop lecturing me, Darius," she said softly, pressing a hand to her stomach. Her insides were beginning to feel hot and uncomfortable, as if they were suddenly twisting and turning. "Oh, God, I'm sick." Instantly, he placed his hand over her stomach and felt the writhing inside her body, the building waves of heat. He swore softly. The breath rushed out of her, tore a cry of pain from her throat. She jerked up, then slammed back against him. He laced his fingers through hers. "It has started, my love. You are going through the conversion." He merged his mind with hers, focused, shouldered as much of the pain as he was able. The first wave of pain lasted several minutes. An eternity. Darius was sweating and swearing in every language he knew. When she grew quiet, he wiped the beads of blood from her face with shaking fingers. Tempest moistened her lips, her green eyes cloudy with shock. "If you leave me in the 1st century after this, Darius, I swear to you, I'll hunt you down like a dirty dog." They said painful. "Remind me to tell them that's an understatement." "They may not be alive for you to tell," he threatened, brushing back the silken strands of her hair, now damp and clinging to her skin. He wanted to strangle Sindel and Desari for their interference. She tightened her grip on him, her muscles going rigid. Darius had to hold her down as her body seized and contorted, the fire racing to tissue and bones. It squeezed her heart and lungs, reshaping, changing her organs, the pain so intense that it drove all color from her face even when he shouldered the agony with her. At last the wave ebbed slowly away, giving her another respite. Her nails were digging into his arm. "Can you make it stop, Darius?" The plea was wrenched from her when she didn't want to ask. She knew him enough to know he would stop any suffering the moment he was able. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that." She whispered the words hoarsely, reaching up to touch his perfect mouth with trembling fingers. "I can do this. I know I can." But it was swelling in her body again, red-hot fire that threatened her very sanity. Darius could not believe she was trying to reassure him in the midst of such agony. He could only hold her, feeling helpless, tears gathering in his eyes, a prayer for mercy in his soul. His mind merged as strongly with hers as possible. Tempest wanted to scream and scream, but no sound emerged. She was going to be sick, and some shred of mindless modesty had her blindly crawling away from Darius. But he was merged so tightly with her, he could read the needs of her body. It was desperately trying to rid itself of toxins, of the last remnants of human blood and waste. He held her in his arms, blood-red tears etching paths down his face. He had never wanted this for her, never wanted her to suffer the fires of conversion. He found he could barely breathe, protesting the pain she was enduring on his behalf. She seemed so small and fragile in his arms, so close to shattering. "Stay with me, my love. In another few minutes it will be safe to send you to sleep, where the pain cannot reach you. Please stay with me." With the fire ripping through her, with her muscles locking and her body convulsing, she still made the attempt to reassure him. Her fingertips brushed his neck in a light caress before her hand fell away. Darius wept, his chest so tight that he felt his very heart had split in two. The moment there was no chance of Tempest choking to death on her own vomit or blood, Darius sent her into a deep sleep so that her body could finish its work on its own. He held her tightly in his arms, a part of him still locked with her, assurance that nothing could go wrong. Only when he was certain the conversion was complete and she was safe did he strip the filthy clothes from her body and wash her gently and lovingly. He sat for a long while, exhausted and wrung out by her ordeal, his mind, so often calm, in chaos. He had never conceived of anyone ever loving him enough to suffer the fires of hell for him. He felt humbled by her sacrifice. He kissed her, his touch tender and reverent, before opening the ground. Then Darius put Tempest into the sleep of Carpathians, closing the earth over her so that the soil could rejuvenate her. As the earth closed over her body, Darius turned his head slowly toward the tunnel leading from the cave back toward the surface. His black gaze was utterly cold, without mercy. He felt the beast in him rising, and he made no effort to stop it. Red flames flickered in his black eyes. He had not hunted down and destroyed these murderers months ago when they had first attacked his sister. His instincts had been to find and destroy all of them, but his kind had always attempted to fit into the civilized world, to avoid drawing attention to themselves and their activities. At this moment, however, there was no longer hesitation. There was not a shred of civility in his body or soul. He protected the cave with the strongest safeguards he had ever used, determined that no one, human or Carpathian, would go near Tempest while she slept, would not live if they tried to enter the cave. And then he was streaking through the tunnel, bursting out into the night sky, his mind a red haze of vengeance. The concert was over, Desari and Sindel safe in a closely guarded room, Cullen with the group. They suddenly all went quiet, exchanging a long, knowing look. Julian glanced skyward. He has risen. There will be no calming him. He is bent on destroying those who took Tempest. He sounded complacent and unhurriedly bent to kiss Desari. Then, with Diane and Barak, he went out to the small porch off the suite. Diane took a running leap and launched himself skyward. It is rather ironic that we now leave the human with our women. He was shape-shifting even as he spoke, feathers rippling along his widespread arms. Our women can handle one human male, Barak growled as he joined Diane, also choosing the body of the night owl to race across the distance, attempting to catch up with their leader. Sindel, stay across the room from that blonde. Human. Flirt. If I catch you making eyes at him, there will be hell to pay. Oh, now we can handle one human male. I like that. So if I want to take him to the nearest bedroom, you have no say in it. Do not force me to kill this human. Darius has a fondness for him, although I cannot imagine why. Barak? There was a short pause while Sindel considered how to phrase her concerns. Please be careful. I would not want Desari to have to grieve for you. He laughed softly, a velvet caress in her mind. And you wish me to believe that you would not? I never thought of myself as an angel, but my patience with you certainly qualifies me for sainthood. I cannot imagine anyone considering you an angel or a saint. Again there was a slight hesitation. Be careful, Barak. I feel the intensity in Darius. The darkness is on him. He will not turn back, whatever the danger. His lie-mate has chosen our way. Did you not feel his sorrow at her suffering? Barak's voice held a note of censure. At once he could feel the tears gathering in her. Do not remind me. He shared with us what we had wrought with our meddling. She suffered much for him. It is done, my little love. It wrenched at his heart that he had made her cry. We will remove the threat to you and Desari, and all will be well once more. Barak was reassuring. Darius is truly angry with us. He will not forgive us. For a long while, Barak wanted to turn back and comfort Sindel. Instead, he sent her waves of reassurances, warmth, and love. He knew Darius was furious. Coldly furious. He also knew Darius was capable of things neither woman could conceive of. He was a harsh, unrelenting enemy. His woman, the one he deemed his very soul, had suffered agonies this night. He would not forgive easily. Barak flew faster, streaking through the dark sky to catch up with the hunter. Once the three Carpathians were united with Darius, Julian signaled them to settle to earth. Mostly he wanted to see for himself just how far gone Darius's condition was. All three males fully intended to protect Darius. They knew he had been wounded. Impatiently Darius's cold black eyes swept over Julian. What is it? They were in an orchard not far from where Darius had forced the car carrying Tempest off the road. Julian had blown the car sky high. Fire and police vehicles were already leaving the scene. Cullen told me a man named Wallace came over from Europe and fired up this Brady Grand against the band, and Julian and Desari in particular, Diane volunteered. He was studying Darius's face as he spoke. Darius looked drawn and harsh. There was a spot of blood on his hip and another larger stain spreading on his thigh. Diane glanced uneasily at Julian and Barak, but refrained from commenting. There was cold fury in Darius's eyes. A strange scarlet glow that seemed to come from the blood-red moon was trapped and reflected back at them from the very depths of those black eyes. It was an eerie flame of savage rage, as primitive and unrelenting as time itself. There would be no stopping Darius this night. He was the ultimate predator. His quarry could never escape him. Have you heard of this Wallace? Darius asked Julian quietly. A few years back there was a man who hunted our people, our prince, his life mate, and his brother. He tortured and killed both humans and immortals alike. That man was named Wallace, but he was destroyed. I know he belonged to a society of fanatics. I can only imagine that the two Wallaces are related, especially if he came over from Europe. He must be at the head of the society now. These lunatics are like Medusa, the snake woman. Cut off one head and another grows in its place. If we take this one, we can hope they will at least be forced to regroup for a while, Darius said softly. It will give us time to collect more information on them. Julian nodded solemnly. Human vampire hunters have plagued our people for thousands of years. As long as our males turn, there will be those humans who become suspicious and continue to hunt us all. Perhaps the solution is to find out more about these fanatics and actively hunt them, Darius suggested grimly. We have some of our people gathering information on them. A toxin was developed by one of their laboratories. Injected into the body of a Carpathian, it can paralyze, Julian informed him almost soothingly. Our healer, your brother, Darius, has found an antidote. But these are determined men. Even if we take this Wallace, they may come after us again and continue to develop new and more deadly poisons against us. Not if, Julian, Darius returned with quiet menace. I will destroy this man. If it gives our people respite, so be it. If it does not, we will not back away from our duty. Do you have the scent of our prey? Julian asked. It is a stench in my nostrils. He cannot escape his fate this night. Your life mate still lives, Diane said softly. Darius's head snapped around, his eyes blazing with smoldering fire. I am well aware of the state my life mate is in, Diane. There is no need for you to remind me. Tempest is one of those unusual women who never hold a grudge, Julian said to no one in particular. It is difficult to imagine her harming a fly. Thank you for pointing that out to me, Julian, Darius snapped, and he launched himself straight upward. Few could accomplish such a feat. He was in the sky, a stream of vapor streaking through time and space. Julian laughed softly and followed suit, not to be outdone by his brother-in-law. Diane shrugged his powerful shoulders, grinned at Barak, and took a running leap. Barak shook his head at them all and went after them. Someone who had some sense had to go along. The dark, ominous cloud grew heavier as the separate streams of vapor gathered together and moved rapidly overhead, blotting out stars as it went. Below them, animals scurried for cover or cowered in trees and dens. They sensed the dark predators moving rapidly overhead and chose to remain as small and still as possible. The cloud abruptly stopped, as if the wind had ceased to blow. Darius allowed the breeze to blow around him, through him. It told him exactly where he wanted to go. He had the scent of Brady Grant's companions. He would know them anywhere. Far below, tucked into the side of a hill, a ranch house sprawled in an L shape. At first glance it appeared deserted, but there was no way to stop the wind from carrying the stench of their prey to Carpathians. The cloud moved slowly, spreading a dark stain over the hill. The wind rose sharply and should have carried the cloud away, but it stayed stubbornly overhead, a portent of death and destruction. The wind tugged at the windows of the ranch house, looking for a way in, searching for weaknesses. It grew stronger, rattling the glass in the panes, banging the shutters insistently. Then there was movement at the south side of the house. Someone opened a downstairs window and reached out into the night to try to close the shutter. The ominous black cloud struck hard and fast. It poured out of the sky and streamed into the house through the open window, filling the room like suffocating smoke. The man staggered backward, his mouth gaping open in a silent scream. The sound failed to emerge, muffled by the thick vapor as it moved through his body, taking his breath, removing the air like a vacuum. One by one the Carpathians shimmered into solid forms. Darius was already moving. He could hear every sound in the house. 4 men were playing pool in a room 3 doors to their right. Overhead, 2 others were moving around. Someone was watching television in a room upstairs and to their left. Darius glided through the house, a silent predator stalking his prey. On the ground floor, two men lounged in a room, talking in low voices. The soldiers. They waited for Tempest. Waited for a helpless woman they could torture, used to draw one of the Carpathians to them. Each of those soldiers carried a syringe on him. Darius was certain of it. He didn't care. Nothing mattered to him except that these were the men who had attempted to harm his life mate and his sister. Nothing would stop him. He stood in the open door to the pool room, his eyes glowing a fiery red, his white teeth gleaming. The men turned as one being, a slow-motion pirouette orchestrated by a relentless conductor, performed with the grace of a ballet. As one they grabbed their heads, clapping their hands tightly over their ears. Darius gave a menacing smile of mocking amusement. He applied pressure, a steady, relentless application of pain. As one they dropped to their knees. "I believe you gentlemen were looking for me," he said softly, the harshness in his face implacable, his emotions as cold as ice. He watched them die dispassionately, giving a fleeting thought to the coroner who would have to try to explain how 4 men died of brain aneurysms all at the exact same time. Instantly, the victims were dismissed from his mind. Julian, Diane, and Barack could handle those in this portion of the house. Darius moved like a cold, killing wind to the other leg of the L, where he knew he would find the head of the monster. He moved so fast that one of the soldiers coming down the hall brushed against him without realizing what he had run into. The man staggered backward, looked around, scratching his head, and continued down the hall toward the pool room. Darius dismissed him as already dead. Julian had witnessed the first attempt on Desari's life so many months ago, when men such as these had raked the stage with automatic weapons, nearly killing her. Despite his offbeat sense of humor and his rather sardonic manner, Julian was every bit as lethal as Darius. He simply hid it better. Julian would not allow any of these assassins to escape. The huge living room boasted high ceilings and a rock fireplace on one wall with a large conversation area grouped around it. 2 men were lounging in deep recliners, sipping coffee as they waited for their victim. Darius's large frame filled the doorway. He simply stood there, waiting. The older man had to be Wallace. He was of medium build with a shock of graying hair, rather coldly handsome features, and empty eyes. His companion was a good 20 years younger, with dark hair and an obvious eagerness to prove himself. Darius touched their minds. In Wallace, he found a sick, perverse nature, a man cruel to animals and women. He enjoyed hurting them, found arousal in watching others suffer. This elder Wallace had obviously passed the legacy on to his son, the man killed in Europe by the Carpathians a few years earlier. His hatred ran deep and strong, and he was anticipating a long, pleasurable session with Tempest. The perverted fantasies in his head roused the demon in Darius to an almost uncontrollable pitch. Darius fought for control and won. When neither man looked up, a situation he found laughable under the circumstances, Darius cleared his throat softly to direct their attention toward him. "I understand you requested my presence. It was completely unnecessary to issue the kind of invitation you did. Although now that I have seen you and looked into the rot of your minds, I understand why you did so." His voice was beautiful, a black magic weapon he wielded easily. "Please do not feel it necessary to get up," he added to the younger man. "I have business with your boss." He lifted a hand and rather carelessly slammed the younger soldier back into his seat with ease, holding him in his thrall even from a distance. William Wallace stared at the tall, elegant man filling the doorway. Midnight black hair flowed to his broad shoulders. His eyes held a demon's red glow. Power clung to him, and his white teeth gleamed with menace when he smiled. He was inordinately polite, but Wallace sensed the smoldering threat beneath the surface. Physically, he was beautiful, a handsome, intensely masculine specimen of a man with a sensuality around his mouth matched only by its edge of cruelty. Wallace felt his heart began to pound in alarm. His fingers curled into 2 tight fists. "Who are you?" "I think, more to the point, is..." "What? Am I? Have you ever met a vampire before, Mr. Wallace?" Darius asked politely. "As you have gone to so much trouble to invite one into your home, I would expect you to have a fairly good idea of what you are dealing with." Wallace glanced at his companion, frozen in place by the mere whim of the intruder. He decided to be as polite as his guest, hoping to catch him off guard. The house was swarming with his men. Sooner or later one would come. In any case, he had a secret weapon, if he could just get the vampire close enough. "Do come in." He waved an expansive hand, indicating a chair close by. Darius smiled, a show of teeth, a leap of flame in the depths of his eyes, but he did not move. "By all means, let us be civilized. I'm sure you had that in mind when you sent your assassins after my woman. Do not bother to deny your intentions. I can read your thoughts so easily." Wallace decided to brazen it out. "Evil calls to evil. I know you're kind and what you're capable of. Others like you killed my own son, murdered 2 of my brothers-in-law. Yes, I intended to take my time enjoying the woman. She is pretty enough. It would have been delicious." Darius put out his hand and studied his immaculate fingernails. One by one, razor-sharp talons sprang to the tips. He smiled again with the menace of a predator. Once more his black gaze touched the older man, and it was like a physical blow, a punch that seemed to shake Wallace's brain so that he clutched his head in pain. He felt the tremendous power of the visitor, and his insides turned to jelly. Darius glided into the room, fluid and supple, muscles rippling with power beneath his elegant white shirt. He seemed to take up the entire room, seemed to suck the very oxygen out of the air. "I see you have decorated the windows with garlic. Do you believe vegetation bothers me in some way, perhaps weakens my power? Doesn't it?" Wallace countered, stalling for time. The gleam of stark white teeth was his answer. Darius moved to the fireplace, reached out, and touched the large silver cross there. "You seem to have all the supplies for bagging yourself a vampire." Wallace was horrified. He glanced toward the door, suddenly aware of the deep silence in the house. Darius glided closer. "What is it precisely you wish to learn about me, Mr. Wallace? Now is your opportunity." Wallace jerked out the syringe filled with the toxin and plunged it deep within Darius's arm. He jumped back, grinning in triumph. Yes, the poison you worked so hard to develop," Darius said softly, his voice as beautiful and unconcerned as always. "It is so difficult to know what really works unless you have the chance to test it. Let us observe the results together." The soulless eyes met Wallace's. "You do fancy yourself a scientist, do you not, Mr. Wallace?" Wallace nodded slowly, staring at the one he thought was a vampire. Darius slowly rolled up the sleeve of his silk shirt, exposing the roped muscles of his arm. He stared at his skin, causing red flames to flicker and dance, and Wallace nearly screamed when golden dots of liquid poison began to ooze from the Darius's pores and run in a stream down his skin to drip onto the floor. "Interesting, is it not?" Darius inquired in a menacing purr. "You should have known more about an enemy you wished to challenge, Mr. Wallace. It is a poor business to hunt without sufficient knowledge of your prey. Where is the woman now?" Darius's eyebrows shot up. "Are you really so arrogant that you think I would allow your ridiculous assassins to take from me what is mine? I suspect you are more interested in the whereabouts of your soldiers." Wallace sighed and ran a hand through his shock of gray hair, leaving it standing on end. "And where are they?" "What was left of them can be claimed from the local morgue," Darius answered, unconcerned. "I suppose my other men are also destroyed," Wallace ventured. Darius sent his mind seeking throughout the house, then smiled in satisfaction. "I must admit, they seem to have been in very poor health. You should choose your companions more carefully, Mr. Wallace." Wallace's faded eyes flashed with sudden malice. "I see that you yourself have not gone unscathed. You are bleeding." The white teeth gleamed again. "It is nothing, a mere scratch. My body will heal without difficulty, but thank you for your concern." Wallace hissed between his teeth. "You mean to kill me?" The glowing red eyes poured over him like molten lava. "With great pleasure, Mr. Wallace. I protect my own. I allowed you to go free after the last threat you made to my family, but you insist on asking for release from your miserable life. I can do no other than oblige you. I will go back to Europe, leave you alone." Darius shook his head slowly. "You had her touched by your filthy servants. You intended to rape her, torture her. Not because you thought her vampire, but because it would bring you pleasure. You wanted me here, Mr. Wallace, and now you have the very thing you wished for." Wallace glanced at his young companion, the one he had chosen to groom as his prot because he had found the same deviant nature in the young man as was in himself. Darius had easily picked thoughts of starring in a snuff film with Tempest out of the younger man's head, knew he didn't believe in vampires, but was attracted to the violence and sexual rush the vampire hunting society promised to provide. His black eyes bored into the young man while he contemplated the evil that existed in both his world and the human world. He released the young man from the thrall. Instantly the youth launched himself at Darius, seemingly too dense to understand that Darius had been controlling him. Darius stood so still that he seemed to be a part of the room, of the earth itself, silent, watchful, unmovable. At the last second, just as the man was about to lay hands on him, Darius shimmered into vapor, dissolved, and reappeared behind the young man. "Daniel, behind you," Wallace warned. Daniel tried to drag the gun from out of his waistband as he turned. Even as he caught sight of the intruder, the vampire's face rippled, contorted, and lengthened into a long muzzle. Teeth burst forth, razor-sharp, jaws rushing forward to bore straight into Daniel's chest, tearing a hole to reach the pounding heart. Wallace leapt out of his chair, knocking it over as he tried to get to the door. The elegant figure moved, a gliding blur that cut off his line of retreat. Once more Darius looked like a handsome man, black eyes impassive, mouth set, and cruel. There was not a stain on his immaculate shirt, although a puddle of thick, sticky blood pooled around Daniel's body. He looked like a rag doll lying in a heap on the floor. Wallace froze, not daring to get any closer to the terrible fiend that threatened him. "Don't you see?" he hissed. "I'm like you. I could serve you. Make me like you are, immortal." Darius lifted an eyebrow. "You flatter yourself to think we are anything alike. There are those of my people who have become evil and twisted, rotten shells as you are. They might grant you a short stay of execution, allowing you to live for a while on the meat of the dead while you serve their dark purposes. But that is not who I am." "Who are you, then?" Wallace whispered. He could hear something else now. Not the silence that haunted this house of death. Not the sound of his men coming to his aid. But low, insidious whispers assaulting his ears. He tried to repress them, not understanding the language, but knowing there were more creatures near than the one he was facing. They waited, calling to this one to finish Wallace, to come to them. "I am an instrument of justice. I have come to send you from this world to another, where you must answer for your terrible crimes against mortals and immortals alike." Darius said the word softly, almost gently. Wallace shook his head adamantly. "No, you can't do that. You can't. I'm a leader. I have an army behind me. No one can defeat me." He raised his voice hysterically. "Where are you? All of you, I'm in danger. Protect your leader." The terrible soulless eyes never left Wallace's face. Those black eyes were completely empty, devoid of all feeling. Then tiny red flames began to flicker in their depths, feeding Wallace's dread. "There is no one left," Darius said. "Only you. And I sentence you to death for your crimes against all humanity." "Please oblige me, sir." Darius gestured toward the hall. Wallace found he could not fight the compulsion. Step by macabre step, he moved, his body jerking like a marionette as he moved down the hall toward the stairs. Wallace tried to scream, but no sound emerged. His body continued to obey the commands of the demon he had summoned to the ranch house. Once upstairs, the creature continued to gesture him forward. Inch by inch, step by step, relentlessly, implacably, Wallace was drawn forward toward the pool room. He gasped as he saw the 4 men lying lifeless, without a mark on them, in the middle of the floor. Then the compulsion pushed him to the balcony door. Below was a wrought iron fence, each separate post rising like a sharpened stake. Wallace stared down at the lethal pegs and tried to stop his next step. But he felt space beneath his forward foot, then air beneath his other one. And then he was falling, released from the demon's thrall so that his scream echoed in the night. Darius stared down dispassionately at the body hanging on the fence, a stake driven directly through his heart. He stayed there quietly, fighting down the beast still raging for release, still calling for retribution and blood. Tempest. Deliberately he thought of her, took her into his body and soul, allowed her light to calm the terrible beast, to once more restore the balance between intellectual man and instinctive predator. He was no longer a savage ruled by instinct, demanding blood and vengeance, but once more her other half. He could do no other than return to her as quickly as possible. He turned then, back to his family, back to his people. Julian sighed softly. You must take my blood, Darius, and then go to ground to heal your wounds. I suppose I must concede you are right. And it nearly kills you to admit that. Julian smirked at him. A slow smile touched the hard edge of Darius's mouth. Oh, shut up, he said tiredly but with a glint of real humor in his eyes. Chapter 18. Darius rose 2 days later, his body completely healed. With the proper rejuvenating rest, the blood of a powerful ancient, and the rich soil, his full strength was renewed. At once he sought news of his family. He mentally checked with each of them to ensure they were well and safe. He assured them, in return, that he was whole and healed and would soon awaken Tempest. Darius rose voraciously hungry, and he knew that if all had gone well with Tempest, she would be, also. He hunted, choosing prey close to the cave, feeding ravenously, taking enough for both of them. When he returned to the cavern, he prepared for her rising, crushing herbs to fill the air with a soothing aroma, spreading candles so that little flames danced on the walls and flickered invitingly. He made up a thick bed with soft sheets to welcome her. Darius descended to her and cradled her in his arms, floated out of the earth, and closed the deep hole so no sign would remain of what might appear to her to be a grave. Tempest looked beautiful even in her sleep, even more beautiful than he remembered. Her skin was flawless, her hair a mass of thick red gold silk tumbling around her face. He carried her to the steaming mineral pool and woke her as he lowered her into the water. He bent his head to her soft mouth, capturing her first breath as she drew air into her lungs and exhaled. She tasted like light and goodness. She tasted like hunger and flame. Her long lashes fluttered, then lifted, so that he was staring into her vivid green eyes. A faint trace of humor crept into the emerald depths. It was amazing what it did to his heart, melting it and simultaneously squeezing it hard. His chest felt inordinately tight, his heart pounding with fear about the consequences of her courageous choice. So, hopefully, it isn't the deranged thing going on here. I don't have a mad desire to turn upside down and hang from my toes like a bat, but I definitely have a craving. The seductive caress of her voice played over his skin like fingers. Her mind, when he touched it, was a mixture of fear and humor, as if she couldn't quite decide which to go with. It is natural to be hungry, honey, he reassured her, his palm sweeping the silken strands of her hair from her neck. The water was lapping at their skin, bubbles bursting over and around them, creating a sensation of intense pleasure. A bit on the repulsive side, though. She tried to be analytical about it. Do you think? He bent his head to find the pulse beating in her throat, his tongue stroking a brand, feeling the sudden, impatient expectation. What does it feel like when I kiss you like this? He was stealing her breath, her sanity. He was bringing her body to life again, bringing it to a living flame of need. You know, she accused. His teeth scraped lightly back and forth over her neck. Her stomach muscles clenched in anticipation. Heat pulled immediately within her, low and urgent. What about this, Tempest? He persisted, his breath warm on her skin. She arched her neck to give him better access, her entire body on fire for the erotic ecstasy of his bite. You know, Darius. His mouth moved to find hers in a slow, languid kiss he needed more than anything else at that moment. It robbed her of her ability to think sane thoughts, to think of anything but him. That is how it feels to me, Darius said, when your mouth moves over my skin, when your teeth find me and my blood flows into you. It is beautiful and erotic, and my body craves the sharing just as yours does. His hands moved over her skin, a slow exploration of her shadows and curves, washing the remnants of soil from her. The feel of his palms gliding over her bare flesh, cupping her breasts possessively, sliding down her belly to the triangle of curls, slipping between her legs to seek her creamy heat brought fire to her body. Brought a hungry demand she had never known. He slowly inched a finger inside her. A second. He thrust into her, explored her velvet interior, knew it pulsed with life and need for only him. She pushed against his hand, seeking relief from the gathering fire. Tempest could feel her own inhibitions slipping away as her body initiated its own demands. She began to stroke his skin, tracing the heavy muscles of his chest, the definition of his abdomen, then moved lower to cup the weight of him in her palm, to dance enticing fingers along the hard length of him. Darius lifted her into his arms, striding out of the pool to lay her on the bed he had made for her, his body blanketing hers. Tempest smiled and circled his head with her arms, her hands stroking his thick hair. At last, a bed. Do you think we'll know what to do in it? Oh yeah, baby. I do not think you have a thing to worry about. I know exactly what to do, he whispered against her throat. Her body felt like satin, her hair like silk. How could anything be so damn soft? He tasted her skin, the sweet honey of it, and allowed his body to swell into a fiery shaft of desire. Need poured into him, strong and urgent, a relentless hunger only her body could sate. Tempest was caught up in the feel of his hard body and aggressive male domination, his brute strength, the shivering response her fingertips could induce. She smiled, her tongue tasting his neck, reveling in the rich texture of his skin. Her breasts were sensitive, swollen with need, aching with pleasure, pressed against his powerful chest. And then she became aware of his heartbeat, the ebb and flow of his blood, like the waves of the sea advancing and retreating. The call, the hunger, the all-consuming hunger. Instantly she stiffened, cried out with fear, and struggled to free herself from the weight of his body. Darius captured her slender wrists and stretched her arms above her head with easy mastery. "Show my love, be calm. Turn down the volume in your head. You know it can be done. Already you were hearing things magnified, and you learned to deal with it easily." She was shaking her head from side to side, trying to block out the sound and smell of blood, the rising, gnawing hunger that seemed to take over her entire being. Darius held her firmly, calmly. "Look at me, Tempest. Open your eyes and look into mine. Breathe with me until you are calm. We can do this together. We can. You trust me to know what is right. Look only at me." Swallowing the tight knot of fear and revulsion, Tempest pried her eyelids open and was instantly caught and held by his mesmerizing black gaze. It calmed her as nothing else could. She did trust in him, believe in him. She loved him totally, without reservation. More than her own life. The terrible pounding in her heart subsided. She dragged great gulps of air into her lungs. Her gaze clung to his, her savior in the madness of what she had become. Darius smiled down at her with complete confidence. "We can do this together, honey. You and me. We are one. Our hearts, our souls, our minds, and our bodies." His hand slipped between her thighs, his fingers testing her readiness. He pressed his hot, throbbing velvet tip into her scorching entrance so that she could feel his raging need, how thick and heavy with urgency he was. "This is us, Tempest, you and me. Our bodies crave one another, need one another. You feel me demanding you, hungering for you." He pushed himself deeper with exquisite care, watching her eyes widen in response, feeling her heat close around him, tightening and clenching in reaction to his invasion. The sweet agony made little beads of perspiration dot his forehead. Tempest moaned softly, her hips moving with her own need. Darius held her still, his body swelling even more, filling her completely, driven by the tightness of her fiery sheath, the demands her own body was making on her, on him. "Merge your mind with mine. I want us to be together as we should." His whisper was pure seduction, sheer magic. "My body is deep within yours." He withdrew and surged forward again, a powerful stroke that buried him ever deeper. Her arms tried to break free, but he held her pinned beneath him. Darius bent his head to the temptation of her breasts, smiled when her body clenched around his. His tongue lapped lovingly at one nipple before taking her satin-soft flesh into the heat of his mouth. She cried out then, arching more closely into him, needing the feel of his mouth pulling at her. His hips moved in a slow, lazy rhythm designed to drive her crazy. She couldn't move, pinned as she was, so Darius could take his time, arousing her to a fever pitch, exploring her body leisurely. She felt his hot breath above her breast, and something wild in her seemed to break free. "Please, Darius," she heard herself moan, and she knew what she wanted. She was coming up off the bed, offering her body to his nuzzling mouth. "Please, don't make me wait." She whispered the words in an agony of anticipation, then felt his body respond to the urgency of her plea, swelling, hardening, moving with longer, deeper strokes into her. She felt his teeth scrape her skin gently, his tongue follow with a rasping caress, and then she was crying out as white heat enveloped her, beat at her, as his teeth pierced deep and his mouth moved erotically against her breast, feeding on her. She felt fire bursting in her, all around her. She wanted it to go on forever. Never stop. She wanted to hold his head to her and force him to take her this way over and over again, for all time. The heat, the fire, the ecstasy of it. She closed her eyes and gave herself up to it. Waves of pleasure rippling through her body, consuming her, consuming him. Then his mind was thrusting into hers with the same demands his body was making on hers. "This is what it feels like for me. I need you to do the same for me." His voice brushed in her mind like fingers between her legs, raw and needy and creating waves of fire. His tongue stroked across her breast. "Do this for me, my love. Give me what I have given you." It was sheer, blatant seduction, the devil's own temptation. He thrust his hips deeper still, turning her to molten fire. His chest was over her head, pressed against her seeking mouth. Her tongue found his skin. She felt the jolt go right through his mind. Felt his body within hers throb. Her teeth moved back and forth over his beating heart. Hunger consumed her. The need to give him whatever he desired. One large hand caught her bottom, lifting her hips so that he could bury himself over and over in her. The other went to the nape of her neck, holding her tightly against his chest. "God, baby, you are killing me here. Do this for me. I need this as I have never needed anything else in my life. Please, baby." The words came out raw with need, between clenched teeth, his body straining to convince hers. Then his hoarse cry filled the cave, his head thrown back in sheer ecstasy as her teeth pierced his flesh. She felt it, felt the intensity of his pleasure as he flowed into her, hot and rich with the essence of life and passion. His body began pumping into hers, hotter and faster, swelling and hardening until she was so tight, the friction threatened to send them both up in flames. He felt her body convulse around his, grip his, squeeze tighter and tighter until he was pouring his hot seed into her, filling her mind and body, her veins, with his life. Darius cried out, afraid he might shatter with the pleasure, afraid she would. "I claim you as my life mate. I belong to you. I offer my life for you. I give to you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. I take into my keeping the same that is yours. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be cherished and placed above my own for all time. You are my life mate, bound to me for all eternity and always in my care." He forced each word out between his teeth, between each beat of his heart, so that there could be no mistake, ever, no way that the ritual was not complete. He wanted her to feel each word in their united soul, their united bodies, in their mind, their heart, and their skin. She was his, and he belonged to her. He would never give her up, never let her go, never allow anything to harm her. Darius held her to him, his body still hot and hard in the velvet fire of hers. She was slick with his seed, her tongue closing the pinpricks over his heart, her body so exhausted that she couldn't move. He rolled off her, taking her with him, keeping their bodies locked together. "Thank you, Tempest. I do not deserve you, but thank you." She lay listening to their combined heartbeats, resting in his mind. She saw his implacable resolve to keep her, the deep ties between them that could never be broken, and she was reassured of their future together. She saw that the ritual heat of Carpathian mating only increased over time. She could not see how that was possible without inducing heart failure, but she accepted it. She could also see beyond that possession and that hot hunger for her body. Darius loved her. Tempest. He loved her so deeply, so completely, that it filled his entire being. He loved her enough to give up his life for her. He loved her without reservation, unconditionally. She lay in his arms, savoring the feel of him beside her, strong and real. "Are the others all right, Darius?" He pushed the hair from her face with gentle, caressing fingers. "Of course. Julian has a twin brother, Aiden, who lives in San Francisco with his life mate, Alexandria, and Julian has taken Desari there to meet his family." Because he had to, Darius found the hollow of her neck and scraped his teeth along her skin lightly, his tongue swirling to ease any ache. Then he smiled against her neck. They took the leopards with them, which should be something, as Aiden has human caretakers and Alexandria has a little brother. And Sindel. Her body was reacting to the touch of his teeth with inner ripples of pleasure. Her hands found his hips and began to stroke the defined curves of his muscles. At once his body began thickening, hardening in response to her touch. Barack and Sindel are together, working out their relationship. Sindel seems happier and much more confident, despite having discovered her temper. "She sent me a very warm greeting for you. They are traveling to Europe before the next performance in hopes of meeting Julian's prince and others like us." Tempest bent her head to his chest, her fingers dancing over him in answer to the fantasy she read in his mind. She watched his face, felt his heat, his smoldering passion rising with her caresses. And Diane and Cullen? She could barely think anymore, as Darius's mind was now sizzling with all sorts of erotic possibilities. With all of us finding our life mates, the darkness was spreading in Diane. He needed time to adjust. She felt more than heard the underlying worry in his voice. All the intense emotions were disturbing to him. He and Cullen Tucker have gone up to Canada. They will travel together for a while, and Diane will help to ensure Cullen's safety, which should also ensure his own. When the band comes back together to tour, they will return. There was a huskiness in his velvet voice she couldn't ignore. Anticipation. Catching the rather graphic image of her in his mind, Tempest slowly pushed herself up so that she was straddling him. The movement filled her with his thick heat and widened her green eyes with shock. But she flung back her hair and began a slow, erotic ride, rocking her hips gently, a small smile of satisfaction curving her mouth. Darius reached up to span her waist with his hands, his thumbs feathering back and forth over her flesh in a caress he couldn't resist. She was just so beautiful, with her red hair tumbling sexily around her face and her lush mouth and enormous green eyes cloudy with desire for him. Her body was so perfect to him, small but curvy, her narrow rib cage emphasizing the creamy swell of her breasts. His hands tightened, moving her so that he could penetrate her even more deeply, so that he could watch her eyes darken with pleasure, and he found himself smiling, too. "While I have you where I want you," he said softly, reaching up to trace her lower lip with his finger, "I would like to remind you that you could have died very easily from your sacrifice. Any number of things could have gone wrong." Tempest felt the sudden fear beating in his chest, the swell of anger that rode in like a tide. Deliberately, she drew his finger into the moist cavern of her mouth and clenched her inner muscles tightly around the hard thickness of his shaft while she increased the fiery friction. She found a certain amount of satisfaction in knowing she had distracted him momentarily from his male tirade. His hips thrust upward, seeking the ultimate core of her, as his hands cupped the fullness of her breasts. His eyes went black with hunger. Tempest smiled at him, her nipples pushing into his palms, her body tempting him with every movement. Darius suddenly sat up, his arms sweeping around her, his mouth feeding hungrily at her breast for just a moment before he took charge of the situation once more. "You will hear what I have to say, honey, and you will obey me in this. There will never again be a time when you put yourself at risk. Is that understood?" He growled the words of the Carpathian male, laying down the law to his wayward mate. Her arms slid around his neck, her tongue finding the sensitive spot behind his ear, swirling slowly, erotically, creating heat and fire, distracting him further. Her mouth then crept mischievously around his neck and burned its way to his throat, all the while her body a tight sheath bent on sending him soaring with pleasure. Darius tried to bring his disciplined mind under control. She would Obey him, she had to promise. But her mouth was teasing the corner of his, and her silken legs suddenly shifted to circle his waist so that she could draw him even deeper within her. At that moment, all he could think of, all he cared about, was going up in flames with her, shattering into a million fragments and settling safely back to earth together, wrapped in each other's arms. Soft whispers filled the cave, low laughter, the sounds of bodies moving together, the scent of their lovemaking. They reveled in their newfound love, insatiable in their appetite for one another. When Darius finally got around to lecturing her, it was several risings later and didn't carry quite the impact he had originally intended. But it didn't matter, as he knew his future was sealed. Tempest was his for all eternity, and she would always be his Tempest, wildly exciting, distracting him from his commands, tormenting him with her escapades, and always, always loving him.